Ladies and gents, welcome back to EU Challengers. We're in cup number 3 now. Perhaps we're flying through them already. It feels as though we've barely started this year, and already we're finding ourselves in a position where we're starting to see what these guys have got consistently across cup to cup. But it's good to be back, mate. It's good to be seeing EU's finest on the screen once more.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to bring it to everyone as well. I think it was interesting. I jumped into an Aroma stream yesterday, and he was like, "Why aren't you doing the Saturday?" And we're like, "I think we'd quite like to do the Saturday, but it's a bit bonkers at the minute." But yeah, this is usually the point in the season where we start to see kind of who's doing well, whose strategies are working. But I think this is going to be slightly more elongated with the way that the game's changed and maps have come in and gun metas have changed. It feels like decks being kind of shuffled quite dramatically already. So I think we've still got a couple more. I think the first elite's really going to let us know who is the Dons right now. But Noctum seem to be in the ascendancy, and we've already seen a quite dramatic change in personnel already.
Yep. So the first game that we are covering, guys, in winners round 1, and we just had the whisper that the guys are actually already in. Jesus Christ! It's only 2 minutes past half past, and we're already potentially getting into map number 1. But Clutch Rain, another set of players, Pabs, that we're good to see again, mate. In terms of we've got obviously Mr. Twiz, who is Mr. Clutch Rain, but he's going to be alongside a bit of a mixed bag. Obviously, Brindy we know has been brilliant across the last couple of COD titles, and it's good to see him on a roster that could potentially start challenging those kind of top 4 teams. Alongside Niall, we know what he brings to the party, and Twisted as well, another player who's consistently been good over the last couple of titles.
Yeah, I'm really properly excited to see them. Obviously, we kind of know the players from Noctum. There's obviously been a kind of loan or switch out from Bance and Aspect going different directions between the two teams, from Adept Club and Noctum. But yeah, Twiz had an incredible season last year, major under the tutelage and guidance of Paul Brzezinski, who's obviously a Katana gamer. And then we've got obviously Twisted, who's was part of that quite remarkable 4-piece of Maestro, Aspect and Chunk, I believe. So it's exciting to see these guys just, getting into different teams and seeing what they can do. Clutch Rain are not going to be easy, though. Noctum have had an absolute stellar start to the season.
Yeah.
This is going to be a solid challenge for them.
Yeah, I think that's kind of why, from their perspective, I think they wouldn't have wanted to change anything. I think it's just for the sake that Aspect has just been picked up by the boys of Adept, and when you kind of look at the team that they've got, I think it was a case of he had to kind of take the offer. So we're kind of in a position where Bance has essentially been loaned from Adept to Noctum in kind of a 1-for-1 switch up. So it's be interesting to see how these guys get on. But in the early stages, it is actually going to be Clutch Rain with a little bit of time. Still 30 seconds remaining on the back end of this P2, and it still looks as though Clutch Rain and Noctum obviously on Skyline as well. Perhaps how many times do we see teams just fighting for every second of scrap time? And that's exactly what both teams are doing. And I think it's Detain actually, who was looking to try and grab some scrap, wasn't able to. But a good lead, at least early on here for Clutch.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of those maps where it really does reward aggression and greed, I would suggest. So going for the scrap time is a solid pursuit, because at some point the spawns are going to be fortunate for you, and you're going to get a solid 40-50 seconds on a kill. So it is just about whether these teams can defend that initial hold, and it's been so difficult for any team to be able to do this. So yeah, if you're going to be looking at some players, you've got to suppose Kez has had an incredible start to the season, has been someone who's been left a lot of responsibility to win one-on-one gunfights without any possibility of a trade there if he does get dropped. So he's done that role immaculately. So as much as Clutch Rain have got that slender lead, expected it to be turned around. And really, I suppose, mate, on the Clutch Rain side, you've got to look to Twiz as I guess the experienced head in the team. Niall, obviously, with a ton of S&D experience, but I'm sure Twiz will be trying to lead the line there. Yep. But yeah, this is a solid performance so far. And it shows you, Major, how close this Skyline map can bring things, as there are only 6 points separating them.
Yeah, so Kitchen Hill's done, and as you look over towards that back bathroom hill, on towards final hill, you can see those purple arrows from Noctum Esports do have the preferred side of the spawn, but it's going to be down to Clutch Rain to try and work their way through the front. Nice shots from Twisted to at least clear one person out the back. And remember, guys, in typical Codcaster fashion, the kill feed lies to you. So although it will say Twiz got the 2 pieces, almost got the third there potentially with the pistol there, did Twisted, but it is going to be Twiz over towards the top side of the hill, just waiting for an opportunity to push through, and there is going to be a pick that comes through for him. You can still see those purple arrows, though, just spawning closer to the hill. Twiz playing it patiently, finally gets dealt with, and this is a really, really strong hold from Noctum so far.
Yeah, really well played. You've obviously got Detain out the back, just watching that jump jump up area from kind of like that little garden section at the back, just making sure no one pushes through, and he does an absolutely stellar job of doing that. And that's been a solid chunk of time. They were on 60 seconds. There was 6 seconds separating the teams, and they've pushed that through to about 50 seconds. So a really good hill as we do go deep into this second rotation. We're going to hit this really awkward pool hill, which just becomes a bit of a battleground. And we know P1s are contested and can be a little bit mixy, I guess, but it is going to be an opportunity for Clutch Rain to try and get this hold. Brindy's going to need better reactions than that, though, as he gets absolutely bodied by a resurging Kez. 12-6 on a 2KD with 151 on the board. Hats off, young man.
Yeah, and the slaying ability now on Noctum is really starting to show. Even with the tweak of Bance on the roster, you've still got Kez now pushing 2 minutes on the time as well. That's a fair amount of time, considering they've got 2 minutes and 10 seconds. 2 minutes of it has been Kez himself. So Clutch Rain going to get back on the P1. Just going to have to wait for the hold. You can see that Detain is going to be lurking over towards that piano side to maybe pick a few players off, and there are going to be a couple of kills that come through for Noctum. So down to 2 players. You can see running this underground route is going to be Detain, and he's able to pick off 1. Just going to try and work his way around again to see if he can potentially just do what Jed does, which is just float around the map, pick up kills, and just have Clutch Rain just constantly second-guessing his whereabouts.
Man, he's become like a mole, man. He's just in this subterranean section, just bodying people and using that Omni movement to the fullest of advantages. 142 plays 79, slaying hard from young Jed, 17 and 9, and he's on a 3 streak. In fact, the team are actually combining for an 8 right now. So dominant performance from Noctum Esports, mate. They just don't look like they're letting go of the pressure at any point. I don't think you could have written this 3 cups ago. I think you probably would have thought they would have been floundering in 3rd or 4th, but an incredible resurgence from them. Great support, and I'm sure Noctum Jack is absolutely fist bumping the air right now.
This is a really important hill now for Clutch Rain to try and recoup something on this map. They're down 100 points now as the P2 pops. There is going to be a pick that comes through from Twisted, but out towards the backside of the stairs is going to be Kez once more, and Noctum get a wave of kills, which just enables them to start to push out some of these lanes and catch some of these spawners out. Ooh, well, Twisted able to save himself a little bit of a blush there as he's able to win that one on the hop up, but this time is getting pushed out. They're ready on the kitchen hill, pals, but how many times do we say that this hill is not exactly the easiest to hold? You can see the Clutch Rain just kind of trying to watch as many lanes as possible, but Noctum now going to start to fly through the front.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure they've got a plan B to deal with this kitchen hill. Jed's just going to be pushing out from poolside. He's going to get himself the first pick. And that potentially would have been the signal to fly, but it's been a decent kind of push back from Clutch Rain. They've managed to hold that first wave, and now they've just got to stay solid to get this over the 100-point mark. They're still £90 deficit, so they're still floundering something rotten, but it is going to be a nice hold. But they're going to need to chain a few of these together. They obviously don't want to concede any scrap time and allow Noctum to get over that 200-point barrier. They're going to need to play some almost immaculate Call of Duty going forward.
So 20 seconds still remaining on this. As mentioned, that scrap time's going to be big. Nice kills coming through from Twisted. You look across the board, there isn't anyone on Clutch Rain that are currently positive. Twisted is the closest to which, courtesy of a 5 streak. He does finally drop, though, as he gets traded out. But now that deficit has been reduced a little bit. They are at the backside of the new hill. Henry's going to be dealt with, so a little bit of breathing space as those players now look to try and punch through the front of it. Noctum going to try and fly in, and Detain going to try and just reinforce. 2 players already dropped, though, right off the rip, and Detain has been tagged up. They're going to have to try and shift 1 person in the back. They do manage to get rid of Nile, so he goes down, and that's a clear wipe now for Noctum. The opportunity to jump on the hill to try and remove the last remaining player in Brindy is there. Oh, Brindy wins a gunfight, which he probably shouldn't have, but you can see, Pabs, Noctum, such a good job. They flip the spawns, and now they're going to try and hold the backside, as it's going to be Clutch Rain now doing the same to them.
Well, Noctum do like holding backsides, but it is going to be a big job for them to be able to hold off this wave of blue arrows. It's going to require a bit of ingenuity coming from Jed Detain. Manages to get that pick coming through from that bar side, so it is going to be a solid bit of time. Pushes them over the 208-second point, and that's been a solid bit of about 37 seconds if they take the full kill as well. So as much as the guys of Clutch Rain did try and chain those 2 kills together, just not able to deal with that first wave of purple arrows, it is going to be a reset over towards this P1 on the 3rd rotation, and now they've got to play against some immaculate Call of Duty. But mate, did they get 1 kill? 1 solid 60 seconds there. They tied this game up, so it isn't over yet. Noctum are going to need to go big, and Kez has been absolutely bodying plays here, but this is a good opportunity now for them to see this game out.
Yeah, Brindy got a big two-piece, but unfortunately there weren't any follow-up kills. The sub-chow is going to be brave from Twiz. He falls, and now this is where it's going to be danger zone. They got to try and shift Henry off the point, but the difficulty is trying to close the distance to even get to him. It's only going to be 12 seconds remaining. They have actually come off the hill temporarily, which I'm quite surprised at knocked him. They decided to take him off the hill. It could have been done on that one by now if he'd stayed on it, but they're just going to shift around and play for that P2 side. The advantage that they've got with the buffer that they have of close to 80 seconds is going to be that they can do that, and it will be now twisted in towards the top of P2, trying to upset it. So they could have won off that hill, Pabs, but all of a sudden they find themselves on the back foot. They don't have the P2 rotation, but a really big kill comes through from Bance, but you still got Clutch Rain bodies out the back.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to be an opportunity for them to add more time. But it is a very difficult hill to hold with so many points of entry and egress. And obviously, you've got the subterranean section up the lift. It just makes it really difficult to hold on to this hill. Those purple arrows have managed to flood through, and they have got themselves onto the Fwill. It's going to be 250 plays 178. Game 1 to Noctum Esports. And mate, you would say a solid performance throughout.
Yeah, I think you just have to look at the kills that they got across the board there from the team. To say we didn't get to see the leaderboard just towards the end of that one, but they had so many kills across so many players in their favour, and kind of Noctum were constantly uphill battling in that one with the amounts of kills that they got. I think it was just Skyline is a map where if you're getting heavily outslain, you don't really get a huge amount of time to go for it. And yeah, unfortunately, it was just one where Noctum, even with the change from Aspect to Bance, which again we don't know the details of, but I would assume they wouldn't have necessarily have wanted to make that change. But yeah, we can see across the board there. You've got Detain, Jed, just doing Jed things, 31 and 17 out of him. And then across the board, really on the side of Clutch Rain, everyone's really struggling, and you've only really got Twisted, who just broke even at 28 and 28. So yeah, difficult times in the slaying ability side of things for Clutch Rain.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think again, I mean, pure conjecture, but I don't know if Bance is totally committed to the premise of going back up to the CDL. So I'm wondering whether the guys have just thought they want someone with a bit more drive. He has stated on his stream that he wanted to stay kind of in the UK with it. I think he's married now, isn't he? So I think he wanted to stay within the UK. So I don't know whether that's played a factor in that part, but picking up Aspect as someone, he's been absolutely lights out this season. We've seen him dropping, 11 streaks on players. So it's definitely a kind of move to be more aggressive, and I think we know that the aggression is rewarded in this game. And one of the conversations I've been having with Challenger players this week is the introduction of Hacienda, and how if that does replace Skyline, it makes it a kind of a more cautious, slower approach to a hard point or a control. If it does go into those game modes, whereas Skyline is just. It's just so aggression heavy. It really does come down to those interactions. Those players that get the most amount of positive interactions get rewarded the most. And when you've got players like Bance dropping 27, Henry dropping 27, Jed dropping 31, there isn't really, you can't stat pad the kills you're getting in transition 2 steps away from the hill. So it's not like you're just over padding your KD to no point where you're not getting that time. You are largely being able to get time based off your kills. So it's one of those maps I think people want to see the back of because of that. There's no strategy. It's just absolutely go. And yourself as a play-by-play, it's almost like horse racing commentary because there's so many interactions. The guys solo and that, hats off to you. But yeah, Noctum, mate, just look where they've left off in the last 2 cups, though, just look really solid. Their respawn's been really good, and this is going to be interesting to see how their S&D's improving because they just seem to be going from strength to strength.
Yeah, so we will have a look at the maps just very briefly because I believe map 2 is going to be a red card search and destroy. Yeah, so obviously Skyline 251, 78 to the high flying Noctum, and then red card search and destroy is where we're going to see whether or not the boys of Clutch Rain have got a little bit more in their locker. Again, Pabs, we talk about the ability that Niall's got on the team and how good and consistent he is in search and destroy. And again, Twiz, a game mode that he managed to be very good on last year. We knew kind of the respawn ability that Twiz was able to bring to teams last year, but his S&D on that Clutch Rain roster, being around the likes of Rafi, I think you're only gonna pick up those kind of abilities anyway. So we are loaded into map number 2 on search and destroy, and it's going to be the boys of Clutch Rain on the offense first, and Twiz gets the number 44. I don't know if it's a lucky number, but either way, that's the one he's been given.
Yeah, he's done a little bit of info as well, so the pre-fire is going to go out over towards the top area where you can get a little bit of suppressive fire out, a bit of information. It's going to be first blood. I don't think it's going to be Twiz because we were on board with him. I don't think he got a kill, but kill feed might be lying to us. It is going to be Brindy with bomb Henry is going to see round 2 right now. There's advantage Clutch Rain. Whether they can get the bomb down, though, is going to be interesting as Kez is still holding this suppressive top area.
So, first pick comes through. And now one player in Henry has fallen, so the bomb site over towards B is going to be quite heavily stacked. Twiz opens the door, and Jed's going to meet him on the other side, courtesy of a few Jackal bullets. They have pushed in towards the site now as it gets a little bit back and forth. And it will be a 3 versus 2 situation where the bomb, I believe, is now being stuck. And the bomb does go down. So the site retake from Kez and Bance is going to have to be coordinated. And it's a difficult hill to try and push so many corners. Oh, and behind the door is going to be number 2 in Brindy. They do manage to take down one player. And now it's going to be 2 versus 2. They spot another player. So now the double team here from Noctum Esports is just perfect. They're isolating players one at a time. They've got to deal with Twiz, though, who's just laying prone out towards the back. Twiz makes it now a 1 versus 1. And you can see Kez desperately trying to flounder to take the gunfight. And there you go. Cheerios and milk on top. 1-0 to the Noctum.
Yeah, continuing his incredible performances over the last few cups, Kez just ice in the veins there, gets the kill to make it a 1v1 and manages to make the flank around the back and surprise Twiz going through double doors, and that's going to be a breadstick on the board for Noctum Esports, just continuing their dominant performance from the hard point. But again, we know this S&D kind of, particularly this map as well, just isn't over. There's plenty of opportunity, I think, for Clutch Rain to be able to bring this back. And when you've got someone like Niall on the team who's got so much experience in Search and Destroy, I don't think you can write them off just yet. But it'd be handy if he gets off the board. But it's going to be the boys of Clutch Rain who are going to be on the defensive side, an opportunity to see just how well played they are, how well scrimmed they are, bearing in mind kind of like how late into the season we are seeing Twiz and Brindy.
So Noctum with the bomb in hand. It's going to be Henry that is going to be carrying it. And they are just kind of debating whether or not to run this to A or B. It looks as though they're going to try and get a little bit of mid-map control before they subsequently push to one of the sites. You can see that number 6 in Bance is slowly working his way over towards the B site. But you have got a 2-2 split from Noctum. 2 players in Kez and Detain. Currently not with the other 2. And it looks as though the B site is one that's looking more appealing to them, perhaps, but they are taking this very slowly, and they've not got a huge amount of time to work with now.
Mate, I'm just absolutely in love with Bance's skin. The orange is just great. He's just ready to peel back and knock that Clutch Rain side. He's just very cautious at the minute. He's going to have a think burst through no one in the usual hiding spec, and that's going to cost him his life. Niall reads that really well. It's going to be a 2 for Clutch Rain. Make it a 3 as Detain being the last one alive with 22 on the clock. Niall's just still going to be protecting bomb. It's going to leave Detain out in the cold. He's going to get dealt with. Clutch Rain parity is restored. We said they could do it, and they certainly have.
Yeah, I think in those kind of situations, Noctum will probably be the better equipped team to hit the site a bit more frantically and quickly. Again, it was a little bit of a weird spread that they had at the opening. I think they were just more trying to find a pick from information that they found, but Clutch Rain pretty much gave them absolutely nothing to work off of that round. You had kind of a pretty default setup from Clutch Rain where you had one player watching down that stage side over towards A, you had one in towards the bar side at B, and then kind of 2 players, one top plat and then another just floating around towards that ticket area. So they unfortunately just didn't really win their ones in that situation.
Yeah, this is all about that as well. We know that normally there's been a heavy reliance on the Noctum players to be able to win their 1v1s, which they have been doing. But again, you just got to, it's a different, mindset to hard point. Your reactions are so important in this, and those players with those speedy abilities or the abilities to be able to read the plays are going to come out on top. Twiz is going to find himself into round 3 though, as he gets first blooded by Noctum in a 3v4 now, as we host 1 minute mark. It does look like the game has actually crashed a little bit for me. Sorry guys, don't know whether you're seeing the same issues, but okay, no issues. I actually can't read the rest of the game because it's paused a little bit.
Sorry, I'm not sure what's gone on here. I don't know whether we've been we've been lobby crashed, so we'll have to try and
Paris connection.
We'll have to try and see what the situation is with that one. But this game just seems to prove to get better and better, mate. So we'll see how it goes. But off the back of it, I hope it's going to be a case that, well, part of me hopes the whole lobby is crashing. It's not just us. But in terms of a breakdown, Pabs, it was pretty much back and forth. It wasn't necessarily one where one team was particularly looking the stronger of the two. I think it was one thing that we could say though is the defensive side seemed to be a bit more comfortable than kind of the offensive strats that we've seen so far. Obviously, Nocturne with a good retake off the B site that we saw in that first round, and then on the back of it, kind of a little bit of a not necessarily a bad attacking round from them, but one which looked very comfortable for Clutch Rain on the defensive. So it looks as though maybe we can say in the early stage that both teams seem to be favouring that defensive side of Red Card.
I think the nature of the map plays into that kind of hand. Obviously, you're a more exposed bomb site over towards A is kind of like makes it difficult to try and pass through mid without giving information away. It's quite a trek as well for the team on the offensive side. And then you kind of your B zone, which is obviously kind of inside that kind of VIP area. It just means that you don't need a ton of players over there to get that information that someone's pushing through. So for the offensive team, mid-map control is everything, like being able to get control of the ticket section and be able to make sure that no one can suppress you from that upper balcony area. It means that you get the choice as well, and you can then transition over to either bomb site depending on whether you get the first blood. And I think for the offensive team, that first blood is all important. If you can get an offensive round win, then it puts you into such a good position potentially to take that series or to take the game as well. So yeah, it's hopefully we can just jump back into the lobby and get back into the game, and it is everyone that's being booted. But yeah, we won't know for a second or two. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting day of Call of Duty, though. Obviously, Katana right now are playing the Surprise 4. Some players that we haven't cast over that have come through the kind of XP pipeline into challenges. So it should be interesting to see how they fare against probably one of the favoured teams who haven't been playing as well. So if you are going to be a new four-piece or a new set of players to the scene, I suppose now is the time that you want to be playing Katana Gaming, because they have been on the struggle bus a little bit of recent.
Yeah, so when we kind of look across the 8 teams, obviously we'll update the bracket as the game goes, as the games go through. Because our typical kind of top 3 that we would say, Pabs, in Team Notorious, so nothing has changed on that roster. Nocturne, again, we've had the switch up between them and Denza's boys. So Aspect now finds himself on that roster. So Denza, Harry, Mythics, and Aspect are going to be that 4. But then, yeah, we've kind of got some outsiders in this one. Obviously, the Team Ben Wilson, Pabs, which we're good to see. A lot of those players that we saw in the Katana land, which have now found themselves at that top 8 spot. And then we've got kind of the infamous boys on Clutch Rain, which have, again, been a bit of a stitched together side necessarily in Twiz, Twisted, Nile, and Brindy, but we are starting to see again, Pabs, those pipeline players that are slowly working their way up. They are finding themselves occasionally in those top 8s, in those elites. We spoke about Kez last year, for example, as a prime example, where he kind of dipped his toe in elites, didn't necessarily have the best tournament on his team. His team as a whole really kind of got muddied a little bit, but they're in a position now where you look at Kez and all of a sudden he's pushing top 3, top 4. So it does go to show kind of how these underlying tournaments working in the background do really have a good impact on challenges, because the players get those reps in those lower leagues outside of challenges, and then it's obviously starting to reflect the ability that they've got going into these other ones. So
we have a game.
We're back.
We are back. Yeah, absolutely. The pipeline's perfect. In many ways, it allows you to get, learn the game yourself and on an individual level and get some basic team ethics going. And obviously, we've seen that with Krona's team, Snake, Maestro, and Terra. We know Maestro of old, an incredible player. But on the subject of Kez, who we're obviously on board with, he's an opportunity to play with some really experienced players seems to have paid dividends for him. It is unfortunately going to be Jed Detain in the same position that we left him when it was 1-1 before that technical break. It is going to be him in a 3v1. Twiz is going to find his way into round 4. Twisted and Nile is going to make that a 1v2. As Detain is one player you don't want to try and body close up. He's so quick. Yeah. It's going to be Nile and Brindy with that job. And Jed just trying to make his way over. I feel like he ran through mid like a dog would. Like, I'm invisible, you can't see me.
Looney Tunes action. So Detain, he might have a free pick here onto Nile around the corner if he's quick with it. He is. Spots Nile. Makes it a 1 versus 1. There's only 10 seconds though. And look at Brindy playing it smart. He knows he's got to try and get across to defuse the bomb. He's not going to be able to do it. Brindy takes the chow and Brindy wins the gunfight. So Clutch Rain, off the back of those first opening rounds, which I do believe will be continued from 1 round apiece, will now lead Clutch Rain 2-1 up.
Yeah, we did say they got, high potential to be able to do well in this with some incredible S&D players. And, the ice is in the veins. We've cast these guys plenty of times to know that they know this game intimately. So 2-1 up isn't any surprise. But again, we expect this to go back and forth. I don't, Noctum have been a solid S&D kind of roster for a while. And if anything, the surprise this year has just been how capable they've been at hardpoint. So sometimes your improvements in one can kind of offset your abilities in another. It hasn't been the case for Noctum thus far. And it is going to be them at the slight disadvantage to one. Again, this cautious approach, but it does look like a bit more of a leaning towards a potential B push, but it is a lot of geography taken up, Major, by the team of Cluttrain. Look at number 3 and Nile. Well up. Twisted gets a pick. That's going to force a rethink, Major, for the team in purple, and it's actually going to force Twisted to just back up a little bit, and they take a more solid setup.
So 3v3 now as the shots from Kez rain true. And that bomb should now go down. But again, Noctum, they've not really got a huge amount of support from him. You've only got Bance just watching the cross. And now 3 versus 3 still. Only 39 seconds remaining on this one. Brindy just going to maybe get some good timing onto a couple of players if they do decide to try and hit the time. But you've got Detain so far away from the hill. It's a really strange setup here that Noctum have got. They're obviously very confident that they can keep that player alive on the bomb. 3 versus 3 still. There you go. So trades go in. 2 versus 2. And now what can Bance manage to work here? It looks as though he's going to be the man with some responsibility to take that man off the bomb. They've decided not to stick it. He's got the info that he needs, but Brindy takes him down. And now they're going to hop the bomb. So it's going to be down towards Twisted to keep his man alive. That's exactly what they do. And Noctum, they're not going to come out on top of this one.
Yeah, really weird setup from them. Quite obviously 2 players kind of trying to provide that overwatch from a distance, but the angle's just too acute for them to get any kills. And when they're forced to go into the more exposed position, it's just a field day for Cluttrain as they just body the players coming from more exposed areas. So really clever play, a really nice kind of almost a vanilla approach, you would say, from Cluttrain, but it's worked dividends and just shows you how simple good comms can kind of like make a total difference in a game. At one point, I did think like they hadn't really settled on a plan because Brindy was going one way, decided to go another, and then but it's worked out really well. And you've really got to look at the kind of, I don't know, overconfident kind of distance that that Noctum put between themselves and the bomb, and that's going to give Cluttrain a 2-round advantage.
So B site is going to be the clash of 7 of the players. The nade actually comes through. I don't know whether it was Brindy. I don't think it was. I think it might have been Twisted that got those 2 kills because courtesy of the Codcaster line to us. Wow. Well, there you go. 3 players go down. Last one's up to Henry. Jesus, blink and you miss it. Cluttrain take another round very, very convincingly. 3-0 since the restart. And they've obviously had something in the break, Babs, because all of a sudden they look in complete control of this one and 4-1 up, I believe they will be now.
Yeah, I mean, just to get on the pre-workout before in the break, and now they're flying. So, yeah, incredible as they absolutely bench Noctum Esports, and a position that Noctum Esports haven't found themselves in actually quite a great deal of time. And this Major might, a conjecture again, might say that obviously with Cluttrain, they haven't really featured in the Cup so far. With them being relatively new and probably haven't scrimmed a great deal against the top, maybe they just bring something different that Noctum haven't expected and haven't been able to read, because right now in S&D, they just look really, really good.
So, again, B site is going to be where it goes down. Once in bar, 3 versus 3 again. And it's going to be everyone on the side of Cluttrain just playing it outside of it. And the first engagement comes through, and it's going to be Noctum that are able to win it once again. So 2 versus 3. The shots from Kez are going to tag at Brindy and just back him up for the time being. And now cooking up something special. Not going to collide with anything, but that bomb is down. And now the onus is going to be on Brindy and Twisted to try and push in the hill here. So 3 players going to be watching all of their respective lanes. Detain laying prone. They're going to have to try and take him out of this position, and they do manage to make the trade. The shots from Brindy are going to weaken up one player, but with 20 seconds left, he's going to be forced to try and push out these players quickly because he's got to try and stick the bomb as well. Brindy flies in, grabs one. Is he going to have enough time to find the second player and at least get that kill to maybe try and defuse the bomb? It doesn't look as though he will. Kez just leaks the time down. Brindy gets the kill, and 7 in a row now for the young man is looking very good indeed, but unfortunately his team will drop the round.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be one on the board for Noctum, so it is going to be 4-2. It's still a 2-round advantage to Cluttrain. But one thing they probably didn't want to do is potentially give Brindy the opportunity to use the RC. He's obviously 1 away, I think, from a cruise as well. So this, in terms of him being able to get a game-winning pieces of ordnance. He's right on the precipice. So again, Noctum may have got the win in the round, but they may have lost the war, I suppose, in doing so. So very interesting. Brindy not going to get bomb. I think that conversation is just being had. Like, you get bomb
Yeah.
and I'll get a kill, and then we'll see this round out and get ourselves back restored parity.
So Clutch, slow approach up towards the A side, and meanwhile in towards mid map, you've got Nile just watching over a couple of those Nocturne players who are just trying to push their way up ticket. Detain shouldn't spot anything just yet, but you can see that number 3 in Twisted has managed to get across towards the site, and he is actually sticking the bomb. So that bomb is going to go down towards the A site. Twisted has planted it, and he's able to... Oh, no! I was going to say he's able to get out and retreat over towards stage, but he's not going to be able to. Keep an eye, though, on Twiz, because he's going to have a couple of gunfights. Number 2 on the minimap. You guys won't be able to see it, and he's actually going to lose that gunfight. So Noctum with a really good attempt at a retake here. They're slowly isolating these players out, and Clutch Rain are dropping like dominoes, and that's exactly what they do. Every gunfight goes in favor of Noctum Esports, and they will take this round as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a way to do it. They take Brindy off the streak. They get the round win. They bring themselves back to a 1-round deficit, and they do it without losing a life. So a little bit of a flex there from Noctum. I think they may have sat forward 10% of those energy kind of like added, gone through the gears a little bit. But yeah, that's going to bring it back to 1. And we find ourselves in a much closer game at a point where Clutch Rain were in the ascendancy. What an opportunity for Noctum Esports to restore parity in the game and maybe even shift the momentum, a bit of a psychological blow, you would suggest, to Clutch Rain. I think you're probably going to see potentially use of the RC, but Noctum now probably feeling so much more confident going in. Tricky one, though, again, Major, with this very cautious approach.
Yeah. Well, number 2 on the map in Twiz is going to be busy down towards that stage side. I think he's actually been forced to back up a little bit because it looks as though A site is going to be where it's going down, and there's the first bit of information. So Twisted doesn't take Kez down, and he does manage to slip across towards the site. So that first bit of engagement doesn't go in their favor and will allow Noctum, again, to plant the bomb. And again, this setup, Pabs, looks as though they're playing it kind of deeper from towards their spawn area, and it's going to be the onus on Clutch Rain to close the distance down towards that street side.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's just this difficulty of trying to get picks at these acute angles. You're not going to see enough of the player at any given time to get those picks. It is going to be Brindy who think deals that damage out towards the back, but it's still going to be a 2v3, and that's going to make things really, really tricky as Twiz is now only 1 alive. Time's not going to be a friend, and Noctum, I think, managed to do it. I mean, a job we didn't expect them to do when they were floating down. It's a 2-round deficit. They brought it back, really solid plays. And again, player we haven't really spoke about today, probably one of the most improved players in the challenges scene in the last 18 months is Henry from, if you remember, the 11 streak on High Rise from last year. He has just gone from strength to strength, and definitely a player that I think should be in contention for being regarded as in this top group of 12 players. Just an incredible performance this season so far from him.
So Clutch Rain back on the offense. Twiz with the bomb. And A site looks as though the plan of attack, at least for now. So again, Noctum going to go with a little bit of a split. Number 8 in Bance is going to be the lone man over towards that side. So again, he's going to be the person with that responsibility of at least taking down one player or stopping that bomb site going down. Bance has actually been forced to back up while the gunfights are going down over towards B as well. So Clutch Rain going to take quite a lot of space on the map as they slowly converge down towards the A site. But again, perhaps it looks as though the plan is get the bomb down again and just play from mid and let those ARs kind of keep that man alive.
Yeah, it's all going to be about that ability to get that suppressive fire down. Brindy's got quite a lot of geography taken up here, so a good opportunity. If anything, he's going to get some information. Vance is going to have the overwatch on the bomb. It is going to be that first pick, though. He's going to go the way of Noctum as we see Brindy fall. Twiz falls in quick succession, and this is starting to be a bit of a capitulation from Clutch Rain as they look so solid after the restart. It does look like Noctum has started to flex a little bit, but 24 seconds on the clock. Nile and Twisted in a 2v4.
Well, the difficulty is, Noctum, I think, no, they've got that bomb down. There is a firing line of players over towards A. Number 5 in Kez is working a little bit of a flank, and so too is Detain. So, Gets the bomb. I think the info is there that he's going to get this bomb down. So Banty's going to take the... Oh, the timing's horrible. Oh, he takes the chal anyway. So big win from Twisted. The trade comes through, though, and unfortunately, it will just be a case of the time ran down too little too late, and Noctum will take... I think that's 4 rounds in a row for them now, Pab. So they're now 5-4 up from what we believe based off the break that we had. But they have just completely turned this map around on its head.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we did say for the start of this, Noctum were the team in form. They've been, largely untouchable for the last 2 cups. And it wouldn't surprise me if they were able to make that comeback. But again, we look at the experience on Clutch Rain. Niles being one of the stellar S&D players in Europe for a while. And we know that Twiz had a major resurgence in his capabilities last year. And with the kind of youthful aggression that comes out of Twisted and the experience of Brindy, I expect Clutch Rain to be able to have a plan B. But it is early it's early in the season for them. We haven't seen that much of them in the other cups, so good opportunity, and it is going to be that RC card just going to be providing a little bit of problems for Noctum potentially.
Yeah, well, they're in the site. Surely Brindy's seen that, and you can hear the RC ringing around them, and they do manage to take it down. So Brindy's now caught in towards the back of Spawn, but there will be a like-for-like kill. Twisted goes down, so too does Bance, but this bomb will also go down over towards the B site. So again, it's going to be down to Clutch Rain to have to push in towards Bar. And can they manage to get those engagements? The nades are coming through. It's actually going to be a nade kill. I don't know whether it was Brindy or not. I don't think it was him that got the kill.
Twisted, possibly.
Regardless, it's going to be a kill for those blue arrows. So now it's going to be a 2 versus 3 on towards the site. Kez and Detain have got to try and coordinate something as a pair, and I think they're going to win the first engagement, and they do. Kez is able to win one out towards that camera side. Can they win a second? They can. So the duo are making it work. All of a sudden, Niles on his own. They isolate him, and Noctum Esports will take that round, and more importantly, they will take that map 6-4.
Yeah, they've just snatched a victory from the jaws of defeat there at a point where they shouldn't really have won, but Kez absolutely goes off in the end. I do think it was Twizz's nade that started the entire ruckus towards the end, but what a resurgence from Noctum at a point where you felt like the game was about to be absolutely restored to parity at 1-1. It was just incredible performance. But yeah, it is going to be a 6-4 in favour of Noctum Esports. So those guys joining a bit later on. There was a technical problem at 1-1. But yeah, really, Noctum Major just haven't stepped off at all. They don't look like they fell off. Bance has just moved seamlessly in, which you would expect in those CDL level player being able to push straight into a team, but it looks seamless. And again, you've got to wonder now. It's just the cheeky little charlatan in me wants to see whether we get Noctum Adept, at any point, and then we get to see. That's going to be interesting, especially if Noctum absolutely destroy Adept Club. So, I think Adept Club have gone under the name Fanta Lemon today.
Yeah, so we'll have a look at the maps off the back of that one. So we do believe Noctum now being 2-0 up, as they did take that one. So 250 to 178 for map 1 looked very, very good for them in a respawn pass. But again, we know kind of what the players that Noctum have got. Their sub players especially seem very, very good. Very coordinated as well as a team, even with the addition of Bance now switching kind of in towards the team. They just seem to be always on the same page when it comes to pushing stuff out in respawns. And Search and Destroy, again, Clutch, they did look very, very good for large parts of it. I think it was just a case of Noctum kind of got their number for what they were opting to do. And how many times do we talk about the teams that were able to really kind of grasp what the other team was doing in the early stage of Search and Destroy, maybe for the first 2-3 rounds, and then off the back of it, they just they can run away with it. And that's exactly what we saw there as we are now looking towards a Vault for a control.
Yeah, you do see that with some really experienced teams. They kind of lose the first round or two and get all that information, kind of like assimilate what the other team are doing and then just destroy them. And you do see a lot of these 6-1, 6-2 scorelines. Not quite the case here because we know that the Clutch Rain boys are reasonably experienced. But that turnaround, that was, 4 rounds on the bounce from Noctum, who just totally flexed then in terms of their capabilities going into a vault control. Now this is where you would normally see someone like Adept Club look really solid because they've got the likes of Bance who can flex a little bit and get kind of like that top R control. And now that he's playing for Noctum, this could be an even better opportunity for Noctum to just show how capable they are. But if you are a Clutch Rain fan, and we know there's plenty of those guys over in Paris and in France who support Clutch Rain, this is their opportunity for the reverse.
So map 3, Clutch Rain need the reverse sweep now. And it's going to have to come off the back of some really, really strong performances. Brindy's going to be rocking that infamous number 44, which we've been blessed with whole series long. And it will be the boys of Clutch Rain on the offense. So no real progress over towards the A site just yet. But one thing we know, Pabs, is this kill feed can get very, very messy for those teams that don't get mid-map control and kind of close the distance on the other team, or at least meet them 50-50 way. How many times have we seen teams getting just absolutely grilled in spawn where they just can't, unfortunately, work their way up the map?
And one of the teams we see doing this quite regularly is Noctum Esports. How many times have we seen Kez just absolutely dominating out the back? Jed Detain just causing nothing but problems for teams. So right now it is proven that way. They've got themselves a 4-life lead, making a 3-life lead. Though Brindy with the fight back, a little bit of a two-piece there just to make things a little bit more competitive. It is going to be still advantage to Noctum Esports. No time presently on the board. Brindy is just trying to see this lone soldier in mid, just trying to get that first tick. I think he's just on the precipice. It's like 98% done, but he isn't going to be able to get it. And this is not good if you are Clutch Rain. I'm sure Tank is not going to be happy about this. 18 seconds on the clock, and Kez just going to his normal position of just causing problems out back.
Yeah, so those players are going to keep spawning out the back. And they're just going to keep getting taken down. It looks as though Kez has made the read for those players coming over towards that lobby side, spawning over towards P2, and Kez again. The reads, the in-game knowledge is there. The shots are there to boot as well. And Mr. Cheerios and Milk has had a very, very strong opening to that round, and Noctum, rightly so, are going to take that one.
Yeah, solid from the start. I mean, this again, you can't put too much judgment on the Clutch Rain team. They look like they've only just got together. I don't think they'll have scrimmed an enormous amount, and largely relying on just their experience and their individual capabilities isn't quite the same as Noctum, who just have been together for a while. They've got good support coming out of Noctum Jack, and just bringing in the quality of Bance, regardless of what the intentions of Aspect moving to Adept Club is. It's irrelevant. Bance is a tier S player. He's one of the best players that the EU have produced. So bringing him into your roster when you've got the likes of Kez, who are absolutely going off at 8-1, and Henry as well. Again, a player we haven't really brought up that much, who's incredible. So right now, Clutch Rain with it all to do, and it's not going to be easy for them. They haven't got any ticks, and it is going to be the boys in purple straight onto the hill, and none of them Bance.
Yeah, and Kez is obviously on that 6 streak now. I was going to say 5, and then he got another one. Henry, almost got the second to go with that one. But you've still got Kez working his way up the streaks. We know how difficult this cruise missile can be to get, because I think it's maybe 8 or 9 I think you need in a row for that streak. And Niall, with some clean shots over towards the backside of lobby, is going to at least slow it for the time being. And they do take Kez off of that streak. So a good little bit of progress, and nice work from, I believe, Niall over towards that P2 side is going to try and stop those spawners from coming through. Brindy, unfortunately, will get taken down, so Noctum are going to find themselves battling their way out of their spawn. But you can see already, Pabs, with the progression that they're making over towards the A site, they have done a better job already of what Clutch Rain tried.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if it comes down to ticks, they've already got the advantage. So it is going to be Noctum in the driving seat. But when you've got a kill feed that goes Twisted, Brindy Twisted, that is going to put the train back into a position where they could potentially tie this game up. It is 23 lives plays 20, though. So only that 3-life difference. And it just shows you how effective the boys in purple have been. But it is going to be a 2-piece again for the team in blue. 21 plays 17, 29 on the clock. As we do see the feed go a little bit more abstract, guys. This is a Picasso version of the game that we've been trialing for a while. Yeah. But yeah, we're just having some technical issues again. Yeah, the connection being interesting. But yeah, this reminds me of the level in Oblivion where you had to go in the painting. But yeah, we can kind of see what's going on.
Call of Duty Picasso edition. Well, we've got a bit of a scoreboard that slowly starts to form at the top. Oh, I jinxed it. It's gone again. Well, we'll have to just see what rocks up. So for anyone who's maybe got issues with epilepsy, maybe don't look just yet, because we're back. Happy days. And well, what we can conclude is that Noctum were able to get that point done. So looking to try and mop up the pieces. Ooh, I'll tell you what, though, Niall off the top rope is looking very good indeed with that Amy's, and it's going to be a pick that Bance is able to get, and he gets a second, but they've got to be careful of lives now. Noctum only down to 9, so they're going to have to work their way out of spawn and just try not to lose loads and loads of lives for this one. So you've got number 3 in Twisted here out towards the back of their spawn. They're already trying to hunt for him too. Noctum arrows are going to have to try and deal with him, and that's exactly what they're not going to do for the time being. And yeah, Henry gets I think, was it Henry? Yeah, it was Henry, because those numbers are right. God bless Godcaster.
Yeah, Henry with a pretty important kill
I'll
as
tell
well.
you
Shows
what.
how capable he is at close quarters, and it's going to be another pick for
Uh-oh.
Bance. So that's going to bring things only within 4 seconds, and they're going to get a little bit of time and stop the clock
Ooh.
over towards B. That's going to be important. I think
Nade.
he's played his life, though, manages to stay alive. Kez is
Oh.
going to be the player that's able to bite back onto the kill, stops it dead on 18 seconds. It is going to be a partial tick over towards B, but it's going to be all about this head button on rush from that left-hand side. It is going to be a good set of kills. They're going to see Cluttrain tie
Yep.
this series up. So incredible performance there from Cluttrain to bring it back in the precipice of potentially losing it. They do it, but at the expense major of a couple of ticks and expense of playing some quality, almost artistic Call of Duty.
Yeah, I say very artistic in terms of in-game colours and in-game phases. But yeah, really nice work there from Cluttrain. They do tie it back up. There was a little bit of a hiccup towards the end of it where Noctum still had about 8 lives and they were getting a few kills, and it looked as though Cluttrain might start to panic potentially. But it will be a around what they're able to get over the line indeed. So obviously scoreboards don't work, guys, as you probably know. If you're new to COD, welcome. Codcaster doesn't work, but hey, at least they fixed the shush glitch at the end of the maps. But I'm not salty. I don't know what you're on about. So Cluttrain back on the offense. Will Noctum be able to hold strong, and already a good set of kills coming through. They're going to have to deal with Detain, though, over towards the top side of Cat, and you can already see that Twisted and Twiz, they're already pushing straight up the map. No hesitation. And, oh no, sorry, apologies. As they're going to look to try and get those spawners, but Noctum just smart to it again. But they still haven't actually dealt with Twiz.
Yeah, this is one player that really had a resurgence last year under Brezzy was Twiz. He was able to dominate games and look like a different player. And now it's all on him. I think he's probably the more experienced of the players in the team with Niall. So again, it is on him to do that job. Finally going to get dealt with. It's going to be Twisted as Kez gets that pick, but there's going to be a bit of progress down towards B. So we're almost at the second tick. Nice plays coming out of Cluttrain just to mix things up a little bit of partial tick towards A. It isn't going to be enough to tie them up in terms of ticks in the game, but it is just going to be apply that little bit of pressure towards Noctum. And Major, you would suggest as well, Cluttrain, especially when you consider how well they did in the previous one, able to go toe-to-toe on occasion in terms of slaying. They need that consistency, I think, in order to see this out. It is going to be Twisted just pushing through to get those spawn picks, and hopefully you will see a player behind him trying to get that time. He is going to see Major that tick over towards A.
So, second tick pretty much imminent unless Kez. Oh, nice nade actually that comes through from Bance. How many times have we seen that on the last couple of God titles? But really good work to clear out that man, and that is just going to deplete the amount of progress that they're able to make on towards the point. And Noctum with some trades are able to take them off of that A point. So the second tick is through. Nice shots from Kez down towards street side is going to mean that no pressure up that side of the map will come through. It looks as though Cluttrain going to bank on just bullying their way in towards the A side, but they've still got to deal with, wow, nice shots from Brindy just to spin around there and take Henry down. Twisted gets a pick as well, so they are going to just get on towards the point. I think it was Brindy actually again that was able to get that one, but Detain going to look to try and fly from top Cat. He's able to make light work of Brindy, looking for a second, and just Jed things. There's another one for him, and that progression over towards the A side does mean they buy themselves an extra minute, but unfortunately Roadrunner is now pushing up the map, and Roadrunner is tearing through them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Jed just on a complete tear right now as he's looking to dominate this team in the blue. He's going to be very difficult to kind of contain. They do need to deal with him ASAP. Rocky and knocked him again just with that ability to just be able to cause so many problems in the back. That's going to be one pick. He's going to get traded, though he didn't get the pick. Actually misread that. And it is going to be pressure reapplied towards the team of Cluttrain. But yeah, nice kills from Brindy, who largely on his own got that tick towards A Major, having a very positive impact on the Cluttrain roster.
Well, 7 plays 8. They've probably got 1 and a bit last goes at this Cluttrain. Unfortunately, that means that they've got 1 last go at it. 4 lives remaining, no more respawns. Number 3 on the minimap in Twisted, going to be all the way over Paul's side, but his teammate there in Twiz is just going to get absolutely wigged, courtesy of some Chris shots again from Bance, and now it's going to be a 3 versus 7 with 25 seconds remaining. Again, Twisted still going the long route. They're going to have to try and get a pick in towards middle, and unfortunately, it doesn't go in their favour. It's going to be another pick, this time from Bance. A good trade, though, comes through from Brindy, but he's stuck in such a difficult spot, and finally, Twisted is able to make the impact from the side of their spawn, but now Brindy all alone and feeling ironically blue as he now just waits for the inevitable chows. He should be dealt with, and he is, and Noctum take the round.
Yeah, they did make it difficult for themselves though, and left it even in a 2v7 in the end. It was they made it as hard as possible for themselves, but they are going to flex out a little bit there and get the lead again. 2-1, very close though. You would still say Coltrane are well within their capabilities, have been able to bring this back to 2-all, and they just need to be able to push through. I think they again, obviously, Brindy doing quite a lot of the legwork over towards A, and they just need to kind of support their players a little bit more in terms of just getting onto the hill once they have cleared that out. And again, it could be a comms issue or it could be a strategy. You know, they did look like they were trying to push towards B and get that kind of surprise factor, but knock them now on the offensive. And they can see this series out and the game out at this point. So knocked them on the precipice of a nice early good start to Sunday, and Clutch Rain on the precipice of visiting losers.
Well, the opening is probably going to be key here for Clutch Rain. The last thing they're going to want is Noctum just starting to fly through them, and Henry is able to get one, but the trade comes through. Nice work from Nile, actually. Who's just going to opt to regen. And now Noctum going to have to try and fight from their spawn again. They've managed to isolate one player. Nice work there from Kez. And I think that's one thing that Noctum are really, really good at in control, Pabs, is they give themselves those extra 5 seconds to find that lone player that might be trying to cause a little bit of an upset, and they're so good at isolating them and trading them out. And when Kez is shooting absolute laser beams with that GPR, it just looks like such a good combination with it in his hands, and Noctum just enable themselves opportunities to just constantly push up the map. But wow, as soon as I say that, Commentator's Curse completely cast it, and it goes the complete other way. So Nile with 5 in a row and Twisted with 2 helps them push up.
Yeah, this is it. I think they can take solace in the fact that they can go toe to toe in terms of just individual gunfights and slaying out. So that's probably what they need to rely on right now. Moments like that from Brindy in particular, who's 23 and 21, by the way, having a stellar game, but unfortunately just not able to get the ticks to prove it. And right now, Noctum relying heavily on that fact. They've got to push through though, otherwise it is going to be all restored. And again, Clutch Rain just they a little bit of experience, their capabilities coming out. You would expect it, knocked them to be able to get onto the hill sooner, but there's only going to be 10 seconds on that left for them to get the progress. But progress should fly through. Again, those players are going to get dealt with. Only one on the hill in Henry, but I suppose if you're going to leave anyone there, you probably want someone with that kind of responsibility. It should be Henry, and it is potentially Major going to see A over the points. They're so very close though. Oh, and it's Henry dealt with, and that time is going to start to fall. Finally dealt with Major. 1 minute on the clock to get B.
So 13 plays 10 plays 9 as Henry finds himself on the back end of some bullets straight to the face. And now, with 50 seconds remaining, Noctum going to have to find themselves trying to coordinate something. Oh, Twiz does well to stay alive, actually, with 11 HP and a dream, but Detain is able just to take him out of that spot. So they know that lane is now open to potentially push down. So Noctum just playing with the idea of pushing down the street side, but they are doing it again in typical Noctum fashion, doing it patiently, trying to isolate those players and slowly close the gap, and that's what they're trying to do once again here.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one for them. They're going to try and push up and try and get onto this B zone with 26 seconds left on the clock. It's all about this back control. Number 3, though, in Nile is going to be trying to push out and try and get those picks, isolate out. Number 6 in Henry, who's got control of their spawn side. So this is going to be a tricky one for the team in purple, but just watch out. There's going to be Twisted who pushes out, good. Dealt with, and that is not good. No, only half a tick remaining, 26.9 on the clock. Henry still around this area. That is going to cause too many problems, and it is going to be all she said, as Major likes to say, Noctum Esports go 3-1, and that's going to be a 3-0 in the series. Probably doesn't reflect how close the games were at times, but yeah, solid performance from Noctum.
Yeah, really nice work. Again, it looked at, though, for a phase, Noctum were going to be in a position where they were probably going to get picked off one at a time, and then you'd assume the defensive team in Clutch Rain were going to take that. But how many times do we see Noctum kind of in an even life count with the other team, and they're just really patient. They know they've got a lot of time to work with. Obviously, the damage there from Kez and Henry, 3.6k. I think we know that is accurate. Obviously, the kills, not really. But the damage that they were able to do on that map in the kill feed, I mean, time after time, we saw so many 2-pieces coming through from them. But they're so good at coordinating pushes as a team. Even when their backs are up against the ropes, they don't just suddenly panic and push something kind of individually where the other team just picks them apart one at a time. It was very much an occasion where they just slow it down. They picked apart Clutch Rain, and rightly so. They looked the better of the two teams, let's be brutally honest. Obviously, Clutch Rain did have a little bit of resurgence with that one-round win. But off the back of what we just saw there, Noctum looked just as strong with Bans as they did with Aspect. So fair play to those guys.
Yeah, it's nice to see that they're able to utilize, like, if you take a map like Skyline, where they can utilize their individual capabilities in terms of gunfighting and their slaying abilities to take advantage of how aggressive they can be and win that game. But then they go into a vault where you've got a slightly larger map area and they can slow it down. They can be so much more controlled and so much more clinical. And then when they need to, they can get aggressive. And it's just nice to see them having like a plan B as well as a plan A. And again, Kez's resurgence, it's someone we've highlighted over and over again, this season, is just, he's, lights out. He's probably at least got to be in the conversation for the top three players so far this season. He's been incredible.
Yeah.
Like you think about Vault S&D, and he's just pitched out backside of Jacuzzi, just absolutely making sure no one can push through to A. You think about Rewind out at Berger, he's just on his own with that responsibility to hold, Street and hold Berger, and he does it immaculately. He's been incredible, and with the addition of Bance and that experience, he's only going to get better. So this
Yeah.
could be an incredible season for Kez if he can maintain.
Yep. So, wow. Series 1 is done before half one, which is not something we often tend to say on Challengers EU Cup weekends, but it is going to be a case that Nocturne will progress in towards winners round 2. We haven't had any results come through just yet, but what we will do, guys, is we'll throw it to a break, and it's actually going to be Mark and Zep that are going to be casting the next 3 series on your screen. So don't go anywhere, guys. We should have a game, hopefully, very soon on the screen just after this one. And yeah, we'll throw it to a break, grab some food, grab some drinks, and come back for more Call of Duty action, guys.
Welcome back, everyone. Once again, going into the winners semi-finals here in the COD Challengers. It's going to be Katana Gaming versus Team Notorious. I'm joined by Zepcast himself. How are we doing this afternoon?
Doing absolutely fantastic, man. Absolutely stoked to be here. Pleasure to be here, getting the opportunity to cover these games with yourself. As you said, Team Notorious versus Katana Gaming coming up. Two top-tier challengers teams, it has to be said, with Team Notorious, of course, being the winners the previous time out. Katana will be looking to, of course, cause an upset here today, and I wish them all the best in trying to do that, because they're going to be doing that against some really, really tough opposition. Should be an absolutely cracking series we have ahead.
Oh, it certainly will be. Katana have been up and down throughout the last two Challengers Cups. However, Team Notorious have won one of them, came second in the first week as well. So, I mean, they're showing some really good form as it stands. Teams staying solid all the way through as well from the get-go. So that's going to be good. Going into it, though, for the series, the best of 5, for the maps and side of things, we're going to see a triple vault. It's like we said earlier, before these even started off here, we're pretty much Vault Edition, Call of Duty Challengers. Is this where it's starting at? This is where we're going to be. Hardpoint, search and destroy, control. It's just going to be a beautiful vault scenario. How do you think of that, Zep?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think if you're a team that's a fan of Vault, you're absolutely loving the layout of this one. And, you know, I think we could see a case of a series where whatever team manages to pick up that first hard point, the other team are going to instantly be afraid, given the fact that they have to stay on this map. I think a team who's maybe not feeling themselves in those initial games is just going to be thinking to themselves, as long as we can get through this triad of Vault and we get that bit of variety into the map pool when we get to that red card and maybe even rewind, that's when we could see things begin to switch. So I think we have a good chance of this potentially going all the way, especially when you look at that control and how that can be a really big swing mode as well. If there's a team that's 2-0 down, they know they need to pull it together on just one hard point, or one control, should I say, to orchestrate that reverse sweep. You know, it has a layout to me of either 3-0 or all the way. That's the long story short of what I'm saying.
Yeah, I completely agree there. The variety, like you says, getting another red card is a big variety as well, because we don't really seem to see a hard point on red card being selected out of the map pool, which is going to be interesting one to watch over in Castlebar for sure. Because yeah, this is such a bigger map, and the rotations and positions are vital when it comes to hard points. So it's going to be interesting to see that one. Bracket wise, obviously, we're going to see who they'll be facing up for the finals later on. It could be potentially Noctum, who we've seen beforehand, but after this one, we'll obviously update you guys all about the brackets. But hopefully, with everything going smoothly, we get into these games, and we're not going to be having too much of an overall delay. But we're looking forward for the match. Coming up for sure. It's going to be a good one. Like you said, Notorious being solid the whole way through, so it's going to be a tough game for Katana. I'm pretty sure they can find the distance. And speaking of the teams here, Super Vortex, Cobra and Brezzy, solid team as it is, and Super obviously has been picked up from Miami Heretics as well, which is was announced earlier on, but obviously waiting around just to see when he might be taken away. So Katana will be having an updated roster at some point throughout the Challengers, but whether that happens anytime soon, we'll have to wait and see, because he's still obviously contracted here to Katana. So see if he could pull out that super performance that we expect of him going into it. Obviously, the fact he's going to a pro team is a big jump up to the from Challenger side of things as well. And the way Heretics have been performing, they've been pretty well so far in their CDL side of things as well. So that's good for him. Anybody in the team there that you expect Zep to be a kind of standout performance in this matchup?
Well, I think exactly who you mentioned. I mean, given the fact they're getting picked up by a pro team as well, you talk about, you know, a moment where you really do have a point to prove. You know, all of these players and challengers, they want to try and perform in such a way where they can essentially make it to the big leagues. They want that call up. It's what they're all dreaming of. It's what we all, when we play Call of Duty competitively, it's that level we hope we can all get to, right? So you've just reached that level, but you still have the job to do in the amateur scene. So what you need to do is go forward and prove to the team that's picked you up that they have made the right decision. You need to start off strong. You need to get yourself warm for the challenges that are ahead, and do a great job on the challenge that you're about to face now, because this is a really big challenge. As we said, Team Notorious, they are a top tier team. You've got Eric Boom on the roster, F. Afro, Rafi. I mean, all really, really strong players competing at the very tip top of the amateur scene. So if there's any opposition that you'd be looking at across the entirety of the Call of Duty scene and thinking, I need to prove myself against a roster, it is this roster. So Katana really going to be trying to do a job here against Notorious, but again, I think it all comes down to that map layout. Having that triple vault, I think, is going to be huge. And if we see a blowout in map 1, if we see a very strong hardpoint performance in one of these teams, like a 250 to 150, something like that, and it isn't neck and neck, then we've got a very clear indicator that unless a team turns around as like S&D Demons, then you have a team that's very happy to be playing Vault and to be staying on Vault for the remainder of the maps that are ahead. So I think maps plays into it a lot, and how teams are going to be able to adjust to each other. And you know, when you go into that Vault hardpoint as well, of course, everything that you'd normally say about that map rings true. You need to be starting off strong, and we will see how these teams start off as map number 1 gets underway.
Where we can see who's going to be standing out performance-wise. You've got Katana on your right-hand side, and starting off the match strong, though. You're going to see a couple of kip kills going the way of Katana. Just eventually gets traded out there as F-Dot finds the final kill, and hopefully with Codcaster being Codcaster, we'll have a few issues with the names and numbers, but at least as it stands, we'll get to see them on the scoreboard as Katana's trying to make their options in. But as you can see, F-Dot just get found, and it's Afro actually that gets found there from Vortex up top. But so far, nobody really competing on that hardpoint seconds here. We've only got 17 seconds left already on the time, and nobody really competing too much in terms of the time. But you see it going any different way? Hardpoint on the P1's always a really tough one on this one.
Yeah, I mean, the P1 on this can be very back and forth, and you look at that kill feed, it's very tit for tat, it's tentative, they're playing around each other, figuring out how they want to play. But the important thing to make note of is Katana do have those spawns for that P2 that have just come up, so it is up to Team Notorious now to try and get pushed through. And you can see them wrapping around the spawn as well. You have Rafi going around the back alongside Afro, going to try and pen them in, and they do have the spawns. A very quick flip around, meaning Katana are going to have to hold from the front. So far doing a good job of it, getting that initial time, but for how long can they hold out is the big question.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of that, you've got F-Dot just holding that spawn there. They're just making sure that they can't get out. Cobra's going to be the person to try and find that kill. He does do so, start shooting bodies as well. So he's expecting as he finds a couple in the feed, and that's exactly what you want to do. They're holding that back spawn, knowing that you've got most of the time here in P2, even without the spawns to your hand. That is the way you want to start off, as you can start to make that rotation as you see red in the feed. Vortex and Super combining, and there's every single one of them currently not found in the floor yet, and it's a free streak for Brezzy so far.
Yeah, I mean, what a fantastic start to this one. And folks, as you're watching, you may also be aware, I'm sure you're aware by now, the Codcaster is a little broken because of the way it is in the Katana side. You can't always trust that kill feed popping up to tell us the right person. But as you said, Brezzy on that 4 streak at the moment, 7-3 with 30 seconds on the hill. What a fantastic start. Katana really taking it to Team Notorious here in this map 1, which is exactly what they needed to do. They needed to start out of the gate strong as they get another wave of 3, leaving F-Dot up alive, who, credit to him, picks up a big 2, and they've got those key spawns positions now for the next point, and are also able to collapse in on this hill. Katana could very quickly find this lead that they've built pulled from underneath them if they can't get through and at least get the spawns for the next point. With 20 seconds left to go, Team Notorious have control of not 1 but 2 points at this stage.
Yeah, exactly. F-Dot in that power position there up at the balcony. It's just a great position to be in when you're in this rotation at this point in time for P4. You want to be holding that so you can stop the cutoffs, and the 2 different angles you get to watch as well are perfect to stop any of the players coming from the rotations. You'll spot mid-map, you can spot both sides as well, which is fantastic. And F-Dot is just staying alive up there. He's on a 4 streak as well, and you can see in the power position up top as well. The other side, you've got 2 sets of buildings priority from Rafi and F-Dot in that cross, and Katana are going to have a difficult option to try and break themselves in here and try and find that opportunity to get past without actually being laser beamed from up top.
Yeah, and you know, you have to give massive credit to Team Notorious for that as well. I mean, they didn't have spawns fully for that P2, and P1 didn't necessarily go their way, and they realized on the back half of the first set of rotations they need to hit a little bit of a regain when it comes to that map control, and that they have done. And in terms of the way they've been moving around the map, holding the point now, getting those lanes watched, they are doing a better job of having an overall control and forcing Katana to come at them through certain lanes that give Team Notorious the advantage. But if Katana can pick up those kills, they can do damage. But Notorious held on to that hill immaculately well. Katana barely getting a sniff in. And as we go back to this P1, it'll be 90-63 Team Notorious, pulling it back immensely on the back half of those first rotations.
Yeah, 2 massive hills from them to get themselves into it. And obviously from the way that it started off this round, P1 really wasn't contested for. I'm pretty sure this time around we'll see a little bit more of a contention on P1 this time to try and grab that time and at least try and claw back some of that time that Team Notorious have taken away from Katana, as Katana did start off really strongly, but Afro does pull out a double there with a Jackal in hand, having to get that reset. But that's exactly what you want to do here from Afro. Free streak as it stands, he's holding that time for a little bit as well, and the team Notorious have just got themselves into a flow now where they're starting to find the kills, they're starting to get that time on the board and starting to lead, take even further away from Katana as it stands.
Yeah, if I was Katana, I'd be worried here, picking up a nice set of kills there, and Cobra going to try and look to get another one, but their momentum has been stifled. Team Notorious have gotten warm to this map, and they've answered back well. I mean, all in all, P3 and 4 relatively clean hills for them, and of course, very back and forth in this next point. Katana do have the spawns for P2, or they actually don't. You just see Eric Boom after spawning in the back there, so Team Notorious will be able to get a good push onto this hill. But they've gotten warm. Katana relied a lot on their momentum to begin with, which has now slowed down. Now it's way more of a back and forth affair that for the most part, Team Notorious are coming on top of until right now, as you can see, Katana, after getting that 3 down, being able to hold this hill. Hopefully for them, going to have a similar showing to the last time on the point, where they get the majority of this time, but it's about how they rotate to P3. That will be crucial.
Yeah, there we go. The spawns eventually broken. Obviously, the hard point breaking in, and Notorious will get that last bit of 25 seconds because you can see Katana were spawning quite far out there. They do have a little bit closer spawns now, but can they make a breakthrough for this last 18 seconds? Because P2 was their strong point last time round in the first set of rotations, and it looks like they're starting to get that time back and going to claw that lead away from Team Notorious here. It'll be within 13 points system, maybe even less than that now, as they're actually getting the last few seconds as well, and they're not rotating early. But that gives the Notorious the time to set up here for P3 here, and they held this one and the next strong point really strongly. So I mean, position that Vortex is in is exactly where they need to be though, Katana, and they've got that opportunity here for the spawns in that position for the next rotation, and hopefully they can do the same that Notorious did to them last time around and actually get themselves that lead back. But the way that it's going is back and forward. Brezi's now currently on a 4 streak here. He's trying to make his move, trying to find if he can get an opportunity to get some score streaks, because it's been few and far between nowadays in the score streak side of things. It's just really difficult to try and get that Hellstorm missile earned on a lot of these maps, because you're just back and forward trading it off at this level, and teams are just finding it difficult to find them kill streaks. The RCXD has been earned a lot of the times, but the chance of you bringing that out on the majority of the maps is very slim.
Yeah, Team Notorious trying to get pushed through now onto this P4 as well. Katana taking the risk in rotating early to make sure they got the P4 spawns. That looks like for the most part it's going to pay off, but they did very little damage to that P3. But they are in the position, if they hold a clean 60, to get back in the lead of this one. But if Team Notorious can orchestrate a quick break around the back here, which as you can see on your map, Rafi is in a dangerous position, but he does get taken out there by Cobra. It's a really important gunfight there towards the back for the spawns, but now that's a 3 dead. They're going to look to get pushed up front. They still do have spawns, so they'll be able to get right back in there, but Notorious really pushing that back, and just as I say that, they do get wiped. Katana hold on, but it's been a far more difficult hold for them. It's been really important for them to hold this point, but they have had to seemingly work far harder for everything that they've gotten so far, and it's been far more scrappier. But the only way that they're going to be able to come away with the win at this stage, unless something changes, is if they continue to keep it a scrappy affair, where they rely on the rotations for P4 and P2 and keep picking up time where they can on P1. Because Notorious, when they get set up as well, like they did the previous time on this point, they can just hold it really cleanly.
Yeah, and if Afro's doing what he just did there, it's going to be a very difficult task to keep it as fluid as that, because Team Notorious definitely are winning out sometimes on these gunfights, and the hard points just going their way. Even if it's just a minuscule amount of time, they're keeping that lead, they're keeping that point ticking, even if they're only getting 10 to 15 seconds on the time. They're doing what they need to do, but Super finds a couple of kills in the feed there, and he's eventually traded out, but LP1 being to that scrappy scenario, can Afro break on in? He does get the kill, Brezi on the hard point, but nobody willing to take that time just now, as Katana now try to rotate and get themselves in these power positions for P1 so they can take as much time here as possible. You can see that Notorious are thinking P2 side of things. They're going around towards the pool side, trying to set themselves up, trying to get themselves ready for P2, because they know that Katana have been very strong on P2, and if they can break that whole side of things on the P2 side, and Katana not getting as much time as they would, this could be an easier enough finish for Team Notorious, because after that they tend to be relatively strong in this map so far.
Yeah, and I'm just really surprised Team Notorious have managed to get around the back here unseen for P2, picking up a huge kill, and it's going to be up to Cobra to try and go back and anchor, but quickly taken out, and that is a damning wave of kills. As you said, Team Notorious recognizing that Katana were getting the one up on them on this P2, trying to make sure they get rotated for the hold. And again, another important kill around the back, which comes through now. But Katana are still spawning in the back. They're getting split spawns here, which may work in their favor to be able to pinch onto this point, which they absolutely need. A team kill coming in there from F. It's a checkerboard, a kill feed, and Katana come back on top on that P2. A vital moment for them, because this game would have ran away from them if Notorious got the rest of that time.
Yeah, definitely. Cobra on a 5 streak. Oh, well, it's actually Super on a 5 streak just now. Makes that 6. He's going to try and make sure he keeps the rest of this time here for Katana, but I don't know where he's actually rotated around. He's actually set himself up, but he does eventually fall. F. Getting a double in the fade there, and that's exactly what the Notorious want to do, is they get the last bit of scrap time here. Now they'll start to make rotations round towards P3 here. You see it in the middle of the map there. Afro's going straight around towards P3 early here, but there's 2 players on the side of Katana looking to watch him getting anywhere near that time, but Afro just does not stop killing. Eventually does fall. They were traded out, but yeah, it's been a good rotation. Katana's got that P4 spawn side of things scenarios, but they're not at that top balcony position, power position, so they're given time here relatively straightforward for Team Notorious to get as much time on that board here, and they've got it past that 200 point mark within 35 seconds, and it could be over here, but Katana do eventually get the break on in. Now they're set up, but that nade fantastically placed there from Eric Boom as he does find Super that was on the hard point. Now Notorious are trying to rotate around the back with Eric Boom, trying to go through mid-map, trying to find that opportunity. Notorious will get that last bit of seconds here potentially before moving to the new spawn, because they've got Super in the back trying to set himself up to hold in that spawns, but he's found by Afro very early on, and Notorious might end up getting the spawns here, and this could be a difficult task here for Katana to hold.
Yeah, Cobra is going to have to do a job there around the center, pick up a wave of kills, which he does get one, and is going to get rotated into a position where Rafi is waiting. And you talk about an MVP performance as well. We have to highlight Afro, who's currently 36 and 26 with over 1 minute and 16 seconds in Hill. Terrific performance from him, and Notorious in a great position now to potentially get broken onto this point. Katana done a great job of stifling the time on that P3, but now having to make up for it on this P4, where it does essentially all come down to this if Team Notorious can get in on it, and so far doing a good job of Brezzy Vortex getting in with massive kills, and Katana are just doing a fantastic job of keeping this one as close as it can be right down to the wire. Hopefully for them going to try and sneak it back on this P1, but Team Notorious still picking up kills and are completely ready to lock down this P1. Katana are going to have to show their breaking skills, as this next wave of kills on the next point are massive.
Eric Boomlow has got his back turned as he goes towards the hard point. It's going to be the opportunity for Super and Co to try and find that break on in. As you say, we're within 18 seconds here. That is all that is needed for Team Notorious to find map 1 win here. But Eric Boom does find a kill there, keeps that time ticking over here. With 10 seconds left on the clock, it's going to be Super who's close by. Is he going to be the one to find the kill? He does, makes that break in, does get traded out though. Afro and F. Combining in the feed though, and this is going to be an opportunity now where they've got 6 seconds left. They've got 3, and that's pretty much everybody in Katana dead. I think this may be the chance, the last break opportunity, but they're going up through balcony. F. finds a double, and that's going to be the time Team Notorious will win your map 1.
Vortex got some horrific timing there towards the end, was holding the pre-aim down the lane as soon as he goes for the Prince, or as soon as he goes for the sprint, should I say. Team Notorious just jump out at him. They hold that one well, and Katana, they were in a position where if they could have kept that P1 scrappy enough, we've seen how good they were on P2 before, they would have had just a chance to sneak that game. But you have to say, Team Notorious played so well. I mean, Afro, did he make it over 40 kills in the end? I'm not sure. I'm sure we'll see just about now. He did 41 and 28, 32 non-traded kills and nearly 5,000 damage, and 1 minute 26 seconds in Hill. That is an MVP performance for sure. But Team Notorious, they were able to not necessarily have control of P3 a lot, but anytime Katana was on that point, it was very stifled, whereas when Notorious had it, it was pretty clean. And then you talk about that P4, they locked it down so well the first time, were able to contest it so much, and I think that was the ultimate difference, right? When Team Notorious held a point, for the most part, it was pretty clean, whereas when Katana were able to hold a point, it was a little bit more contested here and there, to the point of where it ended up being 20s and 30 seconds on the point instead of 40s and 50s that we were seeing from Notorious towards that kind of first half of the game, which gave them that little bit of a lead. A very, very close map though, which I do think means for the rest of this series, it really is up in the air. The map number 2, which will also be on Vault for Search and Destroy, could go either way.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like you said, it's that stifled time that Katana were struggling. And the only time I think they held for the majority of time was P2 on rotation one, and that was the only time that they had a really strong hold of any of the hard points for the pretty much the whole time, where they actually took the lead. And after that, Notorious kind of found a flow, got themselves into the game, got themselves warmed up, and they did find the kills. And Afro was just going absolutely massive with it as well. And that's the kills that he needed in the rotation, and the time that he got on the hard point as well was a solid amount of effort. You did see Eric Boom though; he did get over 2 minutes himself as well for on the time, so he was definitely the hill kitten for the team, and doing solid work there as well to get the time. Yeah, S&D completely different scenario. We're not relying on the respawns of these rotations or rotations. It's all about who finds his first pick, who finds the opening vault being really quick. Map wise, S&D, we always see the pool side bomb being planted relatively early, and most of the time that's the bomb that it would go for. It's always tends to be the defenders that seem to end up getting the win on these ones, but. The way that they've been practicing the last couple of weeks, do you see it going a different scenario? Are we going to see a B bomb plant potentially? Are we going to see the attacking side actually winning on that bomb plan?
Well, I think the attacking side could maybe pull away with a couple of maps or a couple of rounds, should I say, here and there. I think that B site is very much an outlier and will always be an outlier. It's kind of it's there as an option to catch a team off guard. I mean, the problem with the A's and B sites is that you have that underground push through vault, which means you can so easily link between the two, and therefore meaning the only real difference with a B site is that it is far more in the open. But you know, if you're playing around that A site for say maybe 8 rounds, and on round 9 you rush that B and get control of the top side and are able to kind of hold the B bomb from both lanes and run that clock down, that is an option for one of these teams to potentially take advantage of. But in terms of how it could play, it still is very hard to say. The one thing that would concern me if I was a fan of Katana is that if you were to look at who potentially had the most map control on that map one, again, given the scoreline up for a bit of contention, but I would argue that I think Team Notorious were rotating on that map a little bit better, had a little bit more control, and were forcing Katana into scenarios that made it more difficult for them. And credit to Katana, they fought through those scenarios incredibly well, and Notorious had to rely on moments from the likes of Afro to pop off and get 2 pieces, because he pulled up an extreme number of kills. So, but if Team Notorious can get Katana put into a position where, again, they're controlling the map, they're controlling the flow, and forcing Katana to fight out in a way that, let's be honest, with a Vault Search and Destroy, it doesn't offer up as much variance in terms of what you can do to counteract a play if it's working against you. So that potentially could be a danger for Katana, but I'm sure it's one that they're aware of and will be ready to handle.
Yeah, I'm sure they've got their own scenarios, and yeah, we're hoping that we get these maps nice and early, and we get I think early on in the S&Ds they tend to be relatively quick, and then they slow it down as the rounds progress, because they realize, right, we might have to change it a little bit. Like the early kills, maybe potentially on the attacking side, will be the ones that makes that opening for the attackers to actually have that chance of winning it if it stays that way. But if you get an early pick as that defending side on the A bomb site, it's a relatively quick turnaround and the game's over, and before you know it, you've seen 6 rounds of S&D within the matter of like 2.5 minutes, it feels like sometimes. But with these guys, I don't know, it'll be interesting to see where it goes. Like you said, there's so many different options that they can eventually invest into, and using the vault to their kind of their advantage, kind of the fact that you've got that quick rotation between the A and B bomb site will make a difference. But yeah, hopefully we do see some nice rounds. I think Katana's got a good opportunity in the S&D for sure. They have been pretty solid in their S&Ds in the previous Challengers Cups, and I think they might rely on this here so they don't go 2-0 down on the series of vault, because that will make things difficult and a little bit more pressure added on for that control side of things as well when it goes to it.
Yeah, I think that's completely right. You know, you're looking at that vault control, and again, it can be a place where things swing, but you never want to be 2-0 down on a triad of the same map going into a control. It always just leaves you in just a worse position, really, and it could orchestrate, it could mean, should I say, you know, the comeback of dreams, right? That thing that we all love to watch, that sort of reverse sweep scenario where it goes into that open pool of different maps, because we will have a red card hardpoint and a rewind S&D, I believe, if we make it to maps 4 and 5. So that's going to offer up a huge amount of variety in comparison to what we're seeing from the map so far. But as you said, you know, these Vault Search and Destroys can go really quickly. I mean, we're seeing a lot from Search and Destroy on this title in general, but specifically on Vault, because you have to rely on such a fast-paced push down into that A site to get control, you can see these rounds slip by really, really quickly. And that's where momentum comes into it. And that's where sometimes Vault, in terms of a non-respawn mode, can be a bit of an outlier, because I feel like in terms of how you might play a Vault hardpoint and a Vault control on the respawn side of things, it can be very similar, where you want certain players playing slow, some playing a bit quicker between the lines, the ARs holding down the lanes. But with Search and Destroy, the pace is just cranked up to 90 because, as I was saying before, that lack of variety in terms of what you can actually do to get into somewhere. You just have to try and get in there quick and get that gun up and just go as quick as you can. Really, I don't think there's any other way about it if you want to get into that A site, unless you've worked out some strategy to catch an opponent off guard. You just have to go straight down that pool, straight in, and either go for the plant quick or play for the hold. But again, it feels like when you're on the offense in that site and you're playing against players of a certain level, it's only a matter of time before it gets broken, because they know where you are. They've literally got you penned into what is literally a box, and it's just about how they decide to deal with you. And it's all just a case of running down the clock once that bomb is planted. You're playing for the inevitable. You're going to get broken, but at what stage are you going to get broken? And I think all of that is just going to lead to one where if a team is feeling those first few rounds early, if a team goes 2-0, 3-0 up, it really is panic stations for the other side. I think for both of these teams to feel a little bit more safe in how this map might go, they need to try and make it a tit for tat affair. It's either going to be a defensive or an offensive dominant map, most likely ending up being a defensive, and it'll be the team that wins that offense that kind of breaks the mold. But I imagine we could see a 1-1, 2-2, 3-3 scenario, because if we don't, and I think rounds start to chain together, the team that is managing to chain those together is going to be the one that's going to be able to come through with the map.
Yeah, I agree. And as we hear in the background, hopefully that means we're getting into it, though. We will get to see how these teams will play this out here for the Vault S&D. Like I said, so with these reaction times here on the defensive side, if you're the attackers, you're stuck in a box, and it's all about that timing. And we know that COD timing tends to favor the team that is pushing and going in very, very quickly into the scenario, and Peaker's advantage, so to speak. So we'll see how it goes here. As looks like our attacking side is going to be Team Notorious to start off with early here, and they're going to go try and look for kills before they even start thinking about bomb planting to start off with. But they have given away their position on the map. They do know they're all around that A bomb site side of things, and Katana are just playing it a little bit slower here inside already, waiting for that bomb plant. When first blood does go their way, and actually it's the Codcast has switched, so my head, I'm lying, it's Katana that's on the push, and they're the ones in through.
Yeah, that caught me off guard for a second. I was like, hang on, Afro isn't playing for Katana Gaming. What am I missing here? But Team Notorious holding down the site well. Again, forgive us if we make that mistake. Now, I love having the colors to work off of, so this is gonna melt my brain completely. But you do have Katana trying to go for that push. 2 versus 3 now, but they are wrapping round to B. And Notorious, to be fair, haven't read this. If they can get this bomb plant set up in positions, they could get a couple of picks. But I mean, B site can be a good one to retake, especially if you have that man advantage. So we have to see how Notorious go about this right now. As so far, it seems at least they're taking their time with Afro playing that wide angle, and that's a big kill coming in there against Cobra.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Cobra's in that power spot here. We have to look over the map, but eventually he's found and very, very quickly taken out. Vortex will be the last one dead, and there we go. Team Notorious have found their way in and have found that defuse, and they get the round 1 for the defenders. Even with the change of scenario and the same change of plant side of things on towards B, doesn't go their way considering. But this is going to throw me like completely off. But this whole back and forward, but it's Team Notorious that are leading after round 1 here.
Yeah, Team Notorious, I think, played that well. They got into the site to defend it, but more importantly, played patient, didn't panic as soon as they didn't see people straight away. Katana were kind of maybe relying on trying to throw the timings off a little bit there, but to no avail. Now we'll have to see how Katana work on the defensive side of things, and could be a big round here early on. If Notorious can pull up a strong offensive round, then it's going to be dangerous, but a huge first blood coming in for the Katana, and make that 2. These defenses on both sides looking very strong so far.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. There's the third as well. And then before you know it, Eric Boom's last man alive here on the attacking side for Notorious, and not going to be able to get an opportunity here potentially to even put the bomb down, because he's trying to rotate himself around, trying to throw off the opposition. But they're all waiting. They're all sitting waiting. All 4 members, but Super will turn around after getting hit from the Jackal. Does find the player. I'm sure it was Super that got that kill there in the end as well. So that'll be it. 1 apiece as it stands. I think that's lying as well. I think that is definitely... No, was it Super? Maybe it was, because this podcaster glitch could be anybody. at this point in time. Oh, no, it wasn't. It was Cobra, I think. There, Super is still lying down further on. It was Cobra, but as I expect, those one apiece. That's what you expect, don't you?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, that was a really nice round, I have to say, from Notorious in the way that they answered back. Or was it Notorious? Was it Katana? I told you my head's getting fried. We're not even 2 rounds in, and it's already thrown me off. But like 1-1 apiece now. It is up to Katana now for the push again, and instantly getting taken out from that grenade as well. And Katana finding themselves in trouble, and it very much just feels like a case of now whichever team can win that offensive round is going to be the difference maker. Both of these sides kind of not really getting an edge yet on the offensive side of things. The Super picks up a big kill now to make it 2-2, so maybe things potentially swing around now. That bomb is down, and but Eric Boom picking up, or no, Afro it would be, I think, in that case, picking up a huge kill. Again, thank the Codcaster for being a completely non-fixed mess. But Super now, 1v2. This would be a huge moment for him.
Yeah, this would be clutch. So Super now having to find an opportunity, though. The bomb is down, so he's going to have to go and regather that, and hopefully then things start from there. But you've already got F-Dot watching over the bomb site and where the bomb's being dropped, so he'll be looking to see the player coming around and expect him at some point, because the time down to 29 seconds and counting down ever so slightly. He's going to have to start making that push towards it. But he does find the first out of the 2 players remaining. Aflo, last man alive here.
Oh, he didn't spot him, or he just
Don't
didn't
know if he does. Yeah, he has spot him. Is he going to find this opportunity? He's going to have to get the bomb though. 12 seconds, not enough time for the bomb plant, but it's all about the kills now. Can he find the kills? The Super going to pull off the wonder. He doesn't manage it though. His Notorious do hold once again in the defense here.
Oh, he played that so well. Credit to him, and I think he should have won that. I think Panic Station's there a little bit in the end from Eric Boom, and Eric Boom had the sub as well. Super had the opportunity to just keep the distance there or run straight to that bomb site. Ultimately went for the challenge and was so close to having it, but I mean, these are how fine the margins are at this level, right? I mean, that could have gone either way, changed entirely how the map was going to be played, but Eric Boom, give him credit. Good defensive play in a 1v1 and keeping his team in the lead.
Yeah, he played well for the timing as well, so that Super definitely couldn't get that opportunity to go and put the bomb down and make it even longer for Eric Boom to try and find that opportunity to have to regather. But yeah, the defensive scenario, staying in behind the palm trees and the block there that's in the plant pot, but it works in his favor. And now it's Notorious all around the A bomb site. Vortex trying to find the kill, so he can't get the angle, but his team has then figured him out. Eric Boom waits in the corner. We'll get one traded back in here though, and now Team Notorious have got that man advantage here.
I just absolutely love that he was trying to shoot the fingertips there. That was fine margins to say the least. And now Cobra absolutely getting wiped out. Notorious picking up a really strong round, an offensive round at that. And that could be the difference maker here. Massive swing round potentially.
Yeah, we've seen it so far go back and forward with the defenders being the opposition to win it. But this time round, the fact that you're seeing the attackers getting one on the board, that might have been the complete swing that you need for Team Notorious here now to kind of go on and win this one. But we can't write Katana off, because if they could do it and Notorious can do it, and then Katana I'm sure can win a round here as well on the attack. But they just got to try and see if they can work something from it. Afro currently doing a grand old job here as well. He's 4 streaks so far as well, so he's not managing to find that asphalt at all, and he's just staying alive as long as possible, working well with his team. And the bomb will be going down here for Katana early on A.
So actually getting into the site and getting that plant down early, we haven't really seen that yet from Katana, so big moment here is Afro able to pick up one for the side of Notorious. Again, for folks who may be just joining us, the Codcaster slightly bugged at the moment. Things switched around either which way. The team on the right is Notorious and on the left is Katana.
And now Super again. Last man alive does find one though. He's got another 2 to find, but the bomb is down. He's going to have to go back and regather. The bomb's being defused in the back now, but Super is down, so that means that the defuse will go in, and there you go. Notorious are leading the way now. 3 maps on the bounce for themselves, and that's going to make it a 4-1 lead going into this one. And this is exactly what could happen with just that one round swing around, where you win on the attacking side of things. All of a sudden, you've got a good wee gap there, and if you just hold that defense from now on, the series is yours. Not the series, but the map is yours for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And Katana, they really are in a position now, 4-1 down. I mean, they have to find an answer right here and now, or else this map will be pulled from them. And honestly, I don't know if I'll see a way back from that point. I mean, again, if we go to, well, we will be going to that control. It is a place where I think anything can happen, and if a difference maker is going to come into play, it will be there. But I mean, Notorious is doing a fantastic job here of extending this lead and not playing too overzealously either. They're patient in getting their kills.
Yeah, definitely. And Afro's doing a fantastic job. He's followed on from the hard point. He's stayed alive as long as possible here. He's managing to win out his gunfights relatively well, and he's already on a 6 spree here as he stands. And yeah, he's been the standout MVP so far in the S&D here, and now Super comes sliding on in. We'll find one. It's going to be answered back by Afro, and he will eventually fall, but it's down to Rafi, last man alive here in the bomb site, and there's 2 players inside. Oh, actually, all 3 players of Katana are inside. Rafi's trying to find the opportunity, but doesn't manage to get it. Katana will get the bomb defused there because all 3 members were inside, and Rafi wasn't going to try and push it in there because he knew that was an inevitable death anyway. But if he could find one of the picks at least before he got in there, he might have been able to turn things around. It just wasn't to be. Katana will eventually see one back, and Notorious now still have an opportunity though here. They've got their attack this time around, and they have one on the attack before, so they can potentially do it once again.
I held my breath a little bit there, on that last round as that grenade went in. I thought he might have done enough damage to maybe take the diffuser off the bomb, but not to be. And now Notorious, as you say, that they're in a good position here, but Katana needing to try and win an offensive round would be a massive round for them if they can.
Yeah, because Katana are needing it. If anybody's needing it, it is Katana. They need to find this opportunity here now. As the bomb's down over towards that A bomb site, as we expect for the majority of the time. Who's going to find this pick here, though? That's a slide on by. He doesn't spot him here as well. And Eric Boom does turn around and find Vortex. And now, Katana Squad are down to 2 members. There's an answer back, though. Cobra finds 1. Down to Afro and Eric Boom. Opportunity here to try and get the rotation. You don't see the map, but on the map side of things, it looks like Afro is kind of rotating himself around towards that bomb site. Will be sneaked upon by Super, who does find a kill. It's 1 apiece. Eric Boom has to go for it.
And he doesn't even go for that defuse, and rightly so. The peak would have been in for Super, and I mean, that was a masterful round there from Katana, I have to say. I did think they were in trouble at some points, but a couple of big picks that just allowed them to run down that clock, get that offensive round of their own, and all of a sudden just 1 behind going into a situation where they may favor themselves a bit more in a defensive round. So from what was a map that was looking like it was quickly running away from them, is in a strong position to now be all evened up.
Yeah, exactly that. Super found that wrap around it will give them that advantage on the kills feeds, and left it a really difficult ask for Eric Boom to try and find that opportunity back. He couldn't get the time either, and they wasted enough time that Eric Boom would be pretty much picked off once again if he did go for that diffuse in the position. But Cobra makes a mistake. He must have hit his teammate in the back. He will fall. That has opened it up here now for Team Notorious with the extra man, but Brezzy will find Afro. And then F Dot answers back to Brezzy. It's all down to Super once again. He's the last man alive on so many of these rounds, and it's going to make it so much more difficult for his team as he's got to contend with another 3 members of Team Notorious. We'll find 1. That's F Dot. Who's next to find? The B bomb will be planted, and now it's going to be a retake here. 1 versus 2 scenario for Super. How do you hold his chances on this one?
Well, I mean, if there's any player you want in this scenario, it is Super, the man with a point to prove. You could break through this 2v1, that would do wonders for the confidence of Katana and swing them back to having this map all even. But this clock has been run down really well as Super goes for the push here. I'm not sure I fancy his chances.
Yeah, especially the power positions that they are sitting in here for Team Notorious. They're watching over the bomb. They've also got the corners watch here, and Super just expect them to pre-run that. Does try to read up top, but they come sliding out the door from below, and Team Notorious will take this to map point.
Yeah, Katana, I think, will very much feel like that's the round that got away from them there. A bit of a poor start to the round. They regained, pretty well, but ultimately a 2v1 scenario. And I think hats off to Notorious as well. They played that 2v1 with respect. They realized the strength in their opposition there and made sure just to sit in those power positions, wait for the trade. I mean, it's a good place to hold if you can get it on that B bomb plant. And again, just playing clever, not pushing out onto things, not taking risks. Even though it's a 2v1, they just kind of locked in, ran down that clock, and forced Super into a position where he was an easy kill.
Yeah, exactly that. And now Notorious have to defend, which we've seen. I'll take that completely over.
Let's rewind that one. Let's
we'll rewind that. We'll do a whole Jim Carrey on this, and yeah, there we go. Yeah, they're on the defense. The defense have been relatively strong for the most part. We have seen one offensive round on each team winning, but for the most part, defense have been the stronger side, and this would be map point in the bag as the RCXD does be found, and no kills from it, but it's a little bit of a slower, more tentative round here, I feel like. But the first blood does go in the way towards Cobra, and he'll be the first at the floor. Eric Boom comes sliding on in. We'll find Vortex as well. They're going to have the opportunity. There's a 5 spray for F Dot, and now it's Eric Boom, but Super is once again last man alive. He's picked off with the headshot, and that will be Team Notorious being able to get that defuse in and the win here in the map, and that will take it 2-0 in the series with an uphill struggle here going into vault control for Katana Gaming.
Yeah, massive congratulations there for Notorious in the way that they played that. That round was pretty rapid in the way that it was played, ultimately getting the picks though, taking out Super in the end up to, as you say, go 2-0 up in the series. And, you know, I think Notorious are deserving of this. I mean, don't get me wrong, Katana have played really well as well, and even though it is close on the score, I believe the score doesn't even fully justify that. Between looking at the hard point, looking at the search and destroy, you know, Katana have been keeping up for the most part, but just those couple of areas, those small little bits here and there, like that search and destroy round, we had seen the team kill come in, the not getting the full control on the hard point from time to time. You know, there are just those little moments that are the difference makers and will always be the difference maker at this particular level. Like Notorious are playing to perfection. When they win a round, they win it well. They win their clutch scenarios on hard point, on the respawns. They seem to hold cleanly. So it's honestly that minute difference, I think, is the only difference maker in this one, which means that if Katana can just change a few things, this still can go any each way. I mean, especially going into a control now. Again, we know that defense and control on Vault, it's a little bit easier, but Katana are the type of side where, again, they've had their clutch moments, could potentially come through with an offensive round of their own, win the defenses, shake these things up, and leave us going into maps where, again, it really could go either which way, and the game plan almost kind of gets thrown out the door at this point, because you're on the side of Notorious, you're thinking, this triple vault selection has worked exactly as we wanted it to for us, let's go and get this 3-0. It's up to Katana now to cause that upset.
Exactly, it's definitely that, and it could be done on the control. It is, like you say, it's very defensive favored, I'd say, as well, similar to the S&D side of things. That top balcony positions there for that defensive side just makes it so much more difficult to deal with as the attackers, and you have to find that rotation and try and take that player off of that point and gain that point to yourself to get your chance to even break in towards the B side, because we have seen teams rotate prior to this before going for the B bombs, the B sites first, because it is the harder side to get, and if you manage to do that, get the kills going your way, you get the rotation and you gain that upper hand in the balcony side of things, and then you can have that overlook position. You get yourself that B position relatively early, then you can just then work towards A, and we know that A tends to be taken and given near the end with like a minute and 20 seconds left. You tend to have left to try and go for B if you do the A kind of zone first, which is relatively mostly the way we go. We will see teams go for A first most of the time, but sometimes switching up towards that B site might actually make a difference if you do get the kills going your way. And we're hoping we will see a wee bit of a better performance from Katana this time around on the control side of things. They do find kills. They are good killers in the COD scene, and their opportunities to make that break on in to try and get themselves back in the series is definitely on for the control.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it is more than fair to say that this really can go either way. And you're right, those B pushes on the offense on this vault control, they can be massive. If you catch a team off guard, you get onto that B site, you get a couple of ticks going, because again, even the game of ticks could be absolutely huge in determining who's able to come out on top. So getting a couple of early ticks at B where you might have in another round just gotten that A clean and then not been able to get a sniff at B towards the back half of that round. If you can get a couple of ticks on B, lock down an A, ultimately not come away with that round, but get 4 or 5 ticks in the pocket, that can be massive come the end of a control. And at this level, again, all of that is factoring into how these teams are thinking of playing this map. Because again, we know A, unless a team defending is, you know, really just top tier and holding all the points, you know, A is practically a matter of time. These games are won and lost on that B point, and you know, B point on that vault, you have such an overseeing position to be able to cover all the lanes. The only way that, you know, they can really be stifled is if a successful flank comes through and you're able to get round the back, start disrupting the hold of those back buildings. That kind of leaves a clear room to get in and get that B captured. So again, I'm sure both of these teams are completely aware of that. You know, we talk about it here as casters sometimes in its most simplistic terms, but you're on that defense, you've lost that A, you know to be watching for that flank over towards B, because you know how important those power positions are to running down that clock and getting that defensive win. But if an offense can just break through the lines, if an AR is doing the damage on the wide, you know, holding down those angles, sort of suppressing the opposition, a sub is getting flanked or getting underground or getting pushed through the mid and getting into those positions to where they can take the other ARs out, you're then finding yourself in a position on the offense where you can do a lot of damage. Like, and that is one of the reasons why I think Vault does work so well as a map, because it plays in such a way that can complement both playstyles of a close range and long range player. The long range player acts as the suppressor, the short range players weaving in between the lines, just trying to disrupt the other AR players, and overall just combining for enough kills to actually get control on the certain points and certain modes they need to do so. So it is one that, as you say, is completely up in the air. Katana Gaming proven that they can get the kills, but so have Notorious, with Afro I think being the MVP of this series so far. We'll be looking to continue a performance like that going into this map 3.
Yeah, certainly. If it's the one player you do need to pay attention to is watching Afro, looking for Afro, expecting him in the flanks, because he's going to be the player that's always pushing up through, looking for the kills, looking for that opportunity to gain the control, especially on the control side of things. You want to get the kills early, push yourself in on the attacking side of things. And like we says, if Afro's finding them kills, that's going to be the opening that Notorious need to kind of get themselves any ticks on any of these zones, whether it's A or B. And all of it will be really crucial when it comes to the grand scheme of things, because the more ticks you have, the more chance you have of that defense, and if the defense side is always winning, that's what you want to be winning, at least getting as many ticks as possible prior to these final round if it goes the distance. And most of the time we're seeing it on Vault is definitely much going to a game round 5, but I don't know, it's going to be hard to tell. We'll wait and see how the teams play it. I'm hoping it will go that way, because I do want to see Katana have an opportunity to get at least something on the board here, see if they can win one of these rounds here and get something in the series, because they're definitely a good squad. And but Team Notorious are just showing their form as it has been from the last 2 Challengers Cups. They're just continuing that form so far, and here in the winners semi-final, they've got the opportunity here to go straight to that winners final, and then have the opportunity again to try and fight for that grand final spot. And yeah, that's what they're looking. They're looking strong as it stands, and if anybody's going to be stopped, it has to be Afro, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And with it still all to play for, Katana are going to be looking to try and engineer the reverse sweep, while Team Notorious going to be looking to get it finished right here, right now on map number 3. Make sure not to go anywhere, folks. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we're back, we'll get that map 3 underway.
Here we go, we're back. This is Vault. We are controlled, but Cobra is starting off. That's actually super starting off early here with the 2 kills in the feed. They're starting towards that B site. Start off early, where we expected it to potentially be the way to get the ticks in early, and they've done 1 tick at least over towards that B site. Zep, it's exactly how I expected it to be going early on if they could do it.
Yeah, Katana have done a terrific job of getting pushed through this B site, getting a couple of initial kills in the back spawn. However, credit Notorious, they regained, well rotated out. Eric Boom decided to take out his teammate in the process, but we won't talk about that, as Katana 25-22, 2 ticks on B, now beginning to work on A. In terms of an offensive start, round number 1, you really couldn't ask for any better.
Oh yeah, definitely not. As you see, Eric Boom though does find Vortex and Super, then F-Dot will get Cobra in the feed, and that's going to be all the players pinned back towards their spawn side of things, and Team Notorious are going to be pushing on through here to try and get the kills early from the spawn. And there we go, Eric Boom finds another. It is on Super, Vortex there, and then it is traded out eventually there, but no more progress being made towards the zones. But he, now as soon as I said it, jumps on board. It was Cobra, but he is spotted by Afro. And Afro goes to try and find another, but will be traded out. It's a very good start from the Katana side of things, and as we were getting into flow, it looks like that is going to be us having to reset up once again. So yeah, it was a good start from Katana, and I think they're going to be very disappointed because the B site is the tough side, and they've started off with 2 ticks of progress. I mean,
yeah, I mean, I was really enjoying that map while it lasted. Why did they have to do that to us? It must have been a technical issue. I'm sure that we will, figure out exactly what that technical issue was, and hopefully we will get this map number 3 started again where we can. But very quickly, just to talk about the way that map was playing, I mean, you are absolutely right. Katana did start off really well. Notorious regained well on B. I think we would have seen a situation with many other teams where that B site would have been gone already by that point, but they regained in immaculate fashion, and then going over that A, they were winning kills wise. They seemed in control of the point, and looking very much like that offensive round was going to go their way. But of course, as it is in Call of Duty, these things can never be quite as simple as that, with the reset looking like it's going to be coming in. But yeah, I think Katana, terrific start. Notorious were a little bit late to the start in terms of getting warm, and I think, yeah, Katana will feel grieved, to say the least, because that offensive round was going their way, and we did say prior how big that offensive round would be.
Oh yeah, certainly. And Notorious, so now they were going to know that potentially chance is going to be in from Katana to go towards that B site early. So they're going to make sure that they're there early to stop that from the top zone of the balcony side of things, or even on that left side of the map. But I know it's very, very aggrieved. I'm sure, like it says there, Katana will be a bit disappointed with that, because 2 ticks of progress early on, that quickly into the map on an offensive round, is exactly what they want to be doing, going into the control and vault, especially when they're 2 maps down and they need to get that regain. They're looking to find that map win in the series, at least, to try and take this to map 4, maybe map 5 all the way distance for that reverse sweep for them to find that win. So yeah, whatever the issue was, sadly it has to be reset. But yeah, Katana's gonna have to try and do the same again, or even like try and find a different way around it now without or getting these kills early like they did on that round there of vault, because otherwise it could be Notorious sussing them out early on and stopping that progress very early on that they did have in that first kind of starting chance there that they had. As we do get ourselves back into the lobby here, and all of a sudden you do see Team Notorious. I've got 3 players over towards that B site early on and expecting that push early, but Vortex was found the first blood. It's going to be traded out though. Eric Boom, Rafi, and F-Dot all finding kills in the feed. Rafi does get traded out though, but they've held a little bit longer here, and with a minute left on the clock now already. Time's ticked down, and Katana don't have any ticks of progress made on any zone at the moment. They're having to try and get themselves set up in positions, but Team Notorious just have that control in the kill feed. And what can Katana do here to change it around now, considering the way it started?
Yeah, Katana just need to get a wave of kills. They need to get pushed out, virtually spawn trapped here at the moment, and I'm sure we'll be feeling so aggrieved given how they were able to begin on that previous null and void version of this map 3, which it now is. I mean, a checkerboarded kill feed there, but still not making any progress towards that A, with just 30 seconds left to go. 21 v 25. Vortex getting 1, but Team Notorious, they're always there for the trades, playing so well as a unit, but Katana pushed out now and trying to get in and around this A site could potentially do some damage, or at least slow down this clock. But Afro and Eric Boom saying no to that. as they are holding on, but massive wave of kills coming in as Vortex picks up 2. I believe that would have been Brezzy, actually, given the way that this Codcaster kill feed will decide to lie to us here in this game 3, but kind of on point with 15 seconds left, down on lives by 3. It's possible, but it's a very hard point from here. They're just going to be trying to get as many ticks as they can before this round ends.
Yeah, it's very much an uphill battle here as it's trade for trade pretty much in the kill feed here as it stands. Team Notorious with a very strong defensive hold as it's been, considering the way we started off in the first part. Yeah, Katana is going to get the second tick of progress potentially made here, but we've got 7 seconds left on the clock. There's a nade that kills double teammates there. You don't want to be doing that if you're Team Notorious, because that has evened up the score line here in terms of kills left alive here, and 7.8 seconds on the clock. That feels like Eric Boom and co are going to be able to get and stop that time. And 3 seconds left. I don't think Katana's going to get the opportunity to even cover that A site. And there we go. That will be the win on the defensive side. And 2 ticks of progress were made over on the A side for Katana Gaming. And it's not as much in the start they wanted. I'm sure of it in their attacking run, considering the way they started prior to it.
Yeah, they will not be happy with that at all. Only getting 2 ticks in the end up after what was, like, again, we can't forget about it. It was a really strong offensive showing to begin with, where they did catch Notorious off guard. But I do also think in this particular instance on this round, they just failed to stretch Notorious, right? You see a lot of strong offensive teams that are really, really good at just stretching that defense along the A and B lines, and ultimately Katana just weren't able to achieve that this time around, getting wiped, getting borderline spawn trapped for a while. They did push out, get a couple of ticks, but just it was far more stiff from them than they would have liked it to have been, and ultimately lost their gunfights. And you look at Team Notorious now with Afro picking up a huge 2, now in a 5 streak, 6 and 3. What a performance from him as well. Who, you must have heard that we were putting him on for potential MVP of the series, and he is absolutely trying to find that as he does eventually get taken out. But I mean, doing the work and clearing that A point for what should be a swift capture for them. What a start on this offense.
Oh yeah, certainly. Like Afro doing exactly what we say is in the break, with potentially what he could be doing is sliding on it through that point, getting the kills. It secured the point very, very quickly here, and they've got 2 minutes left on the clock. Kills are pretty much in the even Stevens here, 23-22 lives remaining, but a full tick of progress over towards the A zone. We'll give them that extra minute, which does make it 2 minutes left here to try and capture any times on B. But Vortex here in the back spawns here, trying to find some kills. He's on a 4 streak of himself. Can he continue? But a few dead in the feed. That Super and Cobra will fall down towards that B site as Notorious push on through. They're going to get some ticks of progress potentially made here, but Super's up top in that balcony power position. And they've also got a player down below here trying to close it out, but 1 tick of progress of B might actually just go in here if they can keep the player on the top. And Afro does find a kill. There's 2 in the feed for him, and there we go. 1 tick of progress made towards that B site.
Yeah, Afro actually 12 and 7, as you can see in the bottom right there. The bottom right is always right, folks, when it comes to actually judging the KD of the players. But I mean, there was potential there for Katana to get Notorious in a spawn trap, but of course it was Eric Boom and Afro who managed to get out of it earlier, and that's what's led to this B push, to where Katana were a little bit split across the entire map and all of a sudden find themselves struggling. But they're doing a good job of hanging on here. Just 10 lives remaining on each side, only a tick and a half gone at B. They are behind on ticks Katana, but they need to limit the bleeding of ticks as much as they possibly can at this point. But now 7-9, a big wave of kills from Notorious. They're looking to get it done here as that tick 2 is through.
Yeah, it's almost 3 ticks of progress made. It's got 2 players on the zone, making that 1, but that progress is still progressing here, and it looks like the kill goes his way. Eric Boomer will eventually be found, but Katana down to 4 respawns left, and that's going to be maybe the deciding factor here as they eventually do start to close off that tick of progress. Still got a full minute here from Team Notorious with 2-man advantage. Will Afro find any more kills in the feed? Will he get that B tick? Because as soon as he gets on that point, I'm sure Katana will start to jump on board and look from up top. You've got Super in that balcony power spot. Afro going in between Vault. His teammate is there as well. So they're just holding off for this time because they've got plenty of time to play for that final tick.
Katana are playing this so well, though. What was, I believe, a 3v5, 3v6, now down to a 2v3. Was 3v3 there for a second. And Notorious gonna have to try and get pushed on. They are on the point, so they are trying to do it here, and Rafi picking up a key position to get those kills, but a big 2 coming in from Cobra to make it a 1v1 contested on this point. Cobra coming out on top and rescuing, it has to be said, that round from the pits of despair and potentially giving Katana the lifeline that they ever so desperately need if they want to get through this series.
Yeah, exactly that. Even with finishing it up there with the suppressed pistol to finish the kill, 1v1 scenario, down to that, puts the challenge in, and that's a very good regain near the end there for Katana to stop that full particular progress. They are down in ticks, however, quite a considerable amount of ticks, but I mean, that's exactly what you want to do. You didn't want to give them the full win, at least there on the attack. That would have made it even more difficult with the Team Notorious pretty much being able to end it on the defense. But we're back and forward here, one apiece now, and Team Notorious now with the defense. Can they do what they did in round one here? They were a solid start on that defensive side, and all 4 players will be pushing straight towards that A site.
Yeah, these first wave of kills I think will be huge as Afro checking his corner, 17 to 11, again having a really strong performance, make that 18 with the first blood of the round, and Notorious now getting pushed out, picking up the kills. That's a 4 down, and Tana in huge trouble. Notorious played that immaculately well.
Now in the spawn trap position here as well, and Team Notorious are just set up for it. They're watching the angles, watching the players from that pool side of things as well. 2 players there. You've got Afro, F. Eric Boom all finding the kills in the feed. Afro's continuing his streak here, and this is just going to be so difficult for the team of Katana to try and push herself out. There's only Cobra left alive after that first respawn set there as well, and now look at that lives count just disappearing here. They're down to 16 lives remaining already. Notorious have only lost a couple of players at the start. It's a very, very difficult scenario for Katana. They're not going to get any ticks of progress made by the looks of it here with 26 seconds left on the clock. Team Notorious got them in the spawn trap, got them in the respawn position, and just kept finding the kills every single time.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to orchestrate a spawn trap on this map off the initial, but when you do, it can be so damaging. I mean, folks, with the way that this round is played out, I would almost just use this round in a tutorial video for how to spawn trap on a vault control, because I mean, that was so good, picking up 2 full waves of kills, and just continuing to pick off to where it's now 9v22. The clock runs down, and 2-1 now to Notorious in what is probably one of the strongest defensive rounds we will see throughout the entire cup.
Yeah, definitely. That Afro finishing up there with 24 and 13 as it stands so far, almost doubled up itself in terms of the kills and elims, but that spawn trap was just something to orchestrate, and you're going to have to try and look back at that and use that as an example, like you says, because it's just a phenomenal position to be in. A very difficult task to get there, but when they did, it just whittled down the lives remaining from Katana and made it very difficult for them to even find a way to break that.
And onwards now onto round number 4. Notorious, I'm sure, will be feeling after that previous round that they could wrap it up right here and now. Katana will be looking to hold on, but Katana know that even if they do hold on to this round, they have to win an offensive round, and they haven't even looked close. So it's not looking good for them. However, there is still a chance, as Super was getting around the side there to the back, trying to do something and spawn themselves, but Notorious not really letting that happen. But Vortex with a big 2, and those eventually get taken out from the ones that are on hill, though. Notorious hanging on well, and once again Afro picking up those kills at 26 to 13, double positive on the KD.
Yeah, there we go. I thought he was going to get to that stage at some point there, as Afro is in the double positive side of things. He's doing well, but Rafi's picked off the hill. There is still players around it there from Team Notorious, but a couple in the feed going the way of Katana Gaming to kind of stop that progress. As it stands here, we're still equal on life count. F-Dot, though, now in the back of the spawn, playing shenanigans here, trying to find a few kills, but his checkerboard, like you says, and as you're saying, pretty much in the news, in the kill feed there, and we're seeing it trade for trade, and it's, Katana's actually doing relatively well here in this scenario in the defense for them, but like we said, they're at this deficit of the ticks, and it's going to make it a very difficult ask for them in an offensive run for them to try and find something here.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds where it has just been so back and forth, and it kind of just stagnates and runs down the clock, and that's, you know, it's a testament to the defensive side as well, that they're kind of able to kill the pace of the game a little bit, because Team Notorious were absolutely looking to keep that pace 90, but Rafi taking out his own teammate there, and that just shows that this round isn't quite coming together, and only 1 tick for the side of Notorious. Katana, I'm sure we'll be happy with how they've played this defense, but again, could be a case of too little too late, as F-Dot now picks up a nice 2. Does get taken out by Rezi, I believe. And Rafi just trying to get on that point. Second tick gone. 5 seconds left on the time. They actually might get this point, unless Katana can pick up these kills, which credit to them, they are. They get through with the 3, make that 4.
Cobra
Katana going to
again
hold
with
on
that.
this defense.
Yeah, Cobra again with that nice little feed there to end it and get the players off of the zone, because it was so close to getting that opportunity there to give them that extra minute on the in the score. But it's going to be a difficult ask now here. Katana do win their defensive round, have to win an attacking round here, because the way the ticks and progressive work for Team Notorious, they will have that advantage here. They will have that defensive side, and we know how strong their two defenses that they have shown have been phenomenal, especially the last one.
Yeah, absolutely. And final round, I'm sure Notorious, as we were talking about, will be feeling confident. And Katana, they have the opportunity now to cause the upset. This is the moment. You're looking at Super as well, a player with a point to prove, as we said. We'll be looking to prove it right here and now and sort of drag his team through the mud. Resi currently 16 and 24, Super 18 and 22. As you can see at the bottom, Team Notorious have just been on top KD wise in terms of those kills, which, as we know, are just going to be a vital aspect. But we know so much of that would have come from the dominant round as well, so you can't take that into a complete account when judging maybe how every single round is played combined. But so far, Team Notorious off to a great start.
Exactly that. You can't take it with a pinch of salt. That was one really strong defensive round from them. They put all their KDs up pretty much as it stands, but it looks very strong once again though in this defensive round. If they're finding the kills in the feed, F dot, Eric Boom finding them. Afro's continuing to spray again. He's back onto 3 in a row. And the only person up top is Brezzy here, trying to stay near that zone with the balcony catwalk kind of scenario. But Katana find it very difficult to get even into that A zone. As the flank does come in here, number 2 on the screen is Brezzy trying to make himself in, as Katana will eventually find a few kills in the feed. And that might open up that A zone for them here to try and get some ticks of progress on the attack. Can they do it? It's going to be a difficult ask, but 35 seconds left on the clock. They're making that progression. They're going to try and get that extra minute here towards that B side, but few kills go yellow in the feed. It's traded back though instantaneously, and that's Cobra finding it again. I think Cobra in this round has been doing fantastic for Katana in the control side of things. He's definitely kind of pulled things back for them when they've needed it most.
Yeah, it was just a case of on that A hold initially just looking at the wrong places at the wrong time, which again, you know, I think testament to Team Notorious in that they constantly keep their opposition guessing as to what lane they'll push at what time. And Katana trying to get pushed onto that A, but Team Notorious, it's not been the cleanest defensive round for the most part, but they have gotten the job done on what is, of course, the easier side. And that big 2 means that Katana, they have to rely on this last push. They have to go all in on A, and that's a huge 2 for Notorious. This could be all but done.
Yeah, that's it. 0.00 seconds is eventually hitting the board, and there we go. Team Notorious will win the round. It does go the distance to a 3-2 in the control, but that does mean that the series is finished with. It is 3 rounds on the vault side of things in the map, and they see the 3-0 victory for Team Notorious. Unlucky to Katana, they'll drop down into that lower bracket side of things and try to kind of fight their way back up here towards these grand final side of things and see what they can do. But it's going to need a little bit of a better performance from them to try and see what they can do later on. But Team Notorious has been a standout team in this series as it stands, and Afro definitely picking up that MVP for his side throughout this whole series. Every single game mode has been his top KD scenario, and you know what, it's been a stand-up performance from him. If you want to watch anybody and learn from anybody, Afro is definitely one of the players. If you're an SMG player yourself, you have to be watching what Afro's been doing on these maps, because he's been showing up relatively well in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Massive congratulations to Team Notorious and commiserations to Katana Gaming. And, you know, while it is a 3-0 and while you could say that it was a really dominant performance defensively from the side of Notorious there on that control, I don't think it tells the full story either, right? I mean, you did have Katana that showed like they could be really strong in a couple of rounds, that search and destroy and potentially swing things the other way. You had a hard point that ultimately came down to such minute differences. I think what we can take away from this is we do take a final look at the maps here with Notorious coming away 3-0 off the back of a triple vault. We have seen that, you know, Katana on a different day, maybe on different maps, could take at least some of these maps from them. Maybe not quite at the level to where they could take a series from Notorious, but at least take it to that map 4, map 5, where at that point anything can happen. Just didn't favour them in the moment, but I think they'll be looking to get through that losers bracket and potentially face up against them again, as they'll fancy their chances if they have to go at it a second time round.
Oh, I'm sure they will, and I'm sure they won't want to see a vault for the first 3 matchups. Though next time round, they'll be definitely looking to maybe change things up here, maybe even learn from their mistakes and what they were banning and picking. But maybe that was a map that they kind of favoured themselves. Notorious just came out up on top on the maps for them ones, but it could be changed again. Like we said, if they do make that grand finals run in the lower bracket and make themselves up there, Katana will be looking to try and get the revenge back if it does go the distance and they manage to make it way through the bracket. But for that time being, we'll go to a short break here again. Once again, we'll be back very soon to watch our next matchup, which will be the winners finals. I'm sure. I think we're going to the winners finals. We'll double check. We'll clarify that. But yeah, most likely will be the winners finals here. So yeah, thanks again, Zep. Once again, we'll be back very shortly.
Festival Van Beats.
Welcome back, guys. We're straight into this series here is going to be Katana Gaming versus K2 Esports here in our lower bracket. We obviously seen Katana come out a 3-0 deficit here against Team Notorious and K2 Esports 3-2 here, but we're into this first hard point here. This hard point is been going their way for now, but finding a good few kills. We're actually seeing the split graphics once again, so it's actually going to be Katana that are on your blue side, and yeah, K2 Esports are in red. So yeah, that's going to make it fun and interesting once again because they decided to start early on. But welcome back to me and Zep once again here as we cast alongside each other for this series.
Yeah, really looking forward to getting into this one, and you're absolutely right. Early doors, it is Katana Gaming ahead with the lead, controlling that P1, getting onto P2, which we did cover them playing against Team Notorious, and one thing that we did say about them is that they play this P2 very well, and since Notorious are a top tier side, I imagine they'll be able to hold it quite well against the side of K2 Esports, who are no slouches in themselves, and I'm sure we'll be looking to cause a bit of an upset here, maybe trying to catch Katana a little bit rattled after their last series, but so far that's not really coming to fruition as Super 6-4 already on a 3 streak, trying to watch those back spawns, doing a great job of getting this initial time, seemingly holding the majority, with K2 Esports barely getting anything on the board, and now maybe a chance to get pushed off it, but already the thoughts of becoming to that P3, and so far Tana in complete control.
And completely in control in this one here, and then even inside the hot tub, Vortex still finding the kills there in the end there, but now it's a rotation starting to make its way towards the P3 scenario. You've got them set up already, got Katana watching top border there, Super going back there with the AR ready to walk straight down that lane here, and you know how well he's been doing that in the past matches. He's always been getting some really good kills from that position. But nobody really hopping onto the point there now, as eventually K2 Esports get on the zone. They've got 2 in the feed going their way, and now they're going to get some time here to rack up at least for a few moments, but K2 aren't going to have the spawns advantage for the next rotation, so that's where Katana are going to try and hold the back spawn for as long as possible here, and even potentially fight for this time here on this hardpoint.
Yeah, well, K2, if they were checking out the last game that Katana played at all, they will realize that one of Katana's weaknesses on this map is the ability to rotate across P2, 3, and 4, and seemingly in recognition of that, at least, are getting on this P3. Whether or not they can get around to P4 is yet to be seen, as we're on board of Terra, who tries to push out the back. A little bit of unfortunate timing against Super, who is popping off 9 and 6, having a great game with that AR, but having the sub out there, I believe, to pick up that last kill, as you see on the kill feed. Katana, again, I think rectifying the mistake that they made in the previous time they played this map, in that they are making sure that they guarantee this P4 site, which they are on now, which they kind of struggled to do the first time around, but in this series they have fixed that mistake and now getting a clean hold, and a clean hold on here would practically have it around 110, 120 to 40, which is a great start going back on to the P1 once again.
Oh yeah, definitely, and you can just see that. There we go, we're getting trade back and forward there, and now K2 Esports trying to get themselves close by. There's 2 players nearby, but one will be picked off, so it's down to just Dono, who's going to be in the zone for a few more ticks of seconds, but he does eventually fall there in Katana. Just holding their own here inside this hardpoint for the majority of the time, and where the spawns have kind of been flipped around now for the last 10 seconds. You will see a wee bit of time here for K2 Esports to build some time on the hardpoint, because I'm sure Katana won't go for that last bit of scrap time. There's no need, because now they've got that 96 to 50 point lead here, and P1 will pop. They've got the spawns ready for P2. They're all set here to continue escalating that scoreline, and it could be a pretty convincing win here, the way that they're playing here, as Vortex finds that kill there on Krona. Will turn around and find the player on Catwalk as well. Is he going to make it free? He's going to find a 4th person of Terra. Yes, he does make it free, and that's a nice wee streak for him, but I think actually he got one of the kills stolen from him, even though it looked like it was his kill. It didn't eventually fall in his streak, but there we go. He eventually be traded out, and yeah, we've got a 50-point lead going in the favor of Katana Esports.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give so much credit to Katana Esports in the way that they are playing. I mean, the KD shifting ever so slightly now, but the way that you were seeing it was that Vortex and Brezzy slightly less on the kills, but we're picking up the time. You have Super kind of playing that anchoring role with the AR, and then you have Cobra, who's just been absolutely able to pop off as well. Those two kind of playing out around outside the hill, Vortex and Brezzy playing in, which ultimately is the setup that was working incredibly well for them so far. As you go over to the side of K2 Esports, they're just picking up the kills as a 3, but unfortunately not as a 4, as Corona currently struggling at the moment, which unfortunately in a game like this, in this particular situation, will be a difference maker when you have a team that is very much as a team being able to pick up the kills in all their respective positions. As we're now back in that P2, Katana Gaming having a perfect hold. K2 can get round the back, so they do have the opportunity here to break in and look like they might if Dono and Terra can get in and get this clear. But Katana, again, we're doing a great job there of kind of making this time staggered as they try to hold from front.
Yeah, definitely. The spawns did get flipped out there on the side of K2 Esports as they managed to get that break on through there, and you can see they still got that early close spawns, but the time being traded out here as the players do fall on the hard point. So Katana Gaming making sure that they're not getting a full 30 seconds at least on that point there. They're going to get some of that time taken away from them as Katana do eventually get the scrap bit of time, and we'll try to go to that rotation where we know it's been a bit difficult for Katana in the last game against Team Notorious, but like again against Team K2 Esports, who are struggling here, like Corona for example, trying to find some kills, just not managing to get some of them going his way, and their opportunities in the rotations are just not there as quickly as Katana are this time round. And I think they maybe learned a little bit here from their game in the past there against Notorious about where they should be positioning themselves and how quickly they should be moving around, even if it's against not as skilled opposition per se, compared to obviously Team Notorious with their experience, but you still have to be doing the same kind of rotations. You've got to play the game as if you're playing against the best opposition you could possibly be playing against, because that's how you'll keep it going. But Cobra, I don't know how I've missed it, but he was on a 13 streak and he's just eventually found there. That's it. That's unbelievable. Too busy looking at the rotations and not even witness a 13 streak for Cobra, which means he will be getting the score streak added. And like we said in the last cast, it didn't have there's not many times you're seeing the Hellstorm being used very often, but I'm sure we'll see Cobra using that at some point soon if he needs to. But they have that 100-point lead coming their way here for Katana.
Cobra were playing immaculately well, as you said, sort of went under our radar because again we're not really seeing him in any position where he's playing directly towards the hill or directly picking up a line of sight. He's almost getting the luxury of just being able to play around the points. Now of course not the case here as he's directly in point cover in the lane, but an absolute masterclass on display with the Yamas as he continues to pop off. 30 and 15 now, double positive and racking up that time, trying to catch up to the rest of the boys on top there with Vortex and Brezzy on the time. But you have to hand it to Katana. This has been a very strong team performance, and you know, you said it yourself, maybe not the same level of opposition as they played against previously, as they did lose to Team Notorious, for anyone who might have missed that who's just tuning into this broadcast. However, you know, Katana, as you say, they have to still pick it up. They have to learn from the mistakes, and one thing that has been very apparent going into this one is, granted they may have had the opportunity to do this, or been afforded the opportunity, should I say, by their opposition, they are playing in such a way where they are rectifying the issues that went wrong the previous time around. They're learning, they're adjusting, and that's working to them. As you know, K2, they were keeping in it for a while, but all of a sudden at risk of being 100-point clubbed here if Katana get a successful break. This has been an annihilation both on time and kills from the side of Katana.
Exactly. I was going to say that the 100-point club is looming here for the K2 Esports, but then that's all 4 dead from K2 Esports. That looks like there's going to be the opportunity for Katana to break on through onto P1 here. There's still 30 seconds to be had, so they can win it here, and the opportunity now is all about the kills if they could find them. You're going to see the K2 Esports having to find some good kills here to keep themselves in this matchup, but it's not looking likely there. One does fall though, but there's 2 going down. That's Vortex and Cobra to fall. 2 players left around the point. There is Vortex and Brezzy, but Brezzy's just waiting outside, looking to come in when the hard point does get popped, so he knows the players on the point. He'll find that kill as well, and now the rotation is going towards P2 here. You've already got K2 Esports being set up in the back, but we've seen it last time around. It started this way, but Katana, they pretty much broke on in around the back as quickly as they possibly could. You've already got Cobra sneaking around the back, looking for that spawns, which have gone in their favor. He does get picked off eventually, but the spawns are still their way, and that's it. That's a good couple of kills there, going back and forward, and no time to be had on that hard point now until eventually we see K2 Sports jump on board with a good hold, few dead, and now that opportunity to hold a wee bit of time here to get past that 100-point mark eventually.
Yeah, K2 potentially starting how they mean to go on in the series, albeit a little late. Starting to play those trades really well. It's sort of a checkerboard, a kill feed situation at best. Oh no, but we have the hostage situation coming in here. You hate to see it as he picks up a kill as well. Oh my word. And now Terra obviously just getting that one finished. You love to see it. A little bit of Well, is it sportsmanlike? Is it unsportsmanlike? Is it banter? Or, you know, how would the opposition player take that? I'm not sure. But ultimately, don't believe the screen, folks. It is actually Katana on that side, and it is Katana that come away with this one, 250 to 104. That for the most part was an incredibly dominating performance, which was headed by this man right here, Cobra, absolutely popping off on the map with 37 and 20.
Yeah, 37 and 20 is a disgusting scoreline to come off of that with there against K2 Esports. And K2 Esports, I'm pretty sure they'll be glad and thankful that it wasn't the 100-point club. However, it's not far away from it, to be fair. But Katana Gaming coming out on top there after the bounce back that they needed there after losing 3 maps in a row to Team Notorious. They find 1 on the board here against K2 Esports. Now we'll be looking to head to an S&D next, but good thing is it's a variation in terms of our map counts in our maps for this time. So I think we might have the graphics up for the series, because we did miss out on that before the game because it went straight into the matchup. But we do have a vault hard point, which we've just seen. It'll be a red card S&D. Then we've got a vault control protocol. If we get further that way, that is, if we get to the next hard point, it will be a protocol hard point, and then we'll be going to a rewind S&D if it goes the distance. But the way that Katana have started off, it's definitely a positive sign for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Terrific start for Katana. Again, playing on a map that they did play on before in that vault. And as we said, they seem to rectify their mistakes, play it well. We're really strong throughout. And as they now pop up on screen, you can see them with our beautiful names. They're also bridging the gap. Love to see it. But, you know, we're having in the difference in comparison to the last series, which, you know, we did see prior. We have a red card splitting up the vaults here in there as map number 2, which we will be going on to next, which I believe kind of really does shake up things. And then, of course, if we make it to a map number 4, we will be going to protocol, and then all the way it could be a rewind. Again, very vault centric on that first 3, which I feel like is not just going to be a running theme of this cup, of this series, whatever it may be. I think it's going to be a running theme throughout the entirety of the year, and it is those kind of variant maps in there that will really shake things up. But I'll be very curious to see how both of these teams end up playing in a red card, because at the end of the day, if a Katana is after playing 4 vaults in a row and will be adding a 5th vault to their recent games once they get onto map 3. And, you know, what was interesting about that as well is that when they did play on that vault and control, it wasn't the best showing. So K2, I believe they might have been the team, if correct me if I'm wrong, that were the ones to pick red card. They have the chance to pull this back by beating Katana on a map that's theirs, going on to a map number 3 that Katana maybe aren't the best on, and then going into an open back half of the series. K2 still have a chance, but Katana will be fancying their chances after how that map one went.
Especially the way they started heating it up in Cobra. If he keeps that spray that he's been going on as well, that will be a phenomenal showing from Katana. But like you said, it's that red card variation in there might throw things a little bit here. We're not seeing that triple vault, which I'm pretty sure they'll be thankful for as well, because it might be giving back bad memories from their earlier series. But the fact that they did pick a vault control, like you said, considering how it went against Team Notorious, was a surprise, to be honest, from Katana. But I mean, maybe they're just looking to rectify their issues and see what they went wrong in that one, and find options to kind of change it up. Or maybe they just thought, we actually normally quite good at this map. Notorious just found a weakness and exploited it, and that's exactly what Notorious are there for. That's why they're one of the Challenger Cup winners already. But Katana Esports will be looking to do it against K2 Esports here. But the S&D is coming first, so hopefully we'll see how this goes. Already we're one map down, as it is Katana Gaming, who have already took round 1 because of a lobby glitch, but we're back into round 2 here, and it's obviously up to 6, so we'll get to see plenty of rounds of S&D here.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how this one plays. Katana already off to a great start, but going a man down there with the first blood. Super now gone. 4v3. That plant is going down on A, but that is going to be another kill. Katana are already in a tough position here on round number 2. Looking like K2 will be able to answer back with a round of their own, but they are still going to need to clear out Katana and get this defuse.
Yeah, definitely. Like, Rezi was on a good wee spree himself, but that's down to Cobra here to try and do it himself, but he can't find it. Any of the kills, and all 4 players of K2 are alive. They'll get the defuse done, and they'll tie up in the rounds here. It'll be 1 apiece after round 2.
Yeah, has to be said, good round from K2. I know we jumped into it a little late there, but they did seem to play that one well, ultimately getting a huge kill before that bomb even went down, right? And I believe that would have completely changed the dynamic, right? They caught the kill at the perfect time. If it was a case of it being 4-2 and that bomb hadn't gone down yet, on the side of Katana, you'd been playing more around getting that pick, but Kill coming as the bomb went down, meaning Katana had to stay around a point and ultimately get outnumbered by K2 Esports. So good round for them to pull it back. Let's see if Katana can get another round back themselves as it's K2 on offense.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what they can do. Krona's currently running that free streak. They're pushing straight through the middle of the map here at the moment in time, trying to look for a position to get into any of the bomb sites. Maybe seeing if they can find a first blood or first pick here as they make their way in. It's a two split here for Katana Gaming defense-wise, but they do know that the players are pushing towards that B bomb site. So then Katana start to fold towards it. The first kill going towards Maestro here as he finds one, Terra finds the other, and then it's one back, but Maestro leaves it back down to Cobra once again, and Cobra will fall. K2 Esports will win the next round, and that's going to be 2-1. And red card showing so good for them, considering that was their pick. They're leading the way just now.
Yeah, initially what we'd seen, it looked like they were going to struggle a little bit getting pushed into the B side, but the rest of the team getting the work done in and around, getting those numbers advantage, and ultimately taking Cobra out in the end, who I believe it was. And K2 with a terrific offensive round to take the lead. Katana now will be looking to answer back with one themselves, or else they'll go 3-1 down, having lost an offensive and defensive. And you know, we've seen the way that Search and Destroy plays on this COD as well. That can start to steamroll if you start throwing both your offenses and defenses, and teams figure out how they need to play against you.
Yeah, certainly. You see the way that K2 Esports went in the defense. They're going full blood straight to the middle map, and that's a trade for trade. Their super goes down and Terra follows suit. But Maestro is not slowing down. 2 players on a 4 streak so far will fall to the bomb, though that explosion of the Semtex was in perfect timing. And now we're back to a 2 versus 2 scenario here, looking towards that B site. Krona goes to try and peek one. It's traded out. It's a 1v1. This time Brezzy versus Dono. God, it's either fast rounds these have been so far.
Yeah, both teams have been really relying on that aggression to try and get pushed up into positions, and Brezzy taking good initial shots there, but being able to get rotated out, and we'll see sort of a positional switch. Is he going to take this ball maybe to A and get it planted? Looks like that's what could be on the cards. It's whether or not if Dono gets the read of that quick enough, which it seems to be the case. Dono is going to start making his way around the back towards the spawn area, so might not catch the plant in time, but will certainly be there for an early engagement and plenty of time to get this kill and defuse.
Yeah, just a little bit off on timing to get there to spot the bomber, but he's going to go straight for that defuse. He's going for that ninja. Is Brezzy going to check the bomber? Is he going to give it a few more seconds? He's not going to spot him from that position there as well, and that will be a ninja defuse in place for K2 Esports, and that's 3 rounds on the bounce from K2.
Yeah, ice in the veins there to go straight for that defuse. Terrific play, and shows the confidence of K2 Esports and their players at this current moment in time in this Search and Destroy. They are feeling this map, they are feeling this mode, and Dono with the defuse. Krona 4-1 as well, which is a terrific start for a player this early on in Search and Destroy. So Katana Gaming now chasing this game. Not looking good for them so far, but plenty of time to pull it back.
Yeah, definitely plenty of time. They're going through that split again. You've got one player going up through mid, it's Vortex, and then you've got Brezzy as well, kind of watching off his shoulder here, but at least they're watching both bomb sites. The first fall does go, and it's going to be in favour of K2 Esports, but they're traded out with Terra. Maestro will find one back on Vortex, so that's a good trade scenario once again as K2 have the advantage in numbers once again here, 3 versus 2 against Katana Gaming, and Katana Gaming just don't have that initial first blood. They don't have that first opening. They're not really getting the trades off as well as K2 seem to be doing so far, and now with the attacking side for them, they're going to look for that bomb and maybe potentially go for a plant, but Super does spot the player up top. He does manage to get away, and Dono stays alive, but they're playing well together. Katana, you can see them back to back, pretty much covering their corners. And there's a big split between the K2 boys. So the opportunity is here for Katana.
Yeah, they do have an opportunity and sort of a massive swing round potentially for them. They need to try and do something here, but K2 doing a great job of staying alive. Getting towards his bomb site now is Cobra. He's the last alive. He gets taken out, and K2 with another round of this Search and Destroy. And it has to be said, Katana throughout the entirety that we've seen them, albeit a fantastic team when things are going their way, but when things necessarily aren't going their way and they need to change up the game plan a little bit, they are a touch slow to adjust in these scenarios. We're not really seeing them ever pull back quickly within a round or two once things stop going their direction. Once we see a team start getting a couple, as K2 are here, whatever the fashion it may be, Katana are always a little bit slow to adjust and respond.
Yeah, they definitely are. K2 have just been coming straight out the gate, so rapid, right down the position there. You can see it when it starts there, it seems to be making mistakes, but keep your ending the game here. So Don't know what the issue is with the game, but will we keep that as 4-2, 4-1 at the moment, sorry, for K2 Esports? I'm assuming we'll be restarting with that same scoreline to see what happens, but maybe there's a wee technical issue in the background. We'll get that sorted out. But K2 looking really strong here, and yeah, it's very difficult for Katana. It might be a difficult comeback from 4-1 down, but do you see the chance of this reset? Katana trying to get themselves fresh in the head, starting off again. Will they be able to switch things around, or do you think K2 Esports just start off far too good in this position?
I do think K2 Esports are looking incredibly strong, don't get me wrong, but when you look at the level of this opposition, right, you look at the level that Katana can bring to the table, you can absolutely never count them out of any scenario. Like, yes, we did see some ice in the veins from K2 Esports, but there's one thing that can't be denied throughout the entirety of the roster on Katana Gaming. There's plenty of ice to be found in those veins when they need them, and we did see that from map number 1 when Cobra was absolutely popping off, and even when they had to play Notorious, they had so many moments where they looked like they were taking it to them as an opposition, where they were the stronger team, where they were giving themselves a chance. So Katana are a team that have proved that they can hold their own against the very best, and given that, that means no matter who they're going to come up against in any Challengers Cup, they're always going to be within a shout. So they're getting the fortune of, you know, a little bit of a reset here at the moment, as it does look like we're going to be loading straight back into the red card, and they may be able to use that as an opportunity to stem the flow of bleeding, so to speak, and K2's momentum will be stifled just a little bit by that slowing of the pace and not being able to continue how they were playing. Katana have an opportunity here. They need to take it.
Yeah, exactly. And this time around, obviously, they've done a quick switch around of the team name, so the colours are going to be offset again, but I think we might get the chance to reset that, so we won't worry about that just now. But yeah, like with 4-1 down scenario, Katana might be just get their head set. This kind of slow down of the gameplay might be crucial for Katana to kind of get themselves back in that right headspace here to kind of bounce back from it, because K2 Esports have came out the gates fire in this S&D, and red cards obviously their pick, so they're performing well on their pick, and that's what they want to keep going and doing. And this might slow down their momentum as a team going forward, considering they've had everything going their way pretty much as it started off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were just seeing a case of Katana had their pick, went their way, K2 had theirs, and it is going their way. And then again, as we reiterated or said before, and will we reiterate here, Katana did not look particularly strong on the vault control when they had to play that in the previous series. So the fact that that is coming up here after this, if K2 can get the victory here in this map, they'll be feeling very confident that they can go 2-1 up in this series. But in saying that, as you said, the level of opposition Katana had to play in that of Notorious means it could have purely just been a little bit of a blip in the system. There'll be a quick regain, and yeah, it still is on the cards that if Katana can come away with this one, that it'll be 3-0. But I think I would be shocked if Katana do pull this back. I mean, as I said, it certainly is possible. They have the players, they have the team to be able to do it, but we also just can't take away the fact that K2 just seemingly know how they want to play this map, and in terms of how they're pushing the gunfights as a team, one-on-one, the tactical holds, it all just seems to be a step above and working better than that of Katana right now.
Yeah, definitely. Like you says, it could be bounced back. There is needing 5 rounds in a row though for them to at least get that opportunity. But then it can be done, and the quality that they do bring, Katana Esports have been solid. Super Cobra as well. These last 2 matches we have watched him, even in this series, in the last map, he was outshining pretty much every single gunfight, almost double positive in that hard point, and even on this S&D so far, he's been the last man alive every single time, which does make it a little bit more difficult. But we are trying to see if we get set up again into this lobby, and we'll wait to see what happens for this time around. So fingers crossed, we'll all set up again. But this is the joys of online tournaments, and I mean, we all love to see it. We all love to do it. As casters, though, it's a little bit, but we'll send it to a break till we get this set up though, and we'll get back to map number 2 once again, where it will be 4-2, 4-1 leading, sorry, for K2 Esports. Okay, we're back here. But it looks well. We're back live, but everybody's meeting middle of the map, so I would guess that means we're going back to the square one again, ladies and gentlemen. Sadly, going to get
Who do we
the
blame this
scores and
time?
the kill streaks. I think we're going for the streaks here at this point in time. This is going to be one of these ones where we start off. Somebody was on a streak. He has to get the kills to get towards that streak. So that's all that is. So don't worry about the score lines. It's still going to be 4-1 to K2 Esports, but this is just to build towards that streak way because they obviously remembered where they were at in the last rounds and they need to get the kills. So it makes sense. They don't want to stop them when somebody is on a feed in a streak and it kind of got unfortunate for them. So that's where we are. Maestro ended that last round before we cut to the break at 4 in a row. So, I mean, this will be starting off. It's still 4-1 K2 Esports. So keep that in mind, ladies and gents, for everybody watching, as we now get up towards round number 5. And I think we're kind of going to do the same. Yeah, we'll just double check to see what's happening here.
Yeah, well, I believe going into this round anyway, if this is the case and are they still building, or maybe they're just going to try and get the score line to what it was before, I'm not entirely sure. Again, we're very much in the dark, but hey, we'll let this play out at least.
Yeah, this is fun. I'm surprised they're not knifing them. Let's just do some wee fancy knifing skills. But yeah, it's maybe they're trying to get that score line up the same as well, but then I don't know if that's going to be the case because that would then throw the streaks off completely, I'm sure, at some point. But they'd have to figure this all out, and we'll maybe just get the scores. Kill streaks makes more sense. Finding that back to 4-1 in the feed is going to be a bit of a pain, but we'll wait and see what they do this time round as we go into it.
Well, I think if this happens again, we're going to do our job in this one. Let's cast it. Let's see how they go as Maestro gets pushed up here. And in saying that, it actually looks like this is the round they're actually starting to play seriously. So it kind of null and voids the kind of joke I was going for there. Peak timing. But so K2 at this point need 2 rounds to win. Katana need 5. So if K2 get to 4, I believe from this point they'll have the win. If I'm saying that correctly, I think that is the case.
Yeah, so yeah, K2 need 2 more rounds on the board and then they will win it. Otherwise, Katana do need obviously just 5 more on the score sheet. But the way that it's going is back and forward. It looks like K2 Esports are down to 1 man alive. That's Corona. He has been spotted by Brez and he'll slide on through that door and find that kill. Katana Gaming will bring 1 round back here. So it's going to be 4-2 to K2 Esports as it stands. And yeah, this is maybe what Katana are going to have to start building because it's going to be round for round, 1 at a time. Can they do the same continually here to try and get this score on an even playing field? Because they are slightly behind here to K2 Esports, and K2 Esports have started off so strongly earlier on when we first started the matchup, but it might have changed the flow of it things now that Katana are reset and ready for this one. They get the first round back since we come back from this restart.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, we do have the confirmation now that the way it played out for those first few rounds there was in fact for those streaks. So making sure that someone on the side of K2 Esports got that RCXD that they most likely will be looking to use in this case if they were so desperate to get that one back. And of course you would be, you worked that hard to get it, you want to make the most of it. Vortex with the first blood here, and Katana Gaming, we said they needed to answer back and use this kind of break that they had to their advantage. Whoa. And as they are swooping through this lobby, they are absolutely doing so. A clean wipe for Katana.
I wonder if they had some ping issues beforehand that they just weren't registering, but all of a sudden every single bullet is registering with every single player so far, and Katana wipe all 4 members of K2 here in this round, and they pull another round back here as it goes to 4-3 to K2 Esports. But Katana with 2 rounds on the bounce will look to continue that form now and see if that can turn things around on its head.
Yeah, absolutely. 2-2 now, or well, actually 2-0 for Katana. Well, actually, no, not even 2-0. We have to count it as, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong because the math is getting confusing in my head, that it is 4-3 at this point.
Yep.
Katana just 1 away from evening this one up in terms of the score, so a massive round for them.
Exactly that. This is exactly what Katana wanted to do off the start, getting the 2 rounds in a row to tie it almost up. Can they do it here to make it guaranteed that tied series here in this the round, make it 4 apiece here? But a little bit of a slower start here. You do see Vortex trying to push on up here around towards this A bomb site area. The bomb will be getting planted, but you've got 1 player of K2 Esports rotating around the back. That's going to be Terra. He's also got 1 player of their back, but Brezzy does is the first to fall, and it's going to be Maestro that finds that kill. That was Dono, sorry, that finds that kill due to the Cod Cluster glitch, but there's another one going, and Cobra falls. It's Terra finding that one. Now the advantage in favor of K2 Esports in this round, but they do have to go back to that bomb. Super will find one. He's currently on a 4 streak himself as well, and he's pulled it back to 2 versus 2 scenario here. The retake not coming in favor here for K2 Esports. They do find Super. It's one member left alive, and that's Vortex, who's right at the bomb site.
I am very, very bemused as to why K2 pushed out so far in the chase of that kill, knowing that defuse needed to come in. That was an interesting play, to say the least. Katana Gaming managing to take that round from that bomb explosion, and yeah, sort of question marks there. Maybe they just would not have gone anywhere near actually defusing that bomb unless both of the Katana members were taken out, and they sort of had a realization of it at that point. But play that far away from the bomb site with only 20 seconds left to go, when you know you have to get that defuse, is an interesting strategy, to say the least.
Or maybe it was just a very good bait there from the Katana squad as they tie up the series, the episodes here in S&D. It's now 4 apiece, and now it's going to be the attacking side, K2 Esports, who are heading towards that B bomb site. 3 players of Katana Gaming have to rotate round back to answer back to this, because they've obviously spotted that there's nobody around towards that A bomb site. Now, First Blood goes in the way of Vortex. Will be traded out though in Super Balls. It's now K2 Esports down to 2 members left alive. That's Krona and Dono, but Dono has been spotted. So is Krona, so they have to try and get themselves rotated out of this map here towards this B site. Expecting 3 members of Katana to come sliding on into at least one of them here, as Krona is still sitting waiting patiently, not looking to put that bomb down at the moment, but looking to find some kills, and he does find one. Maestro finds another. That's right on its head here. Now K2 Esports. Oh, bomb carrier falls. 1 versus 1 scenario.
Yeah, massive 1v1. This is Dono looking like he's going to get aggressive to pick up the bomb at least, but he's wrapping out. 20 seconds left. If he's going to cut to A, he's going to have to do it quick, which means Cobra may get the drop on him here. Not seeing anything as Dono goes just underneath him, actually back to B. A little bit of COD timing there. Looking around, the plant is going to come down and B. Will Cobra be able to get rotated in for what will be a 1v1 with this bomb down?
Yeah, bomb will be down. It's all about the positioning here from Dono. Now, where does he decide to set himself up ready for this B push? Because obviously you're going to see Cobra trying to make his way around the map, clearing as much lanes as possible, but he's going for that defuse. Is he going to get off of that? Is he going to get off in time? Because Dono's going to come round. He does spot the bomb carrier, gets the shots off, but Cobra jumps out of the way and avoids death. Only for a mere few seconds, though, and K2 Esports will take this to map point.
Honestly, the shots from Dono were so shaky in that moment. I think he would have got the defuse if he just held it. I think it was just kind of, unless he couldn't even see him and it was just swaying shots. Of course, we didn't see the perspective, but I didn't think necessarily from the angle he'd get straight away into seeing him. I think if he had laid down, kept that defuse, he probably would have just about got it. But of course, that's too close of a call to make, and you're in that moment, you have a microsecond to make that decision, hopping off to make the kill. Seemingly makes the most sense, but of course, unfortunately, just for them, not working out. 5-4 now to K2.
Yeah, exactly. We're map point here. You've got Dono on a 4 streak. They're one map away, well, 1 round away here from winning this map, and that'll be tying the series up here 1 apiece. But Katana Gaming, I'm sure, won't be wanting that to happen. They'll be going pushing on aggressively here towards that B bomb site here. It's First Blood. Oh, Krona gets the 2 lined up, one after the other. Advantage going their way. Krona finds another one in the meantime. It's just down to Brezzy, and there's a RCXD out. He's going to go to combat. He's going to jump himself off the map, and K2 Esports will win the round and win the S&D. Will tie up the series 1 piece. And yeah, that was a solid Krona round for sure. All 4 members all into the gun of Krona. 2 players lined up very early on. That was a quick turnaround that K2 wanted, considering the way they started off the map.
Yeah, congratulations to them. Terrific win as K2 come away with the victory there, folks. And I mean, as you say, Krona going huge in that last map, or last round, when they needed a Katana now will be looking to answer back going into map 3. Well, played really well, and as I said, it looked like K2 did a really good job of handling the sort of stifling of their momentum due to the restarts that we had to deal with in this map, and it definitely worked in the favor of Katana at certain points. When we finally came back and they had to play a couple of rounds, Katana were very much in the driver's seat, were looking dangerous, but K2 once again got themselves set, had the privilege of being in a position where they could maybe sacrifice a couple of rounds given the work that they had done prior to the reset, and ultimately just got the job seen to in the end. And Katana were no slouches there either. Like, K2 really had to fight for that, and credit to them now that they've got it. We'll be getting into this map 3 very shortly, and, you know, it really could go either way. And my money would almost be on K2 for the way that they played that one.
Yeah, definitely. That's a solid effort there from the K2 squad. And if you're saying your money is going to be there, my money was in the vault, but that's been broken into. And for this 5th time, this this cast on this broadcast so far, we're going to see it once again here as Katana Esports are looking to bounce back after the loss there in the S&D to K2 Esports. But I mean, it was a solid effort, and Katana almost brought it back. They got it back to a tied game there. It was 4 apiece. It could have been anybody's game, but the next 2 rounds went swiftly in favor of K2 Esports, and that 4 piece in the end there for Krona to win the map. And yeah, it was a good performance overall. They did manage to kind of stifle it out eventually. I thought it was going to just be a landslide from Katana after they got map back into it and straight onto that 4 in a row. I was like, this is going to be back to what it is. But yeah, here we go. All good. So yeah, Vault Control changes things. It's 1 apiece though. So anybody's to play for, anybody in the game in the series, we're going to see a 4th map for sure. And then we're going to see a different map as well. We're going to see Protocol at Hardpoint as well. So the Respawn going the way of Katana Gaming in round 1. Do you see a Respawn once again the way that they were shooting in the Hardpoint, doing the same here in the control side of things?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a difficult one to say. I think, you know, the way that this one has played out in the overall, right, I do fancy K2 on this particular map, but if K2 can't come away with this one, I think it really is Katana's to lose at that point, right, because they'll be going into a different map set where I believe the traits that we've seen come out from Katana in that Vault Hardpoint will very much ring true from a Vault Control, in that it's the subs that are kind of weaving and ducking through the lines, trying to do the damage, and the ARs that are kind of picking up those key wide positions with the longest lanes of sight. And it's about how the subs can then disrupt those setups going through, which I think Protocol is a map that really encapsulates that in all areas. Katana play very well when they set up for that particular type of playing style. So I think going towards a map 4, it will be one that they feel confident in. I think K2 will need to come away with the win in this one, and it will be probably a very hard fought win if they get it. And then Katana would be my pick for map 4, meaning that I think we could go all the way with this one. K2 take this one. I do think a map 5 is on the cards, and K2 are kind of looking like the stronger search and destroy team at the moment against this opposition. But again, these teams, they can't really think that too far ahead now from this moment in time. They have to focus up and nail down this control. Katana, the full realization if they take this map, they're very much on for the series. And K2, we're thinking if they take this map, they might just have a chance if they have to bring it all the way.
Yeah, that's true. We know fine well though that we did cast it over obviously the Katana Notorious. We've seen how their Vault Control went. Katana didn't really favor it in terms of the settling rounds, so it went sublimely for Team Notorious. But K2 on the other hand, they wouldn't have seen that. They won't have been able to learn from it because they were currently in their own series, so they're not going to be able to look back and go, how did Notorious play this? They've not got enough time to register that on their mindset potentially as well to see how they could play against Katana. So like, this is still going to be one of these games where it could be back and forward once again in the control side of things. It could be down to that tick scenario again. Don't know how Katana will bounce back from it, obviously, considering how their last map and Vault Control went. But I'm sure the way that they were in the hard point, they'll kind of bounce back with that position. K2 Esports, on the other hand, we've not witnessed them so far and how their maps have been on the control side of things. So theirs might have been a rough ask as well in the last one. So they might have been struggling on this map as well, but we'll have to wait and see when we get into it. And once we've got all the players ready to go, we'll be witnessing that. And I like it says, I think you could be right with going to a map 5 if K2 do win this one here, because the control, the hard point, I think will go in the favor of Katana either way. But if Katana win the win here on the control, that could be the series pretty much almost there for Katana, and they'll find it on the hard point because they're very strong in that power position in Protocol.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think one thing to take into account as well when coming to this control on Vault, I mean, we did say prior, or well, I say we, I'll put myself on the spot with this one. I did say that I believe that, you know, Vault Control and Vault Hardpoint play very similarly in terms of the qualities that is needed to dominate on those maps, which is why I was so shocked that Team Notorious were able to do such a good job against them on the control whilst it was so close on the Hardpoint. But I think again though, Katana, we have to remember they played so well on the null and void part of that control. Remember, we had a restart when we watched them play Vault Control prior, and Katana had started on the offense and had a really good B cap, and Notorious were left floundering, almost a little bit saved by the bell in the sense that that had to be restarted. So as we go into this map number 3, Katana will recognize that they have qualities that they can probably utilize against this opposition, and we'll just need to make them count early here.
Yeah, and like you say, counting it early, you do see Vortex pushed up early, getting a good few kills here to clear a lot of that zone there, but Katana Esports here have been pegged back a little bit, thankfully, to K2 Esports, getting a few in the feed, and they're now all spawned back in their zone. So it looked like they were getting that pressure towards B that they started off with in their first series, but this time around it doesn't actually get for any ticks this time around. But hopefully the Cobra and Co, they can find a couple of kills, get themselves into the feed here, and then get themselves onto that A zone, as they do get 1 or 2 kills there, but they are traded back. Cobra currently staying alive though with a free streak as it stands here, but no tick of progress being made too much really in the grand scheme of things, with 44-6 still left on the clock.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, you do have to say Katana are doing a great job so far of just getting these lives down. I mean, K2 are answering back, don't get me wrong, which is crucial. Katana get 2 or 3, K2 are usually answering back with 2 or 3, but just in that moment, another clean wipe should surely mean another tick on the board, unless Terra has something to say about it round the back, which she does before getting traded out pretty quickly. So tick and a half gone, 8-1 for Cobra on a 7 streak as well. What a fantastic start for him. He's going to be vying for that Hellstorm as Katana corral around this A point, very much looking like they're going to be able to get it done, and going to get themselves probably around a minute 30 to play with, at a 19-12 live count over on B2. They have a lot of chances here to take it to K2 on this point.
Yeah, definitely. As Cobra does eventually fall there and doesn't manage to get the Hellstorm, but they will capture that A zone. Now they're going to push straight through towards that vault side. There's 2 players waiting for K2, but Maestro will find his teammate at the same time there. Traded back, and Cobra will get the opportunity to bring that one back. Vortex currently on a 4 streak as well, but the life count is 16 versus 9. It's going to be an uphill battle here for K2 Esports to struggle and stay alive here, but Maestro will find that Cobra shot right down the lane there. But if the trades go in, it is definitely favouring Katana gaming here as it stands, because yeah, they're double up on the kills, and K2 Esports just not finding the opportunity to get the extra kills that they need to kind of change it into a blue kill feed, which this way Katana will be happy with. But they would prefer the ticks, I'm sure, but if they win it on the rounds, they win it either way. The attacking round will go their way. That's exactly what they want on a control in Vault.
Yeah, 100%. And now that 1 tick is going to go to 2, 12 lives versus 2. Looking all but done here in what has been a very, very dominant attacking round for Katana. And oh no, as you say, he's got the huge 2.
Oh,
Can't do it.
It's not going to last.
Great offense.
Yeah, there we go. Katana winning the offense. There we go. Exactly what you want to be doing on Vault for sure. A very strong performance. Like we said, it took a while to get ticks made, but you said it in the feed there at the point, kills were going in their favor. They were mounting the kills early on, and it definitely made a difference there near towards the end. And they win it on the count rather than it being on the scoreline for the ticks, but they still made the ticks to get the win in the offense. And yeah, that's almost giving yourself that upper hand, because the defense tends to be the better side in the way that Katana have been shooting. It looks like their defense might be relatively straightforward here for them against K2 Esports, but we can't write K2 off at this point in time. Krona struggling at 1 and 8 if the scoreboard's correct, which I probably doubt it is, but you never know.
Yeah, 100%. And going into this round number 2 now, you have to take a look at Cobra as well, who is currently 11 and 4, and that is indeed correct, as Katana pick up the first 2, Vortex making it 3, and I'm sure Cobra was chasing that kill as well, just continuing to push on. And already Super flanked up the side. They're getting ready to implement a spawn trap that they were on the other end of on the last time that they played this map, but you have to give credit to K2. They're doing a good job of pushing out here, and are going to be able to regain a little bit maybe towards these points, but kind of being forced into a position where Maestro has to go round the back. But even then, not happening. Cobra completely aware of what's going on, absolutely popping off at the moment now, 14 and 4, and not looking like slowing down. Katana are in the driver's seat, to say the least.
Yeah, Cobra is just absolutely turning up here. They're in the driver's seat for sure, as they're managing to find plenty of the kills. There's 6 lives at the advantage so far, and K2 Esports have got 27 seconds here to try and get onto any of these points here to try and stop that time, but they're not looking at anywhere near it at the moment in time, as one player, Dono, does eventually get onto the tick, will be picked off. That'll be 2 in the feed from Vortex. And yeah, looks almost and certainly finished here for K2 Esports. It looks like the round 2 is going to go in favor of Katana Esports with 13 seconds left. Can K2 get anywhere near any of these zones? It doesn't look likely as Cobra finishes off the last one near the point. 6 seconds left. Krona comes in straight to the gun of Cobra, and he is keeping that gun hot. Is at 17-5 so far for them. They win the round 2 here, and they are now one more round away from winning the map.
Katana are having the performance of the series here without a doubt, and it is Cobra who is having a performance of the series himself, as you see him here on the play of the round, getting stuck with the Semtex. How do you like that? Sent nearly over the window. I was wondering if he would actually go flying out the window there, but alas, Katana Gaming 2-0 up. Terrific defensive round to complement the offensive round that they won. It'll be one of the shorter controls I think we will see here in this cup, as Katana turning around and maybe arguing that search and destroy was just a little bit of a blip in the system, and now they're back to systems as normal.
Yeah, maybe just a little blip, but the vault, this is what they wanted. This is the way they probably started it against Notorious before the reset, and now eventually they're starting to get that flow as a free ball in the feed here for K2 Esports. That's going to be gaining so much more map control for the Katana Gaming squad, as you can see them pushing up into the back of the spawn here side of things, and this is going to give them some clearance here to try and get some kills in the feed. They'll know exactly where the K2 players are spawning in from, and there you go, from up top and up close as well. Going to have Cobra. I don't know why he should be AR up there, but you know, he is sitting up there just in case the players coming from down below. But the feed is all red. A player of K2 Esports has left. They're down to 3 members at this point in time, and I don't know what the issue was there, but Katana Gaming looking to take this round here, and they've got that man advantage as well now for the rest of the series here in this map.
Yeah, I wonder maybe if a little bit of frustration's boiling over there. You're 2-0 down, nearly already getting pinned into the spawn trap on the 3rd round. Maybe you're just leaving to get that mental reset. Not exactly the way to go about it if that is indeed the case, leaving your teammates floundering against your opposition, but at least they may not have to flounder too much longer. As Katana up 27-20, both points getting captured now, or well, now just on B getting that done. They're going to get the job done here any minute.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is it. Going to be the tick of progress made over towards that B site. Now they just need to head towards A, finish that off, and now we're down to 2 players for K2 Esports. So they've pretty much given up the ghost here, as they feel like that is the series. Well, not the series yet, at least the map over with, and K2 just going to go shoot some bodies just for the sake of it, because he has found a kill. There's going to be another one in the feed as well, but they're not going to be able to stop the progress that Katana have made here. They'll get the round win, they'll get the map win, and they will take it to 2-1 in the series. And now we're looking to go towards that maybe potentially ending map here for the protocol, and that'll be a hard point. Another respawn, which we've seen Katana being so dominant here against the K2 squad.
Yeah, Katana just really playing to all their strengths there on that map, and it coming out just, or working spectacularly well, should I say. But you know, K2, they weren't up to the task, and kind of leaving there towards the end, as we can see, throwing the scoreboards awry and kind of very much just throwing the bottles out of the pram there. Leaving early, not exactly the best thing to do, I think, on the sportsmanlike side of things. And you know, I think that's something that should be mentioned. You know, it's the honorable thing. You're playing a game, you're playing in a competition, stay through till the end. It's the equivalent, it's the online equivalent of shaking hands with your opponent. But hey, who are we to judge? It happens. But K2 decides to leave early, messes up the scoreboard. But one thing that is not messed up, one thing that is staying true, is that Katana are now 2-1 up in this series after a truly dominant performance, it has to be said. Map 1, they looked dominant. Map 2, you know, they pulled it back, but it wasn't to be. Now it seems, as I said, it's all back to normal for them on this map 3, and going into map 4, a map that we talked about prior being one that could suit them in the way that they want to play, as we will move on to a protocol hardpoint. This may be the end of the road for K2 unless they can cause a huge upset to take us to a search and destroy, where it would, once again, to be fair, be back on the cards considering how we've seen them play in the previous S&D.
Yeah, definitely. They will want to try and get it towards that search and destroy, but if they are in that mindset now that they have left the game, they've obviously been pretty much shown up there from Katana in the control, and it's obviously going to affect you a little bit. Maybe you're down or you're out, you're resetting, but can you reset after that? As you know, you've went quite dominantly down. They're gonna have to bounce back somehow in this hard point, and Katana have been so solid in their respawns here, and like we said, this could be the series winner, and I'll put K2 out and Katana will keep their form going. I did I was going to say something prior to it, but then I totally wrecked my brain when you started speaking. I was like, oh yeah, wait a minute, that's a good idea. And then it just disappeared, and it was like, oh okay, so yeah, Katana looking to finish the series here and end it in a really strong hard point for Protocol. But yeah, they're not looking like it's going to be stopped. Their momentum is definitely there behind the Katana squad here after these last 2 maps. Even though they did lose the S&D, they did start getting themselves back into it, considering the way they started it off. They started finding the picks, the kills, and now obviously in the Protocol hardpoint, it's going to be back to that respawn side of things. They won it pretty dominantly in map 1, almost 100-point club to K2. And yeah, going into this one, we're going to see how strong of the performance they can keep it up. Cobra being pretty much the standout player so far, actually, surprisingly, throughout these last few maps. And yeah, the player to watch out for in this hardpoint.
Yeah, for sure, a player to watch out for. The map MVP for sure, last map, arguably the series MVP for the way that he has been playing, but that is not to take anything away from the rest of the Katana boys who have been absolutely popping off and will be looking to continue to pop off here as we load into map number 4. We are on board with Krona.
Here we go. Here we go. First blood goes to Vortex, instantaneously traded out there, but you got the player trying to climb up through the zip line. Doesn't work out for them as Cobra does find him and finds a nice pick through the window. Hardpoint at P1 going in favor of Katana so far, but it's all about where we're going to rotate around here, as you do see the player in the back trying to make a momentum push up the back, but Terra does get picked off eventually. Katana Esports finding the kills, and Cobra starting off with that momentum that he had in this last round, continuing that streak here. He's on a 4 at the moment, and his teammates are also currently running streaks with Brezzy pushed up towards the spawn side of K2 here, and they're just holding every single angle here, waiting for the players to kind of push on through and straight into the gun of Brezzy. Will find one, makes that double. Can he keep a spree going as well? He's on a 4, so is Cobra. The team of Katana have started off strong in this one, 38 seconds in the hard point already.
Yeah, honestly, a completely dominating P1 as they go over to a P2. K2 already in a position where they're floundering and need to hit a regain quickly, as the kills are just coming in batches of 2, it seems, as Vortex had picked up another 2. And meanwhile, we did see as well at the beginning, Cobra had indeed striked as he held that point after going on a 4 streak, I believe it was, and now on to P2. Nothing is changing. It is Vortex holding this down 63-0, and you know, there was an argument for maybe at the end of that map 3, given how it went, given the players had left, maybe their heads had gone a little bit, and it's for sure here they have not hit the regain as of yet, as they cannot get a look in onto these points, as this is an annihilation to say at least, a demolition, a deconstruction. But ultimately K2 finally getting onto the point and getting some time.
That would have been a filthy angle to watch there from Terra, though, where he gets the free piece, he gets a slide on through, gets the 1 kill, and then he dives and finds the next kill. That was a nice wee opportunity there for K2s. They do eventually get some ticks on the board here, and it's going to be up to 10. They've got the P3 position here as well set for them, but Katana are pretty much straight there into that point, looking to get the kills. They do get a good few kills in the feed, and Brezzy currently on a 3 streak. Don't have the hard point in their control. It's going to be back and forward contested, but 4 members of Katana are around there, and none of K2s are anywhere nearby to answer back instantaneously.
Well, I think one thing is absolutely true, if the KDs are indeed accurate, is that Super needs to step it up for the side of Katana. Only 2 and 7. What are you doing, Super? Come on, you're letting the boys down. Not but 93-13. I only say that in jest, of course, because you're 96-13, you're getting over that 100 point mark. You're doing something right at this stage, in complete control, completely dominant. Do not change a thing here, Katana, because the way that you're playing is working to a treat. But now as we move on to that next point, and this is a key point for holding, a strong hold from K2 would have them right back in this game as they try to converge in from either side, and to be fair, pick up a huge wave of kills. They can lock this one down. Maybe they can pull this one back, going back onto P1, but Super looking to have something to say about that, as he picked up 2. And now what K2 did to Katana now happened to them, converging it from both points. It collapses in, and that hold barely 5 to 10 seconds. The Katana now have complete control of what is a really vital point.
I was just about to say, I'm sure Super must have heard you, instantaneously finds that double kill. He gets himself back up into that 5 to 9, but scores feed was right. But that big lead of 100 points, taking in favor of Katana, and they're still getting 22 more seconds here as you see the K2 players trying to throw some shoulders, but too many shoulders were shown, and all of a sudden Cobra will find that kill. You've got Super on a 4 streak now as well. He's definitely starting to heat up in the year, and Cobra is showing up as one of the standout performances here, 13 and 6, along with Brezzy 14 and 5. It's just an absolute dominating performance here from the Katana squad here in this hard point, and with that little bit of scrap time going the way of K2, they'll get to at least 29 points, but back to the new hard point on P1 here. And now, can we see anything from K2 Esports? Are they going to be able to bounce back from this start? The Brezzy now currently on a 5 streak here as well. He's going to find a player back in the spawn. He's going to add to that. He'll find the shark head, and that's another kill to his name. He adds more. He's not going to stop. Super turns it around. He's went from his 6th streak, all from you saying Super needs to turn it around.
This is just what he needed. He needed the inspirational words of Zepcast just willing him on, and I'd like to think I've been the difference maker in this one, I'll say, but 172 to 29. I mean, God, Katana Gaming. I mean, taking a hostage, but why? Why? You've already lost. This is a desperate attempt to try and take some sort of pride back from this game. But a 4-man down though. Credit to K2. We're able to get the scrap and maybe rotate to the next point.
That's because they eventually found Super on that spray. They had to stop him out. He had to like gloat that he got it, and then all of a sudden we've got it done and dusted though. Time is up. We're going to go back to P2 here, and now Katana Gaming almost at that 200 point margin already. K2 Esports struggling to get any time, but Krona does find a 5 streak before he does fall. It's now going to be all momentum though towards the Katana squad as they are set up here in P2 ready. This was a really strong hardpoint from them in the last round, like the last set of rotations, and K2 Esports are struggling to get any momentum, to get any kills in the feed there. Terra does eventually get the break on in with the kill there, and it's going to be a little bit of time to kind of stop, but can't stay on board. And wait a minute, we've got a chopper. Something is not right, ladies and gents. That is that going to be a disqualification then on the round, even though it's 200 to 38? How does that work?
I believe that was called in off the back of someone on the side of K2 Esports actually pulling out a rocket launcher, as we are correct. Maestro on the board with the rocket launcher, and just kind of all composure just completely gone from this game, considering the fact that Katana, they weren't just at the driver's seat, they built the damn car that's running over the opposition right now, as they are the cause of this game descending into anarchy through just pushing K2 to this point to where they don't feel like it even matters. The chopper going in doing work for Katana. It's like we're casting a pubs game now. Will the rocket launcher come in clutch for K2? I don't think so. There's only 30 points needed for Katana to try and get this one done at 250, a 50-point club.
Oh, that is that helicopter overlook is definitely working out for them though, as they're getting the kills in the feed. But yeah, I think all in all, if it was K2 that started off with a rocket launcher, and if it was unintentional, I'd have no idea. But maybe they thought that was the game done and dusted. We'll just end it here and let Katana get this win. But yeah, Cobra pulls out the streak and pulls out the heli just to answer back to that rocket launcher. As now we're just seeing knives and knives.
One thing that comes to mind when I see all of this from the side of the K2 chaps, one word: professionalism. Truly seeing this out with an air of grace unbeknownst to us all, but Katana Gaming eventually coming away with the win there, 250 to 38. One of the most dominant performances you will see in this cup for sure. Deserved winners in the end, as you know, I talked about prior to this one that this map was seemingly suiting their strengths, and they absolutely rang true to that word as they were very dominant. And I tell you what, if this map comes back into it whatsoever when they have to turn around and maybe play Notorious again, or not, Team Notorious, if they get that far and have to end up playing them again, put that map in the rotation, because you have proved that you can do a job.
Festival Van Beats.
Here we go. We're welcome back, ladies and gents. We're ready and finally waiting to see our winners final. Here is Team Notorious versus Noctum Esports, and both teams looking on fine form to take it to this finals, and if they can make their way to the grand finals. Zep, how are we, and how is this long wait finally over with? Eventually, we'll get into the maps and such. It's a double rewind and a triple vault.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to getting into it. It's nice to see a rewind come up for a change. Get a little bit sick of seeing all the vault, but I'm sure the players love it. That's why they choose it. But, you know, getting a little bit of a different look out now, as said, the double rewind going into this and a rewind hard point. You know, I haven't even actually had the privilege of even casting over that much a rewind hard point. So I'm as fascinated to get into this one as I'm sure many people are who are at home, and just seeing how it actually plays, how it turns out. And again, I think if you're a fan of Hardpoint, if you're a team that's maybe going into this one feeling like you're not the strongest side, that rewind might be a nice initial place to give yourself a boost. You know, obviously we're seeing two teams who are very, very evenly matched. They are the top tier teams, but you know, we've seen how good Notorious are. They have won before. Maybe if you're an Noctum, you're thinking, give yourself a little edge by taking the other team off the map that is essentially played all the time. So they can potentially work into Noctum's hands with that one to pick up the initials, but then of course as we move on to the back end, it will be those vaults, and if it goes all the way, another triple vault on our hands, which will be a spectacle to behold. But it is possible that it goes all the way, because you could very easily say that between these two teams, they're probably, and I mean it is that the winners final, so they deserve to be here, but they really are kind of the two strongest teams it seems at the moment, so it should be a fantastic battle ahead.
Yeah, that being said, they were the grand finals matchup last time out as well in Challenger Cup 2. So yeah, it's going to be pretty much a repeat of that grand finals for now, but they might be witnessing it as well. One of the teams will drop down into that losers finals for the chance, obviously, if they do lose out here, but they could still be facing each other again in the grand finals for all we know. The way that they've been performing, both teams solid. Katana, Katana, I was about to say, Notorious, had some good performances. That outright performance against Katana where they won 3-0 was a bit of a surprise to me in the grand scheme of things. I thought Katana could have got at least a map out of that one, but Notorious was shown on fine form, and yeah, the way they've been playing so far is just a team to be watching for and keeping an eye out. Definitely. We'll go and switch to that bracket though, to format, just to see exactly where everybody stands in the games and how the games have gone so far. As you can see, there we go on screen. Fanta Lemon will be currently playing just now against Katana, gaming for their chance to see who goes into their winners final or the losers final, so to speak. But yeah, the results as it follows on screen. You can see Team Notorious, obviously the 3-0 win against Katana, Noctum beating Fanta Lemon 3-2 to get to this winners final. Fanta Lemon isn't a bad team to be playing up against as well. They were a solid squad. That was the same team that has won in the cup finals, number 1. However, missing bans because they swapped out with Aspect. But yeah, Fanta Lemon weren't a team that you could expect to win. They did get the reverse sweep, Noctum. So to get to this winners final, it took them a free map in a row. So they're on a wee bit of momentum, but they've had a big, massive break from it. So it's going to be interesting to see how this break is going to affect both teams.
Yeah, how the break will affect both teams is massive. It means things may have died down a little bit in terms of the pacing. And again, you're going onto a map that we don't see as much in that rewind hard point, so you're going into that relatively new setting compared to what you're used to, with the pace maybe being slightly off as the teams need to get themselves warm and ready to go. And who's going to be able to capitalize on that to begin with? Are Noctum going to be able to come out and take it to Notorious early doors, or are Notorious going to pick up right where they left off, showing what they were able to do against Katana, come straight back into this one and prove that they are the top team in Europe? I mean, anything is really possible with that one, but as you were saying, you know, looking at that bracket, you know, all of these teams at this level, given how far that they have gone, they have had to put a lot of work in to get where they are, right? It's not like that they had easier games coming into this one, played against opposition where maybe it should have been a given. You know, there's a solid amount of teams in this cup who are truly top level teams with amazing players across the rosters. And you know what I think is the difference maker then between those top teams and the ones that really are like the number one, like your Noctum, like your Notorious, like your Katana, is you can bring players in on the individual. You can bring players in who are passionate. You can bring players who go on that 35-40 bomb in the hard points, controlling the games. But it's about getting that to gel with your team. And we've seen that in a number of instances from these teams who have managed to get themselves all the way. We've seen Katana just as a four-man absolutely popping off. And we've seen them on the previous game in this broadcast. We've seen the same from Notorious, even in moments where Katana looked like they were pulling it back together as a unit. Notorious just firing on all cylinders, but on top of that, having those individuals. Because on the other side of the coin, we do see teams who may play well together as a unit, but when the going gets tough, they don't have that then star player that pulls them through the rough. And the first broadcast that you and I featured on here tonight, the first game was that Notorious versus Katana, and that kind of epitomized everything that I've just said, right? In that how it was really close, the scoreline could have gone either which way, both teams were playing brilliantly at points, but with Notorious, when it came to key points, they were locking down as a unit, but then you had that individual, you had that Afro that would go in, pick up key 2 paces, either this break into a hill or disrupt the flow in terms of helping defend a hill so it isn't a 4-man push through the front. So having a combination of all of those factors is what makes a team the very top at this level. And I think we're getting to that point now where that 3 I mentioned, Notorious, Katana, Noctum, they all have the ability to have that in their roster and pull it out. It's purely or not whether they pull it out in the moment, because this is it. Like, this is the moment you need to have it ready for.
Exactly that. That being said, out of the 3 of them teams, we do have Noctum, who have got a difference in the roster from the first 2 weeks as well, from the Challenger Cup. So I mean, that might have changed things as well, but how they play their game and how they work around Bance as he's been brought into the team, and that might affect their flow, because they have made it to the grand finals already, but this is still a winners final now. There's a chance to get back to that grand finals here again and kind of make amends from what they did against Notorious last time, where they did fall quite short here at the grand finals and didn't get the win. But second place isn't anything to be bited for. They got there, they made their way through that division in the winners bracket all the way through there. The Notorious came up from the losers bracket last time around, and they went on to win it. So maybe it's going to be a turnaround here. Maybe Noctum get it in the winners final, but we're going straight into it though. We're back into Rewind in our winners final here. And we're going to have the teams on your left hand side, and blue is going to be the team that is Noctum, and Bravo, here we go, is going to be the team of Notorious.
Yeah, and so far getting into this one, tentative starts on the hill, but it is the side of Noctum picking up those initial kills. Bancy Castle trying to get a couple. Meanwhile, Eric Boom is kind of rotating in and around, and it is very tentative, but it is Notorious getting on that initial time, which potentially will be huge. But again, we all know how important those P2 spawns are and how you rotate over, and so far it does seem it's like Notorious that have them as they begin to get a red wave of kills. Great hold from them. P2 on the cards, and it's looking like it could be Notorious's to lose.
Yeah, this is a very good, strong start here from the Notorious squad, holding well on P1, which normally is a very contested spot, but they've also managed to hold on to their spawns in the back. That being said, F dot does fall near the back of Burger there, and that might be an opening here for the players of Noctum to kind of get around the back. Kez is going to try and sneak himself around there, but there is all 3 players noticing that there is somebody in the back Burger side of things, and they're going to kind of keep an eye on that position in there as he does eventually fall. And the break does come in, and well, that's happening because they're focusing on that back of the spawn side of things, and yeah, a couple of kills going their way. Vance on the team, sorry, is the one on the hard point at the moment, and he's just trying to gun it down as he finds a couple in the feed there. Bancy answers another one, and Eric Boom will fall as well. That's 4 dead, and that's going to be a spawn flip here for the team of Noctum Esports.
Yeah, a big spawn flip coming in there. I believe that we may have had a lobby crash here. Something seems to have frozen, unless he really likes that corner and the timer really likes to not go down. But no, I think we're right. I think it is a lobby crash. Unfortunate to see as we were just getting into that one after such a long wait. But, you know, talking briefly about what we've seen, as I'm sure we're going to be getting back into it as soon as possible, it has to be said, Notorious are looking strong. They got on that point. It was a little bit tentative around P1, but ultimately they flipped it around the right side, started picking up those kills. And then when it came to P2, except for the end where they had a bit of a break from a 3-man down, they held it and held it well. And again, we talk about, you know, as a side, a team who seems to relish map control, as we've seen them play against Katana and mostly having map control on that hard point and vault when we've seen them. Seems to be a similar case here beginning to take place early on.
Yeah, definitely. It was a very, very strong start, but it looked like Nocturne were starting to get into it. They got the break, they got the rotations around the back, they split it for P2. Can't remember how much times or how much seconds they were going to get on that one there potentially, because they did spawn out. The Notorious squad quite far out in there, and maybe they were just starting to heat up again. Like we said, it's been a while. They've been off the break. There's not the same competitive side of things if you're doing some custom lobbies randomly kind of assigned in this kind of scenario, whereas when you're playing competitively against a team that's wanting to win this, Notorious is having to keep warm. So is Noctum. So I mean, hopefully, when we get back into this, we'll get to see. I'm sure we'll start from the start again because there wasn't enough time on the hard points, etc., to be kind of in what goes on, and there's no final result from that. And obviously, with the issue, we'll restart. But it might mean that Noctum can get a good fresh restart on this one.
Yeah, exactly, which I do think Noctum need, right? I do think that maybe they were a little bit stunned off the initial. But again, look, we've seen it happen in hard points before. We've talked before about after a long break coming into it, there's always going to be one team warmer than the other. P1 and P2 can sometimes chain as well if you're just getting those kills to go on a little bit. And you can often find yourselves in times 60, 70, 80 points ahead maybe after 2 points and thinking like it could be your game. But then as the game starts to balance out, then as you start having to rotate through the map as rather than, starting from the center and then falling back towards a point, that's when you see the game begin to shape up. And I mean, even again, we've been calling back to it a lot, but I think it does epitomize everything we're mentioning. That vault hardpoint that we saw off the initial, Katana had pretty good time on the first 2 points, doing really well on the P2. But then as it went to the other side of the map, we saw Katana's sort of inability to rotate effectively against Notorious. Notorious were able to hold point 3 or 4. And then from there, it was Notorious actually in the lead back to P1 where things got a little more mixy. So just because a team gets that initial advantage by no means that they are in the driver's seat of the map. It's after that first set of rotations when you see how a team is able to maneuver through and retain their control. That's the big thing, because we've seen teams before, they can have that control and they can look strong, but retaining it as you have to keep pushing from disadvantageous to advantageous positions is a key factor in coming away with the victory.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, if you're keeping that score line pretty close as well, that's when it becomes really crucial for both teams as well. Like, you just don't know who's going to have that momentum going into it. They just need a kind of a switch of game plan, maybe to change it around, get them back spawns and get yourself a good solid hold. But I'm hoping that we get some good solid holds from both teams here. But it's going to be a very competitive matchup, I'm sure, because they've been ready for this one. I'm sure this is kind of the revenge for Noctum and from the grand finals from last Challenger Cup. And I mean, what can we ask for apart from like a really solid series as we get back into Rewind soon enough, hopefully as well. But I'm glad to see Rewind, like we said, for Hardpoint. It's going to be a first of the broadcast anyway for us. But yeah, that being said, as a Rewind map as it is, do you feel like there's any like, P2 is one of the strong ones you want to be holding as long as possible. We've got some good sight lines on that zone, but any other crucial hard points that you kind of want to make sure you're kind of contesting?
Oh, I mean, that is definitely a good question. I think P1 and P2, as I said, they can very much chain together. They can go hand in hand as points. You can make the both of them work and again, maybe be lulled into a false sense of security with getting that initial lead. But I really do think the next points are the ones that you can really chain together and sort of either contest, I think, on P3. I think P3 is a big contest point where you can really stifle the time alongside P1. But then the way you can chain together P4 and P5, and it really suits the side that may not have picked up that initial time across that P1 and 2. Ultimately, you're pushing up for that P2, you're not getting it broke, you realize P3 is on the cards, you just say, right, we're going to set through the middle of the map, we're going to make sure we have the lanes watched, we're going to cover Burger side, and we're going to make sure we're not getting flanked through that kind of courtyard side on the left for that P4, and you just lock it down, you get some stifle time, but hopefully the majority. And then that's where you start to cash in from the way you've been playing. You defend, you keep the team pushed back, you start to pull back onto that P4. You can really hold a lot of time. And then from there, if you can get those kills, keep a team penned back and push through them onto P5. Next thing you know, you've played 3 points where you're holding the majority of the time and holding it well. Sets you back onto a P1 where the game is once again completely opened up. So it's one of those maps, given it's not really a super wide map, it's more so just long, that you can very much punish a team who might have gotten that initial one-up on you, and it can lead to very competitive games.
Yeah, I think it's definitely more of the competitive side of things where there's a good chance for both teams, no matter what side you come on the start of the matchup is going to make a difference because, like you said, that holding at the end between the middles, between P3, P4, that could be switched instantaneously back. And the lead, even though it could be like 40 points lead at the start of it, it could instantaneously be evens or even the other team taking that lead going into it, and then the second half of the rotations and stuff. So yeah, um, yeah, we've got all the players in. We're going to be getting ready into this match here, and we'll be like heading back into it. Noctum Esports though, looking to start off stronger than the last time out as we've seen, but like we says, there is a chance of it being completely flipped on its head. Completely, it doesn't matter where you are on this map. It could be anybody's game. It doesn't matter your spawn side, how well you hold P1 and P2. It can change around at any given time on this map. So I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen here between the two sides, and Notorious wanting to keep their flow because they've been on a good streak so far of it.
Yeah, exactly. They've been in a good streak, but, you know, maybe having a little bit of karma bite back. We did see them in the vault control against Katana sort of almost get decimated in the beginning of their round one, but got fortunate in having that, you know, map crash or whatever it was and kind of null and void in the beginning. Now they've had a good start here, and it's been the case where, you know, they would have wanted that map to keep going probably, and it wasn't the case. So now going into this one, could Noctum potentially have learned the same way Notorious got the chance to learn previously? And maybe Noctum will be able to get a better start as we are into this map 1.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe they will get this start. They'll get to figure out what happened differently, as they are the first team to get the first blood and the first point on the board there for P1. And all of a sudden, it could be a change of scene as it happened. But nobody's going for the zone. They're looking for that control of the map side of things. Nobody's really going for the time on the spawn. But a few dead for the Noctum squad, and then Notorious answered back. So it's a good holder for Noctum as they start to take up some extra seconds here on the clock.
Yep, Noctum fixing the mistakes they had at the beginning and getting in with the hold, but it is Team Notorious, of course, who have those spawns. So will be looking to try and keep them. But I say that they are converged around the point. Detain's gotten round the back, and that may flip the spawns, and it has. Now Henry and Bansi both spawning out on the right side for Noctum, but you do have Rafi as well out on a key point.
Oh, he's
quickly
been found.
been taken out, and that is huge. Noctum now getting pushed on to P2, and this has been a terrific start, the complete opposite of what we've seen previously.
Oh yeah, definitely. You see 3 in the feed go down, Noctum guaranteeing that P2 spawns. They've got the P2 time going their way as well. There's still a minute or just under 46 seconds here anyway on this time, and it's an opportunity for Team Notorious to try and find some kills in the feed to push on up, but players are all fighting down mid-map here, and that's going to be a double for the two teams in Notorious as 2 players from Noctum fall, but it's answered back instantaneously, and there's going to be a good contest on that hard point, but all 4 players fall for Team Notorious, one after the other, but these spawns are flipped. But that minute, 20 seconds left on the clock. This is kind of how Noctum wanted to do. They can now fight this out and get themselves for the next spawns as Kez continues his spree on to 5, will be eventually taken out there, and now Rafi has answered back with a 3 of his own before he falls.
You know, I do think Noctum made a little bit of a mistake there. Granted, you know, they cleaned up well with a couple of kills, but they got a little too aggressive on that point. Pushed out early, caused those spawns to flip, and I think ultimately sacrificed about at least 10-15 seconds because of that. But making sure they have the spawns from you at least, maybe they were just trying to make sure that they have those spawns to go for that sort of P3, 4, 5 system that we were talking about. But as I say that, you know, the spawns had been flipped. It was FDOT who got around, and now Noctum are in a position where, after a terrific start, they're having to fight back to get this point outside of spawn. But Detain, I believe, got a terrific, well, I don't know if that was a flank or a spawn, and completely missed it.
Yeah,
but
complete
11
flank,
and
yeah.
4. What a terrific KD so far.
Yeah, Detain doing some great work around the back. He's constantly looking for these flanks so far. He's on a 4 streak so far, holding the spawns, but getting that double there, cleared it for Noctum to make sure that they got the spawns and to remain a bit of the scrap time here for the majority of that time there. Still have a slender lead going into it as the Notorious breaks through with the last 10 seconds, but it seems like split spawns as it stands there though, because you have got one player, that is Afro, pushed on up towards that hardpoint zone, but you've got Vance and Henry in the back looking for the spawns, but it's going to be FDOT trying to push on round. He's found though, and there's 3 in the feed for Noctum Esports. That's going to give them some good time here on this new hardpoint.
Yeah, Noctum, I think, have recovered from losing the spawns at the beginning of P3 there immaculately well. And I think this is a point where maybe we could see them fight through a little bit of adversity here, as now Detain once again working that flank. He's absolutely dancing around the side of Team Notorious at the moment, who cannot just get a read on him whatsoever, as the kill feed mostly being painted purple until Afro and Eric Boom pick up 2. I mean, how many times have we said that in covering them today? They always seem to be the 2 that pull it out of the bag, as Eric Boom is holding to perfection, gunning them down here after what was a slow start. Now 9 and 10 in a 3 streak with nearly a minute in hill. Great regain there on that point.
Yeah, and even though that it was like knocked him hold for so long, it's not that massive amount of gap there that they've got between Notorious. And this is what we're saying, that the change of pace and the change of position does not entitle that you're going to take a massive lead in this one. It is a slender lead at that, as Team Notorious are got on the new hard point, and they're here in Electrical, holding the middle spawns, looking for the back spawn as well for P1 and 2, which is what they want to try and hold now for this foreseeable future, because this is like the way in which it can flow from this hard point, from this to 1 then to 2. So if they can get some good time here and hold these back spawns, it could be crucial for Team Notorious here to get themselves back into the lead and take a good wee gap towards the Noctum side here, as it is traded back and forward, 2 kills each going from the way of Notorious and Noctum, but it does seem like it's favouring the Team Notorious squad, as they've got more players around the hard point at the moment. But Free in the feed once again for Team Notorious. One is his teammate, though. That is sad to see. You don't want to see that in the feed, because that might have just put things on the back perspective, as Noctum get the spawn flipped around their side for P1. They're going to try and get some good kills off that zone and try and give some time, as they take the lead once again, but only by 20 seconds here so far.
It's really interesting how this game is playing out so far. It's gotten very close, very mixy. I think the KDs are also kind of a reflection of how this has gone, and that for the most part it's similar across the board in terms of how many players you're playing well, how many not so much, but you do have Detain just about that level above the rest of the competition here, and that's why Noctum Esports are just about ahead on the score. But that could quickly change. Momentums can swing throughout a hard point, and this Team Notorious will try and chain together some kills. One thing is for certain is that since we've had to restart this map, Team Notorious have not really been able to get anywhere near this P1. And now we're going to have to try and rotate around to a P2, which Noctum seem pretty set to be able to deal with. So Noctum once again in a position where they might be able to chain some hills together and sort of regain a bit of a lead. And if they can hold on to it better than they did last time around that P3 and P4 area, then they may have done enough to come away with this map 1.
Yeah, that kill from Rafi though around the back here gives him the set round towards the burger side. Eric Boom with a double, and if Rafi finds this kill here in the back, that could be crucial for the spawn flip, and it is. It comes in, and all of a sudden Team Notorious is getting themselves for P2 set up, ready to go, as 2 players pushing on and through between the middle P1 zone. Do find a couple of kills. That's Rafi and Afro that will fall. And it's a 4 versus 2 scenario here for Noctum Esports, as they go towards that hardpoint, looking for the players around the outsides. Have to find that player on the garbage side, which is holding the spawns for now, but he eventually falls. That's F dot. And now Kez is starting to watch your back, will be found out, and Notorious still have that back spawn. Crucial time to get as much points to kind of close that gap once again. And like we said, it's a very closely contested hardpoint series here, and it's going to be back and forward. It looks like at this moment in time, as if it kills go back and forward also on the screen. But there's not really been a massive flow, but it looks like Team Notorious are getting back into the numbers with the kills here on the feed as well.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. On that point, Team Notorious done a terrific job of stifling the time, and I think getting the majority of time on that hill, if I'm not mistaken, but a wave of kills there for Noctum. And we're even at 144 apiece going on to the second P3 of the map, and really is all to play for here, as you know, while Noctum are doing a great job and continuing to keep up the numbers for the most part, it is Team Notorious who are now looking to be getting a little bit warmer in some of their gunfights. You have had Afro and Eric Boom combining for some terrific moments at times. They just need to create a little more of them, spread them out amongst the team. And meanwhile, while on the side of Noctum, it is pretty great from a lot of their players. You do have Henry that's currently struggling on those numbers a little bit, and that is going to come back to bite them on the latter stage, as Team Notorious will begin to smell blood. But on top of all that, Henry, just after getting the 2-piece, and credit to Noctum, keeping in the lead, sitting on this point, and now thinking about that P4.
Yeah, Henry's starting a little bit slower here on the kill feed, but starting to get to warm up here, as he's now gone to 16 and 23, make that. But they've got a good wee kill feed in the scene there, and all of a sudden you got a wee bit of time going their way, keeping that gap a wee bit slightly slender, but we're like 12 points difference in it. It's literally anybody's game at this point in time, as we're moving over to our new hard point here over at P4, and the back spawn's holding for Noctum, but Vance will be picked off. There's 2 more players there to answer back at them, but it is traded out. The car explosion comes in for Detain to get the kill on Rafi. Eric Boom then falls to the gun of Detain as well, and that is 3 dead. All of a sudden, Noctum have that spawn, and Nickel Farrell Notorious are having to spawn in here. They're having to come through Burger and through mid-map, but the mid-map kill is being found. Vance is there. He might be traded out though instantaneously, and he does do so, but a good hold time for Noctum here to get this past the 200-point margin, potentially, if they can hold this one here with Detain finding the kills where need to. And he's 24 and 17. He's on a streak of 3, and he's keeping himself warmed up here as he starts to find some more as well. There's Eric Boom in the back as well.
Yeah, Noctum were getting a huge wave of kills there to kind of lock down that point and once again retain the lead, and that could be huge. But it's interesting watching Team Notorious. They do so much work. They get pushed so far forward, getting like 2 to 3s or 1 2 every 2 for 1 when pushing up and getting those kills. And then it looks like that they might be through and home dry in terms of holding the majority of the time, and then they just get 3-man wiped. Like Noctum Esports' ability to sort of regain in a point of where they have to regain here or they've completely lost their advantage has been really solid throughout this map, which I think has been the difference maker. As they cross over the 200-point mark, only 20 and rising in the difference here, is Notorious kind of realizing now that they have to push in. But what's happening here is that you're having Noctum hold together strong, whereas Notorious, very much a case of them just not being able to push as a unit. It's kind of a bit stagnated going in one by one, and Noctum were able to pick them apart because of that, as Kez now on the point and being contested once again, 218 to 182. Again, it really is anyone's game from this point, especially as we'll be getting ready to go back onto that P1. But Notorious will have to play pretty perfect from here, as Noctum can see the end goal in sight.
Exactly. It's getting closer and closer. We are within 27 points here for the Noctum squad, and Henry's now started to get back to almost to evens here as he's found 4 in a row. Vance, though, he's also finding 3 in a row. He's 33 and 24, and he's just turned out of nowhere. Detain is taking over that spot over Detain as well in terms of KD here, but 3 dead for Team Notorious is going to give them that opening here back onto P1, but P2 spawns could be crucial. 34 seconds. Are they going to willingly give that time to Team Notorious here? Because that might make it even more dicier towards P2 here.
I mean, Notorious are collapsing now onto this P1, or Noctum, should I say. Notorious left it, I think, a little bit too early to try and think of that P2, and because of that, Noctum are on it. Team Notorious have to go in with the rush. 4 seconds left. Are they going to get in? They do. They need to get pushed right through. They have no time. They have to run.
Yeah, they're so far back as well. The spawn's the only player pushed up close by is Afro. He is found in the back. Noctum can pretty much end it right here, right now. And they do, ladies and gentlemen. Noctum Esports will take round 1 in this best of 5 series. Very close one, though.
What a game. What a fantastic game. Team Notorious, credit to them, looked dangerous all the way, and it literally just came down to a wave or 2 of kills there on that P5, on that P1. As I was saying, around this particular point, the second time round, pushes of Team Notorious started getting really cagey, really one by one, which suited Noctum, who really did just bunch up together around that point and hold on well. But you have to give Noctum so much credit. It was looking really ropey at the beginning before we had to reset that map, and then they came back with a vengeance, held points, rotated well. I say Notorious really did have their moments as a unit, but Noctum always doing a good job to fight back and make sure that they retained the advantage that they had given themselves, whether it was through rotating or a wave of kills or the positions, whatever it may be. They were always making sure to do a good job, and I think deservedly came away with that map 1.
Yeah, definitely. Vance being solid performance. He got 36 with 29 of them non-traded kills as well, so he was solid. He got himself back into it. But yeah, fantastic first map for sure. Noctum looking strong. It's their first time seeing them this evening, and yeah, they're looking like a really good chance to kind of push themselves through. But we're going to go to a quick break here as we switch out Caster Step. It's been an absolute pleasure having your time. Enjoy your steak, because I know you're about to enjoy some steak. It's not winning steak, but it's steak nevertheless.
Oh, thank you. Looking forward to it.
There we go. We're into S&D here. On the same map here, into Rewind, the First Blood, going towards Afro. He's traded out instantaneously, and it's down to Eric Boom, who then falls automatically as well. And a good wee start here for Noctum as they find a couple, but Eric Boom will get the answer back. It's 2 versus 2 scenario here. No bomb down yet, but Noctum looking for that rotation towards that B bomb site. It's a 2 versus 1 scenario, so FDot's going to have to do it all himself. Can he find the opportunity to find one of these picks out of the 2 players, the left remaining? It's Kez. And you have Detain left alive. They aren't even willing to plant the bomb. It's going down now. B's done. They knows where it to be set at. And FDot will turn around the corner. He'll find the first kill. Evening things up here. Can Kez find that opportunity to go around and go for that bomb? Because he's going to have to wait for that timing. So yeah, all good here. As it's 1 versus 1 scenario here. Noctum Esports now. It's Kez. Can he find it? Is they going to go for that bomb plant? We're down to 17 seconds left on the time. Is it going to be done, or is FDot realized I'm not going to be able to do this here? I'm going to have to hop the bomb. He's going to try and look for the kill, but it is going in the way of Noctum Esports as they take round 1 here in the S&D. A good round there for Noctum, though. That's a solid first blood. They get the opportunity there to get the round on the board on the attacking side. Now, Team Notorious have to answer back here with their own opportunity here in the attacking side. Can they do a similar time to Noctum? Is Noctum going to be able to do this themselves, or are they going to find a solid on the defense here as you see a 3-man push going the way towards that A bomb site? Pushing on up though is Henry, who does find that first blood on Rafi. FDot is next to fall to Detain's gun, and Kez trying to find that opportunity though, or doesn't get a shot off. Afro will trade 1 out, and that's Henry that will fall eventually. 2 versus 3 scenario. Noctum Esports is the defending side with the advantage going forward here. And Eric was just trying to peek through as much as possible, trying to find some map knowledge here to see if they see any players of Noctum making rotations around and catching them off. But yeah, that's a solid effort there. As 1 falls, that's Bans that will fall. Eric Boom and Rafi have made it back to a 2 versus 2 scenario. In Burger though, you've got Detain who will fall down the lane there, and that's now going to leave it all on Kez here in a 2 versus 1 scenario. Can he do what FDot couldn't do in the first round here? Making their way towards that A bomb site though. Kez going to be able to check his corners. Going to have to check every single corners. And then within a few seconds, he'll know they're not at B. He's spotted the B bomb, but he does spot Rafi slide on out, and Rafi will find that kill. Team Notorious do eventually go on to win that round there. It's now 1 apiece here. And we'll welcome board on Pablo as well, because Pablo will be joining us for the rest of this. How will we doing, Pablo?
And not be just shouting randomly hello when I jump into the live chat, man. Yeah, it's been an interesting day of Call of Duty so far, and it's nice to be on board with you, Mark. It's I've been trying to keep up. It's been really difficult to get into games. Obviously, we've been trying to get on a couple of other channels into the Katana game, where it does look like they've been on the struggle bus massively, but these two have been duking it out, and you would got to argue these are potentially the 2 top teams in the EU right now.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely the 2 top teams, especially away from Challengers Cup 2. They were the grand finals, both of them. And in this way, Noctum's actually doing pretty standardly well in this first hard point, and now they can try to take it here in the attack here in this S&D round. And it's 1 for 1 so far. You've got the opportunity here for Noctum maybe to potentially take this bomb and take it towards that A bomb site, but he is going to be spotted on a killing spree. You've got Rafi going 5-0 at the moment in time in that speed. And can he keep it going and keep towards these streaks? Because it's all down to Kez once again, like the last round. And you missed the last round yourself, Pablo. Kez tried to do the 1 versus 2 scenario, couldn't pull it off there. Because I'm going to have to try and do it again here in this round.
Yeah, it
Does
looks like
find
a
him
big
first,
kill there is going to absolutely help him towards that. And Kez, one of the players that has been left that responsibility to deal with these 1v1s and 1v2 situations. And he usually does have the ice for it, but that's going to be a nice position, Mark, that's been taken up there and just going to hopefully look to play a little bit of time. Felix, normally very much a straight shooter. I've been accused of being a little naive at times, but it is going to be him just jockeying for position, and that's going to cause Kez potentially to lose the round. So, and doesn't get the kill in the end. So, nice plays by Felix towards the end of the game.
Yeah, definitely a solid little bit of juking skills to that Omni movement showing its prowess here as he just kind of avoids anything from Kez. No matter whether it's a bullet, he's just shooting everything but not hitting anywhere. And he eventually does find a kill at him as well. Obviously, the podcaster will say it's Eric Boom, but it wasn't. It was Felix. It was F. Dot himself finding that kill. And yeah, Team Notorious will take a 2-1 lead in this series here. But the attacking side now, their opportunity. They've won the defense. Can they win it in attack straight off the bounce from that as well?
Yeah, I think the thing is as well with S&D in this game, we've talked about how aggression's being rewarded, and obviously Team Notorious are an incredibly aggressive side. But again, this map doesn't necessarily lend itself to that unless you go full CQB in mid-map. But let's just see what Team Notorious have got. But if they take the offensive round, it's going to give them not only that 2-round advantage, but a little bit of a psychological advantage in being able to do something that Noctum haven't been able to do in the S&D so far. So it'll be very, very interesting. You've got to look towards the experience of the likes of Marcus here, who's 0-3 at the minute. He'll be very keen to get off the blocks, but it's so difficult to kind of get those reaction kills in this very close quarters situation. So he is hopefully going to get some information, relay that back. Bomb is going to get picked up, and Mark, it is going to get planted as we hit 45 seconds, and almost 44 seconds are going to end up on the clock. Lovely bit of time parity there.
Yeah, definitely. They're a disadvantage with numbers because Eric Boom falling, but Noctum though. I have to find some kills, and it goes the way of Rafi though. He'll find Detain. That's going to tie things up here in the lives count, but A bomb site's covered by Noctum. They'll find the first kill there on Eric Boom. Bance will find another. Now it's down to Afro, who, like we said, is 0-3. Was at the start of this round. He's now 2-3. Can he turn this around? He's got Kez and Henry to deal with now. Can he find the bomb plants? There's one there. He knows the second person's there. He's slowed the play down. Now Noctum Henry is going to have to do something here if he's going to get this game played. But the time is up. It's going to be a win for the Notorious, and they've won the attack and the defense in a row. That will give them that 2-goal round cushion that we mentioned.
Yeah, that's the break a serve, kind of. That's going to put them into not just a 2-round advantage, but give them a little bit of a psychological advantage. It's also going to force Noctum to be a little bit more aggressive, I think, and probably fall back on more vanilla play styles. So less experimental. It'll probably take up kind of like the positions that you would expect them to, which might lend itself and play into the hands of Team Notorious, who are going to have some of those pre-aim spots right down now. So this could be very difficult if they don't win these one-on-one kind of situations, or you've got players that are not there for trades. This could get very interesting very quickly. It does look like it's going to be a very harsh push over towards this right-hand side, towards 18-wheeler, and then which way do we go? It does get you kind of between A and B, but they're going to want that pick first. It's going to be Kez with that job to watch long and just get that information over to the 3 other players. Mark, we're about to hit the 1 minute mark, and no one has died as of yet, and all to play for.
Exactly that. You've got Kez, like you said, watching that lane. He was watching. He probably spotted all 3 players of Team Notorious at one point, all looking, trying to find somebody down that long range as you expect. But the first blood eventually does come, and it comes in the way of Afro, who is just continuing his streak from the last round there. He is on a 5 streak, and he's gave them that extra advantage that they need here with 35 seconds left on the clock. Now they're going to have to try and get back to this bomb site as it's down on A, and there's another kill going their way. They're going to find the next, and it's only down to Kez once again, but now he's in a 1 versus 4 scenario. The bomb is down, but are they going to be able to, is he going to be able to get back and get it? The answer is no to that. As they do find the kill, they'll get their defuse, and that's going to be 3 rounds on the bounce there for Team Notorious.
Yeah, I think a 1v3 and a 1v2 situation back-to-back is definitely not the way you want to go if you're Noctum. I'm sure Noctum Jack will be biting his bottom lip now and just worrying now about what his team is able to do. Now, they have been in similar positions where they've been at a disadvantage and dropped 4 on the bounce, so don't write them off just yet. And with the capabilities of the likes of Henry and Detain to take over a map, they are, well within their rights to do that. But when you've got a team that are already, kind of hosting an 8 streak across the board, it does prove to be a little bit difficult. And obviously, Afro, I think, will already have the RC, so they've got to be concerned about that. So, plenty of things to think about. They're going to want to take him off the streak as well, just in case he drops another 3 or 4 piece. Long way to go before that cruise, but it is going to be Team Notorious just looking to try and pinch a little bit over towards A, and it's going to be a big kill in mid, Marcus. We do see a pick, and it is going to be Henry who finds himself in round 6.
Yeah, Rafi with the pick there, and he's going to get Detaino rotating around the back. We'll find 2. That's Afro and Rafi. No, Eric Boom, sorry, found, but that means that the streak will stop there with Afro, but Noctum now will have that upper hand here. Did they recognise that the bomb was down? No, that's the question. Is Team Notorious are trying to go on a wrap up themselves? Bance will find him though, and that's Eric Boom to fall. It's all down to Rafi, but he will also fall, and Noctum Esports will get a round back on the board.
Yeah, really nice for them to do that. That's going to bring it back to a 2-round deficit. And, we've seen them do this before already today. I think they dropped 4 on the bounce. So this is a moment maybe for Team Notorious to really start to kind of like tighten up the play style. They've been quite surgical so far, but just fallen off a little bit, and it is going to be a little bit of momentum shifting over to Noctum. And obviously, we talked about Jed Detain being able to just go absolutely off in a map. He can take control of maps at times and just go on these 2 or 3 sprees, but you're going to have to bet a little bit more out of him and Henry. It is going to be Henry with the bomb, just looking again to try and get a little bit of control over towards this midsection with A and B, and it's going to be 2 big kills for Team Notorious, who put them straight into the blender, leaving Kez and Bance in the unenviable position of a 2v4.
Yeah, we were speaking about the aggression at the start. That's a solid aggression from Team Notorious as they found 3 in the feed. Now it's down to Kez, and he will answer back with 1, but he's got 1 versus 3 scenario once again. It's going to be a difficult ask for Kez to find this as all 3 players start chasing him down. There we go, Team Notorious. We'll put another one back on towards map point here.
Yeah,
solid
absolutely.
effort from Notorious there on that one.
Yeah, and it looks like it's come through. The Katana are out for the day. Fanta Lemon have made their way through by the looks of it. 3-0. That's just come through from the pit EU. So it is going to be Katana going out of the cup at T4, and it is going to be Fanta Lemon moving on. So incredible plays from them today. But again, we talk about incredible plays on the precipice of taking this S&D. Team Notorious, Mark, have looked just incredible for the last few cups. Obviously, for the first cup, they were lights out, just hyper aggressive, hyper fast. It looks like they got the measure of the Omni movement, and particularly with the player on screen, Marcus, who was just an incredible S&G at times, is just dominating. Noctum, who have been a lights out, the best team for the last 3 or 4 weeks in the EU. So we do see swings and roundabouts, the pendulum potentially dipping back over to Team Notorious, though.
Yeah, definitely. Team Notorious are just looking great, but this round isn't looking too great for them, as Noctum will put 1 back on the scoreboard. They're going to make it a 5-3 scenario. It's still plenty of map points here to play for Team Notorious, but a good wee round there for Noctum to get back into this one.
Yeah. Long to go now. Henry 4 and 7, a performance that you don't really see from him. He does prefer respawn, I think, but he's been absolutely solid in S&D as of late, and the kill is going to help him along the way. But you've got to look to players like Kez, who in previous iterations of Rewind, we've seen over the last couple of cups, he's held down this long street and Berger side with quite the vigour. He's sometimes just absolutely dominating from that side. You can see, obviously, anyone that pushes through mid, you can see mid building as well. Doesn't seem to have been as effective, so Team Notorious appear to have the measure of them in terms of that quite basic strategy, and it is going to be, again, 2 fallen for Noctum. So right now, S&D definitely not where they want to be at, but there's going to be Jed Detain looking to try and even the score up in some way. He's going to go on quite a circuitous run, and I don't know whether the information may have been gathered by number 6 in F dot there of him pushing back out to the back. But yeah, it doesn't look like it is. It's going to be a pretty easy pick. The yellow arrows are about to turn, so I'm going to look to try and get a pick on him. He's going to get shots. He's going to miss them all, but Mark, that's going to force those yellow arrows to have a rethink about where they are.
Yeah, and even the prediction of where the team was going around the map there to spot where the rotation would have came from the Team Notorious, it slows them down a little bit, so they have to go on the big route right around, and he's going to keep falling around through mid, trying to find these players that might have rotated around, but he does find another pick, and there's Eric Boom. It's now a 2 versus 2 scenario. Make that a 2 versus 1 scenario. Afro, it's all down to him. Can he find it? He's going to have to find Detain, and he does find Detain, but now 1v1. The bombs down Kez. Alas, alive once
Ooh.
again, but Afro has done it again.
Ooh,
That was
Senor.
some great shooting there.
He's so straight. Incredible play from Afro in the end. The start, indeed, 12-5. The CDL probably having a solid sniff of the young man now, who's been incredible since dropping this season. Last season, I think it was a bit of a shock to the system coming back into challenges, but he has settled himself in quite nicely now and is starting to dominate proceedings in every single game. 6-3, a solid performance against what has been a very difficult Noctum Esports to take down, but we are going to be heading into a control where, again, it does, obviously we've seen Noctum play so well. They've had such good control, and with the addition of Bance, however that's occurred in terms of the swap with Aspect, he's been really good on control. So I'm not actually sure what the map set is. Do you know what map 3 is?
Yeah, map 3. Sorry, I do know what map 3 is. There is Vault. We're going to see a triple header of Vault if it goes the distance.
This
That
could
is
be
the
a
thing.
Noctum one.
We've seen. Yeah, could potentially Nocturne could have been good on the control, have they, in terms of the.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And Bance, more than anyone, is only just joined. So one player that I would have picked as being a solid vault control player was Bance. Now that he's joined Noctum, who are already a reasonably decent control team on vault, it just adds an extra element. He's got this ability to be such a good flex. He can rock an SMG, no problem. But if you put him top art with that AR, he can dominate from the top as well. So this could be an interesting point for a turn in the match, especially when you consider then there's a hard point. So a nice back-to-back opportunity for Noctum, who've been really good at that particular two games. If you're good at control and then rocking straight into hardpoint, have done their teams 3-1 quite a lot of the time. So it's going to be interesting. This is a good test for Team Notorious. And have they got a plan B, Mark? That's the question. Do they have a plan B outside of just going hell for leather?
Well, that's the question. They did do quite a great scoreline against the Katana squad in terms of the defense on the vault control. They pretty much dominated it in the defense, but it's obviously one of these things. If you get that defense on it and you get the most amount of ticks on your attacking side of things, you get yourself that opportunity, the main kind of defense for the final round. Because most of the time we are seeing all 5 rounds, right, on this one. If it goes a distance, it's all down to these ticks. And the way that the Notorious squad have been slaying out on the vault control, they could well do that as well, but Noctum Esports might find a way around it. Maybe not, but we'll have to see how quickly they start off with.
Three vaults. I was like,
3 vaults, yeah. Put it this way, on this broadcast so far, we've already done 5 vaults already. This is going to be a total of 8 vaults maps. If we go the distance, it's been a very highly picked map choice for sure. Last time round it was Notorious versus Katana, where it was 3 in a row of vault. And
I'm from Liverpool. I love an open safe more than anyone else, but holy, 3 of them in a row. That is fair enough. But yeah, I mean, both teams, you could argue have been lights out in these maps against a ton of different teams. So, but trying to find who's going to be the star, and this might be tricky, and it's all about that player that's going to take over the map. Afro has been obviously incredible, just putting up stupid numbers, and he's very difficult to deal with because of his ability to get around a map, and that Omni movement really plays to his gun style. He's historically been a great Black Ops player. Black Ops 4 was an incredible kind of like performance from him. So yeah, we're going to see whether that's going to continue or whether there is going to be an option for Noctum to come to the fore. This is where you would expect Henry, someone who's had an incredible last 12 months in terms of his progression from being kind of in that Midland kind of top 16 and lower kind of teams. Now he's skyrocketed ever since, that 11 streak in high rise last year. He's skyrocketed into this kind of higher echelon of players, and I think he belongs there. So this is a moment really, if you are kind of a Noctum fan, where you want to see that player continue that kind of rise. And obviously Kez is the other player for me. Now we know Detain and Bance are storied great players, but we've got to look to Kez if you are a Noctum fan, and Henry to really pull their finger out in this control. And then obviously on the other side, it's just about Notorious maintaining this hyper aggressive style. They've obviously got kind of the brains and ingenuity of Rafi mixed with this hyper electric play style of Afro and Eric Boom. I wouldn't want to face those 2 guys coming at you. And then it's all about we talk about Felix a lot, Mark, on this cast, because we kind of came through with him, but he seems to have ironed out a lot of his naive plays. He was always a straight shooter, always able to put up big numbers, but some of the numbers were kind of pointless kills in transition, or he was just making simple mistakes that were costing his team. Not happening this year. So I think this is the clash of the bisons almost, about who's going to be in charge of the EU scene heading into the first elite. I think this game is the one right now.
Yeah, because these both teams have had solid performances through the both Challenger Cups so far, and then obviously winners final once again for both teams here in Winners Cup 3 as well. So anybody's game really. Like you said, the change though with Noctum having that extra different change up with there's obviously swapping out aspect and having Vance as a replacement in terms of that side of things. Has that maybe changed their flow of how they play the game again? Is it going to change things completely a little bit, or do you reckon because Vance is involved, it's going to kind of up their game style and how they play the game?
I think when you think about it, mate, it can only add to what they've done. Aspect is an incredible lights out player who's a straight shooter, can put up big numbers, but he's likely not the player doing any call outs, not devising any strategies. He's bringing kind of youthful aggression to that team, but that's probably it. Now, Vance is going to come into this Noctum side with an incredible amount of experience. He's got, a ton of strategies. He's flexible in terms of his play style. He can rock the SMG as good as anyone in the world, and he can dip over to the AR as well and dominate games, which we've seen him do, particularly at challenges level. And it just brings a different. He's so vibey as well. Like you watch his streams, you know how much of a character he is, and so he's going to bring a lot of positivity to the side as well. So honestly, for me, it's insane. If I'm Jack, I'm just like, yes, will we have that? Yes, we will. Yes, of course. You do what you want with Killy. We'll take Vance. So yeah, it's just. I guess the argument is that is his desire to be at the very top of the game there, and is that going to propel the team enough? And I guess that's down to him to answer. And we know Achilles is there. We know he wants to be, the best that he can be. But I guess that's what their team were looking at when they look to replace Vance out. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. We've seen these moves before. Denzer getting kicked out of a team with Steve Vortex and then coming back and absolutely battering them in the next few games. We've seen that happen in, I think it might have been in Vanguard. I remember a Gavutu Control where it just, its sleep just went absolutely off, and that he was bringing the passion. So we've seen this before. We've seen big players move over and get shoved out the way for someone maybe not with the same name, and then just dominate. So yeah, it should be hopefully going to be launching in a second. Does say everyone's ready and the game is loading up. We're going to get into some control.
Yes, we're going to get into Vault again for the
I'm going to turn my light on. I'm not disappearing. I'm turning my light on.
Turning your lights on. There we go. I wonder if the players are going to turn their lights on. Are they going to keep it dimmed down? Look at that. Now it looks like you've been on a sunbed.
Yes. Get that
10-minute sunbed.
No, it's all good. Hopefully we're going to see some lights out performance. I need to change up the metaphors in the game. I've got lights out locked into my brain today, Mark. Locked into the brain.
Wow.
But we are
locked in is what Noctum and Notorious both need to do here in this Vault control.
Yes.
On the attack side of things, it's Team Notorious. They're going to be seeing if they can lock in early as they get the first blood in the bag, and they're going to find another opportunity here. Afro's got 2 already. Probably saying it's Afro, but it's actually Eric Boom. There's a good shot from Afro as well. But a tick of progress made over towards A already.
Yeah, that's a quick bit of movement there, and that second tick is on its way. Henry just going to try and do a little bit of movement there. He does get a pick there, a little bit of parkour help going to come his way, but Rafi going to be able to read that and get that player down. So progress is going to continue towards A, and right now, Team Notorious, we talked about how aggressive they can be. You combine that with their hyper accuracy and gun skill, and it's going to be A done, leaving them 209, mate, in order to get B. Knocked them on the back foot.
Knocked him in a very tough spot, and they're not even in the power spot positions here watching over, but they're trying to get the players knocked back into that spawn trap there. But you can see all 4 players of Team Notorious are pushing straight on up towards that B lane, trying to find the opportunities. Henry's in the back though. He does find one player, knows he's there, and it's all about whether Afro, who's the only member left alive from Notorious, is going to be able to hold his position here. But it's turned around, and Kez knows he's there. Somehow, some way, he jumps out the building, finds that kill, and knocked him. Turned things on its head here as they got 6 life remaining difference. In the feed here.
Yeah, it's a big life difference as well. Team Notorious having to commit a lot of lives to grab that A. They have got plenty of time, but this could mean that it's going to turn into a TDM if they're not careful. So a wave of kills you would suggest required, and with them just not dealing with Henry over towards that top back building, it is going to be finally going to be Henry seeing his way into the spawn. Eric Boone manages to deal with them. And Mark, you only need one decent wipe of the team to get yourself into that B position. But right now, those purple arrows look solid, look set up. And with only 9 lives remaining, this is very much on the back foot for the team in yellow.
Yeah, almost double the amount of lives left for Noctum. They have managed to almost make that one tick of progress on the B zone. You've got Rafi here down below is Kez once again reading the player is going to be in that position. He gets that kill. They've made that double numbers positive for them in the life count. And yeah, F Dot and Co are going to have a very difficult task here, trying to get any more ticks towards B. But it's an attacking run for first time out, I think. Full progression on A and almost one tick of progress. If they can get that one tick, would be crucial potentially here, because in the attacking side, getting B is very much difficult unless you manage to somehow get a good 4 dead in the feed.
Yeah, I think what this is going to do, if they don't, if they're not able to get that tick to be, I think it will just be a vanilla push from the guys of Nocturne when they are on the offensive round. But if they did manage to get that B over, I think it forces the hand of the team of Purple to maybe push for that B site first. You know, just try and get a tick or two down. You're not looking to maybe cap it. You know how difficult it is, and then just try and win that battle for mid. So right now, I think as much as of Nocturne have got that, I think that really lends itself to a very kind of standard play style going into the next one. You're just thinking get A, and then if we get one or B, we've got the tick lead. So I don't know. I don't know whether that's going to force them to change their style enough. I doubt it is. It would surprise me if you see them push to B anyway. So yeah, very interesting. But it is going to be one on the board, and I'm sure Noctum Jack and the boys over at Noctum will be pleased to be slightly in the lead. A bit of a momentum shift towards them, and they did dominate in terms of kills. So we know that the offensive team, it's their onus to try and get forward, but Noctum did a great job, and in particular, obviously Henry, who they just didn't deal with at the back. They kind of tried to leave it, push over the other side, and they just never really dealt with them. So nice play so far for the team in purple. Can they keep it up though, Mark?
Yeah, that's the question. Can they keep up the kills as it's been going their way so far? Eric Boom does find the first blood traded out instantaneously. Afrail will find Bance in the background, and now trying to push on through as Henry goes through the middle spawn. Doesn't seem to get any players in the back there, but he's getting the same in that position here, trying to find a kill, but Afro will be the one to find Henry, sneaking around the back, and has pushed knocked him right back into their spawn, and no anywhere near that A tick with 1 minute left on the clock. Slowly, quickly, Notorious doing what they did to Katana in the map number 1 here, or series number 1, sorry, where they were just pushing them back into the spawn, getting the kills early on, and they're just making that life count go their way. They've got a 4 lives difference at the moment.
Yeah, you definitely need the plan B when you get put into the blender like this. The guys in yellow just having their way with Noctum Esports. It's going to be a 7 life lead. It's going to make it as difficult as possible for them with 28 seconds on the clock. They haven't been able to lay a finger on A. They haven't been able to lay a finger now on B. Those purple skulls just lining up, and this is where you fear for Noctum Esports. Obviously, the firepower coming out of Team Notorious is remarkable at times, and it doesn't take a lot for them to be able to get this spawn in. It is going to be a very stacked push towards this A, where Afro is trying to control from this lower side, but he's going to force him back. Finally gets dealt with. Expect those purple arrows to flood on. They are going to have to deal with a push from the front, and indeed Team Notorious able to deal with it, Mark. That's going to be parity restored, and in a very convincing way as well.
I swear we need to rename this vault map to Notorious, because it is literally all Notorious so far, and the way that they've been defending on these maps have been unbelievable in both this series and the first series. And to not get any ticks for Noctum, it's going to be a difficult ask now going forward. Momentum definitely much in favour of the Notorious guys here. They're going to guarantee themselves that defense if it keeps going the way it goes like that, because yeah, that's going to be a tough one from Noctum. They're not managing to find one tick of progress, not even barely even touching the zone to grab any like momentum. It was a very difficult matchup for them, I'm sure. But this time around, can they do something similar on the defense? They're going to have to try and put Notorious in a blender here and try and stop any more progression, as it's a full 4-man push on both sides, defense and attack, heading towards that A zone. It's going to be a couple of kills that are going purple though, and that's what they need, because Noctum want to hold them off as much as possible. Henry with the 2 feed as it stands. Kez finds Rafi as well. Is going to try and get these kills up as they push on through. Henry's going to get the players in the back spawn potentially, but nobody seemed to get in his crosshairs at this moment in time, and got one player pushing up the left-hand side. That's Bans. He's going to try and get them in that spawn trap. There you go. A couple of players feed is going their way, but look where Notorious are. They're so close to that A zone. There's 3 players, one on catwalk, jumping on down, but Bans is there to answer it back, and there we go. Stop that progression for a few more seconds here.
Yeah, number 2, and F-Dot has made his way around the back, so expect a fight to come out there. He does lose that, so a nice kill feed for Noctum Esports as it goes entirely purple, and it's been a bit of a tricky one for them, but they've managed to fight off that first initial wave, so no ticks over towards A or B, only a partial on that A zone, so it is going to be tricky for them to be able to get down. Again, they seem to favour this kind of pool push where they've got options to push through bottom vault, options to kind of parkour up towards top balcony, and again, it's just going to pay a little bit of dividends and get them onto that A point. But another team, Wipe Your Fear, is going to cost them, and that is not the smartest place to decide to camp. Don't post up there, man. But it is going to be, again, very close. A progress now at 2 ticks, so expect those purple arrows to come flying out. Kez manages to get bodied, though, in the process, so that's going to be really important for the team in yellow as they continue their progress, and it looks like they are going to get A secured, Mark, and that's going to leave B open for them, potentially put them into that tick lead. So point A secured, 1:11 on the clock, an advantage you would suggest back with Team Notorious as 14 lives plays 18.
Yeah, definitely much so. The fact that they even got that with such little time on the board, but they managed to get it. They get the tick, they get the extra minute added on, and Noctum Esports now, even though they have that live count advantage, they're at a deficit here in terms of the overall ticks being made here, because Team Notorious on the attack have managed to find the ticks, and Noctum are going to have to try and do at least a full win on this one for their chance to even get an opportunity on the defense for the final round if it goes the way it seems to be going. But Henry, Detain combining here, they say 3 in the feed. That's going to make it even more difficult now for Notorious to get any tick progression towards that B site as you see more players going purple, and that's Bans, Henry, and Kez all on streaks here at the moment. 23 seconds left on the clock, and Notorious answer back with anything. They've only got 4 lives remaining. Make that 3 as Kez finds the next one. He's going to be traded out instantaneously though, and it's down to 2 members left, Eric Boom and F-Dot, to try and do something here. But against 15 lives, I don't see it happening, and F-Dot will be the last one to fall. Noctum Esports will win the round, but they're still at a deficit here in terms of ticks.
Yeah, absolutely. But that was a solid performance, really. Obviously, the defensive side is just marginally easier in terms of being able to get over to that B zone. So there's going to be an advantage Noctum. You wouldn't surprise me if Team Notorious, again, were able to bring this back. And you're quite right. You pointed out at the height of the game that we do find ourselves in a lot of game 5s here. And obviously, that is to do with this kind of defensive bias. So Team Notorious on the back foot, hoping to kind of get parity restored and get this all the way to that game 5. Noctum been staying out though. This is their opportunity to break serve and really set the cat among the pigeons in this particular series. So there's going to be Jed Detain on board as he goes to get some information about any players potentially pushing to get that balcony control. Not able to do any info though. He is going to allow him to get forward, but we do see kill feed going mildly yellow as the trades go back and forth. No one able to get control of this A zone, though, Mark, and it is going to finally see those purple arrows flood in. Afro already in and around this spawn area, trying to deal with Henry again, who's proven to be a thorn in the side, and he does it. Afro can't be stopped.
Afro, like he beams the player down at the B zone, and he instantly snaps around and finds the next one where he's expected to be traded out. He wasn't. Noctum Esports did get the almost full progression towards the A zone, and they started to get that B tick progression. This has been a better round for Noctum though. With 1 minute left on the clock, they're literally so close to getting that A zone and giving themselves that extra minute, but it's still pretty much a good round for Notorious. As Afro's on a 4 streak. Henry actually started around relatively strong there as well, was building up towards a 6 streak here, was closer to them score streaks, but doesn't manage to get them all completely. But it's going to be that last bit of progression. They might actually make that here now on the A zone, and now can they make that progression? Maybe have to win out completely here on the B zone here to give them the opportunity in the final round, but Notorious are going to hold their strong defense. They had it such in their second round. Can they continue it now?
Yeah, it's going to be Kez just trying to watch to see that player providing any suppressive cover, and it is going to be F-Dot trying to do that job. It's going to be so difficult for him to do that, and there's going to be Felix just backed up a little bit, just trying to get a bit more information. That's going to be another partial pick there, not able to get the kill though, so Need to be backed up by his team. So it is going to be a team kill in the end that sees that player dead and knocked him. Just going to slow things down a little bit. It is only 1 pick wanted, and that could be the death knell for F dot, the signal to the Purple Arrows to steam forward. But there are plenty of players still in mid, and in fact, you feel that if they can deal with this player in mid, number 3 in Eric Boom, then it could be the signal to move on. But no, he's going to stay alive. Just wait his time and try and get the pinch. But he does finally die, and the 3 arrows of Team Notorious are going to start flooding forward, Mark, and try and contain and get that mid control.
Yeah, they're getting out of that spawn, getting themselves out of that control zone, and there you go. Afro just continuing to find them kills. He's on a free streak so far. He's going to be running right into the gun of Bance though, and Bance will find that kill now. Getting onto that B zone, gets the trophy system out, trying to get some tick of progress, trying to find that player up top balcony, F dot, who's in the power position here. It's not F dot that gets the kill, but he's traded out whoever it was that killed Bance at that point in time due to Cloud Blaster. It was just a difficult one to spot, but F dot up top will find 2. Eric Boom finds 2, and all of a sudden it's turned on its head here. Team Notorious might win it right here, right now here on this thing, because there's no more time for them to get towards that zone. Look how far Noctum are from that B zone. I don't think they're going to get this one.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 7 seconds remaining. I mean, don't write them off. It only takes a handful of picks, and that clock will get stopped. But just need to get a trophy down. Make sure no ordnance come through. You do need front door control. Not going to get front door. Not going to get side door. And it's going to be Team Notorious who are going to restore parity in this game to all. We're going to go to this game round 5 in this Vault Control, like we always do. Let's be perfectly honest. But if you have a look at the scores right now, Afro I think is dropping like 25 for 20 right now on a KD, just controlling this game. And we did talk about it. Well, it's really always one player who gets to grips with a particular match, and right now Afro is that man. So big plays. Rafi 14 and 23 on the struggle bus right now. You would bet on him though to come through good. Get those picks. Bance 21 and 27, not the kind of performance you expect from a CDL legend, but I'm sure you will try and pick things up. This is going to the first bit of division that we've seen since the first game between these two players, Mark. All important. Who can get control? It's going to be detained to start things.
Oh, the way that it started is 4 and a fade, and Noctum Esports have started around as hot as they would like it to be, but on the attacking round, not the favoured side here on this one, but before dead, they're going to go straight towards that B zone. That B zone tick, if you get there quickly, this could be the change that they need, but there's 2 more in the feed there for Team Notorious, as one of them does fall to the car explosion. Henry does find another kill though on that A zone, but they didn't manage to get any tick of progress really in the grand scheme of things, but the life count pretty even here as well. Bance trying to push himself up the map here towards that B side to get some control and watch over. But yeah, the Team Notorious are just holding strong here in this defense, and they've been so strong in the defensive side of things that it's going to be hard to knock them off of that.
Yeah, it's been nice plays by Eric. He decided against draining that partial, doesn't want to give away his position, just stands back, manages to get a couple of picks, does get dealt with. So it is going to signal the boys in purple to just flood onto that zone and just try and get that tick over. So first tick acquired at A. Afro just going to kind of cause all these problems. He's going to go subterranean. He's going to pop up like a mole and cause some problems in mid. Again, just biding his time, waiting for any information from the rest of his team. As that tick and control comes through, they've given A, so expect him to pop up behind them when they make that push over towards B. Nice bit of patience, though, coming out from number 5 in Bance. I think he's read that perfectly well. Gets the pick. Kez gets a pick, and that potentially did signal a move over, but a nice, solid rebuttal from the boys from Notorious there as they managed to get the picks, Mark, and they're going to have that B zone covered, waiting for the first onslaught.
They've got all the crosses watched here. There is a pick though on Afro, but from that top spot, Rafi just finds Bance trying to push himself down the side of the map, doesn't get that control of the area, and all of a sudden Afro's running and gunning once again, as you expect here, trying to find a player involved. Eric Boom will fall, but there you go. Detain will eventually run back into the gun of Afro, and it's going well there for the Notorious squad as they now get the life count going their way. Rafi on a 4 streak, Eric Boom on 2. Every other player is still staying alive here so far in this round. They've all got streaks going, staying alive as long as possible. It's down to 8 members left for Noctum Esports. They're pushed back into their spawn once again, and it looks like a Team Notorious position to be in, where they're holding the players so far back in the spawn. Noctum can't answer back, and they can't fight their way through this.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one. This is exactly where Team Notorious want to be. They want to be in that aggressive slay out mode right now, and that's going to play right into the likes of Eric Boom and Afro's hands. And right now, those purple arrows not able to escape. It is going to be Henry, the one player who is going to look to get information, but it's going to be too little, too late. Team Notorious are going to take the control 3-2, go up in the series 2-1 with back-to-back games, and we're going to head into an all-important hard point where if Nocturne Esports want to take this map, they're going to have to win a very difficult hardpoint.
Yeah, definitely. The way that the guns have been flown here on this hardpoint, or this control, sorry, for the Team Notorious squad, they're a really big fan of the Vault map for sure, and they definitely know their way about the map for sure. So it's going to be a difficult ask for Noctum, but if anybody's going to do it, Noctum has got a team to do that, and they could potentially try and get this back to going to a Game 5 S&D, but that's what they'll be hoping for, at least anyway.
32 non-traded from Eric Boom. We know the other figures are wrong, but the non-tradeds are correct. That is a phenomenal performance from Eric Boom, who
I'm guessing he's
he
over
shoots
40,
straight.
right?
Yeah, 100% over 40. I don't know what the ratio generally speaking is, but normally 32 non-traded means that you are in the higher 30s, lower 40s. That is a phenomenal performance right there from Eric Boom. Absolutely dominating the map. Obviously, it's so easy to go to like superstar players like Afro and just see them in action as they drop 2 and 3s. But Eric Boom being doing that on the quiet, in control, and now he's going to go into probably what you would consider a more preferred game mode in Hardpoint, where he can just run riot. And if you're coming off the back of that, Mark, with that level of momentum and that level of quality, it can be a bit of a worry right now. Noctum Esports are heavily on the back foot, and they're going to have to look to some of their more experienced players. Obviously, Bance coming in has changed the chemistry of the team. We talked about this a few times over the last few cups. If you look at some of these players in a one-on-one kind of situation, obviously Noctum's players, you got to aren't going to come out on top of some of these well-storied great names. But as a team, their cohesion when they were with Aspect was unrivaled, so good. Now, I wonder whether that change in Bance has just knocked that chemistry a little bit, because this is the first time we've seen them really on the back foot for over 2 cups. So, yeah, this is going to be a very interesting hard point, a good opportunity for them to come back. And the ideal situation, really, if they were going to do it, is going to be a hard point. So, very excited to see whether Noctum can take this to a Game 5, or whether the pace and power of the boys of Team Notorious are going to overcome.
Yeah, exactly that. It'll be interesting to see how it starts for P1 to start with, because last time out, you expect Afro to come flying on through the hardpoint P1, straight through the middle, straight through, trying to find early picks and get themselves that opportunity to clear that zone and guarantee themselves the opportunity here for the P2, which P2 is one of the stronger areas in which you want to hold for, depending on your side of which you're on. You want to hold that P2 as long as possible. Make sure you hold the spawns, and just pretty much mount that time as much as possible, because this is it's very much one of the easier ones to hold for an extended period of time. As long as you get a couple of players dead in the feed, it could be changed around. But the team of Notorious have just been so aggressive in the grand scheme of things. They're looking to push straight on through every single hardpoint as much as they possibly can and flip them spawns where need be.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if anybody who's joined, we've got it's a triple vault, basically vault control. If the boys of Noctum take this, we'll go from a vault hardpoint into a vault S&D. So happy days. It'd be nice if we could just vault this map sometimes, but never mind. We are going to be heading straight in. It's going to be straight lights out for Bance as he drops a 2-piece right away. No one really set foot on this P1, highly contested P1. Finally, 1 second of time going to go the way of Team Notorious. The most slender of margins, Mark, as we head into P2. Notwithstanding 25 seconds remaining of scrap time, and it's going to be a little battle to see who can get set up. Afro, with a little bit of information, going to try and push from the front. This has been a place that we've largely found the likes of Kez doing damage from. Bance is going to do ring a Rosie with Afro.
Yeah, there we go. And he's going to find a kill on Afro as well. And that's going to give them that opportunity to have that spawns here for P2. We've got 4 more seconds left on P1, though. And Noctum have got the priority spawns as it stands. But, the way that Team Notorious come flying on in, there will be a rotation coming around from the outside. And it's going to be F. Dot. But is Henry going to spot that? The shots come from F. Henry does find a kill from that distance with the Jackal as well. That's unbelievable. But they do eventually find the break on through. The spawns are still going to be favoured to Noctum's side, but they get onto the hard point. It's going to be trade after trade from both teams here as two players come slide on in. Rafi will fall, but the Team Notorious are taking some extra time here with 30 seconds left on this hard point. Can he stay alive as long as possible? Afro inside the hill. The question to that is no, as Bansi will find the kill around the corner. They'll get the hard point with the last 25 seconds. Will Notorious will push on through, trying to get some more time on that one, or they just give up that zone, go towards P3.
Yeah, nice play from Henry. It was really nice plays, Mark, from Henry. He manages to push his way up through pool, gets up to the side of the building, gets a couple of picks, and then gets taken down. It just causes a little bit of consternation in the team in yellow, and that's going to allow Noctum to get that slender advantage. Only going to be about 8 seconds, but no one really set up as well as Noctum are now for this P3. A difficult one. It's quite open. Obviously, not in the first rotation. It's not usually as crazy, but in the second rotation, if people have got ordnance and stuff, this makes it a little bit more challenging. But it is going to be Rafi just looking to use these pillars as a little bit of cover and just get a little bit more time as he looks to try and restore parity in this game. 38 seconds remain on there, so plenty to play for, and both of those players are going to end up dead. But you would still suggest the 30 seconds could potentially go the way of Team Notorious, but again, a very highly contested first rotation, Mark.
And Bance is even trying to go around the rotation here. He might actually over push here, though. He's trying to find the kills. He's on a 5 streak. Will eventually be traded out there, but the spawns in favour for the next hard point here for Noctum. But they need to find the kills early on. It's traded back and forward, and it's going to be Detain who's going to go straight towards the new hard point. They do have the spawns, they do have the opportunity, but they have that lead. They have to try and claw back here in this hard point in P4. But with the top range up the top there, Detain will find 2. That's Afro and Rafi that will fall to the gunners of Detain. And yeah, they're trying to get the angles here set up from Notorious as they've got 2 players in the back here. Bance is going to have to find one of them if he can, but he's been shot at. Will run away, but doesn't manage to stay alive. Noctum still holding the point, no? With a few seconds on the clock, 39 seconds left on this hard point here as well. F-Dot finds the challenger coming in, and the last player left alive anywhere near the zone is Detain. Going to be a tough one. It's going to be
interesting. Detain's got a lot of work to do here. Obviously, he's playing as well as he can. He obviously doesn't want to move and give himself away. He wants to wait for his team to turn up, but he just needs to be able to add a bit of pressure. It is only going to be a 20-second lead for them before that pressure is applied, and exactly that. And that's a solid 15 seconds a time. If they're able to get it all, then they're going to not just restore, but they go slightly into lead slender. In fact, I think they're just going to be slightly behind. My maths mark is shocking.
But it's okay. It is going to mine's is the same.
Yeah, we're going to head back into this second rotation, P1, and it's all going to be about who can get control. Right now, this game is so tight, a lot like the series has been, but again, who can get to grips with this game? No one as of yet. 48 seconds remain on the first hill of the second rotation, and it's going to be a slender advantage as we see Felix fall. Noctum Esports take the lead. They're about 8 seconds clear, 7 seconds clear.
Maths, not my
strong. Some amount of seconds clear.
1 + 1 = 4. There we go. Yep. Quick maths. But yeah, there we go. The break on does come in. Eric Boom does find Henry, but Detain, who was on a 7 streak, did eventually get found out. Sadly, he was in a good wee position, a wee flow, but they didn't manage to get that lead as it now switches hands. Oh, it doesn't. It's literally stopped it. Even Stevens here now, eventually, Notorious, so we'll get the lead once again as they take that final bit of time there. 7 seconds, though. Noctum's going to take that. Looking for the players in the back. You've got Henry holding the spawns here for P2, and this is what they want to do. Rafi gets the first kill. Can he find the second? Challenge is going to come in from Henry. He's got the Jackal out, and he still finds that kill here, but Bance will get the trade on in. The one player coming back around the corner, though, is going to be F-Dot. Looking at it as they get the spawns for Notorious. Exactly what they need. They'll notice that Detain has been spawned out. 3 in the feed. Go the way of Team Notorious. They get the break in. Noctum did get that lead, but now it looks like it's going to be cut down once again. And you'll see Team Notorious taking the advantage once again, but a very slender lead.
Yeah, really nice plays by Marcus. Pushed through bottom vault and was able to get picks on players. Got that poolside control. And then some of the long-range engagements kind of went the way of Team Notorious, and that just gave them the advantage in this particular hill. It's going to require quite an aggressive push from the front. Your gun needs to be up, sir, before you get the shots in, and it's going to cost Bance his life. So that little bit of an advantage is still going to be with the boys in yellow as they look to try and retain spawns, but get set up for this P3, which is a tricky one at best. There's going to be Noctum set up for it. It's only going to be about 10 seconds separating these teams as we see players already looking to push through from underneath. It is going to be Eric Boom coming out. It's going to surprise that player. Gets taken down though. Big kills from Bance, and that's going to set the cat among the pigeons for Team Notorious as the time still ticks towards the team in purple. This game couldn't be any closer as the trades go back and forth. A huge gunfight to try and get control of this P3. It is going to be advantage Team Notorious, but only just.
Yeah, the trades coming in both across the board, and that position that Bance was in, the power position, was looking really good for them to find a few early picks, but they're getting the spawns now for P4, and it's only a slender lead. Like we say, 23 seconds is all that's separating these two teams so far, but Notorious will kind of ease that last bit of time here, as I'm sure they want to get as much as possible, but Tane tries to slide on in. Eric Boom will find the kill. Henry gets a double himself, though. Will stop the progression for time-wise, but a 30-second lead going in favour of Team Notorious here, but spawns in favour of Noctum Esports now as they're holding the lanes, looking down the areas of which they need to be watching, to which one kill goes their way. Henry finds Rafi. One player nearby is going to be Rafi below as well, but that good cross there from Bance as he finds one. He's going to expect a challenge as well up there, I'm sure. Nobody's going to stay in that power position for too long before you do get challenged. And a good wee hold here for Noctum so far. 36 seconds left on the clock here. Still a chance for Notorious to do what they just did there, and that's break on through. One player left alive once again is Kez up top, trying to keep it alive here so that people come on, find that gun, and he does find a double. That's going to be crucial in this one.
Yeah, 44. Rafi has played some immaculate Call of Duty there. He managed to kind of like wait on that far side, bottom art, and just traveled the player, just tracked the player that was chasing, I think it was chasing Afro, so it may have been the other way around. Afro was the one doing the tracking and gets the pick, and it just forces a team wipe essentially, and just really smart plays coming out of them, and that's going to give them that slender lead. And although it wasn't as much time as I'm sure they would have liked, it's kept them at their nose in front, and now they've got control of this P1 again in this third rotation. They're just going to look to try and just stretch that lead out. Now, Mark, they haven't been able to get any further than that 30 seconds, so this has been quite a performance from Noctum in terms of maybe not slaying out as hard, although it is close. They've managed to get the time they've needed, and at any point this could potentially turn on its head if any of them are able to get a kind of like a solid chunk of time on a more difficult kill, and this is one of them. P3 obviously the other, and you know, in the previous rotation they just weren't set up for P2 effectively, and that's happened to them as they get team wiped, and it's going to be a free 20 seconds for the team in yellow.
Yeah, with that team wipe there, that's crucial here for Team Notorious. They've also got the spawns held here for P2, and this could be another team wipe coming. Is the only player left alive near the point, or even near the new hard point, was Kez. He is found as well from Afro, and now all of a sudden with the spawn out from Noctum so far away, this is going to be a good amount of time to get this past the 200-point margin, and they can't win it here, at least for Noctum. That is a good thing, but they can get it very, very closely as they feel they have a strong hold on this one. Sorry, but Afro does find it from the back of that jacuzzi.
Yeah, it's been tricky. Like, they just haven't been able to, Noctum haven't been able to kind of like do this from the front. It's been way too difficult for them. The combined powers coming out of the likes of Rafi 29 and 23, 30 and 23 now, who've, you know, been lights out this map. We do say, you know, Rafi's largely regarded as an S&D player, and he is, last year he's been incredible at hardpoint, so it's no surprise that with the help of Afro and Eric Boom, they've started to take over a little bit, but 2-2-3 plays 158. They're not going to be able to do it on this, and no one really set up right now for this P3, and it's going to be about this battle in the middle. Henry going to win that gunfight though as he drops Afro, so again Noctum with an opportunity to get set up, but the question is, can they deal with the first wave of attacks from Team Notorious, because they haven't so far.
I know, I mean, that's a very strong answer for that there, as Team Notorious find free in the feed. Only one person there is Bans trying to look down the lane. They're going to get some time on this here as well, and Noctum are going to have to start making that move, or else they are out of this one and going down into that lower bracket semi-finals, and that's not what they want to be seen. As Kez comes flying on in, F-Dot will find the fifth, and that's going to be 3 more seconds left. Noctum spawned far too far out. That's going to be the game.
Yeah, Team Notorious with an incredible performance towards the latter stages of this game. Just took over S&D, took over control, and then they have absolutely bodied Noctum, who have been the stellar performers over the last 2 cups. Team Notorious, though, just bringing that early season form to boot, and they've just looked so good. And I'm sure, you know, we've got to look Afro, incredible player, but he's brought it back to challenges and he seems to be having a whale of a time. Eric Boom again putting up huge numbers. We've got the likes of F Dot, who's, you know, always been a great Call of Duty player, a great shooter, but has absolutely ironed out some of the problems in his game. But Rafi, 33 and 24, 23 non-traded. You can definitely put a sider on him to do well in the grand final. Now, Noctum are going to drop down, but they are not going to have an easy run, I believe. It has been Katana that have fell out, so I think they're going to face Sleep and the boys in the losers final, and it should be interesting.
That Fanta Lemon squad, so to speak,
Yeah.
they call now. They've had 3 different changes of names, change of roster slightly, just with one player joining it is obviously Aspect, who swapped out from Noctum. Yeah, that's going to be an interesting matchup here in the next one. For now, though, we're going to take it to a short break. There's the scores on the doors as it standed, though. It was a 3-1 win for Notorious and Maps, and we got to see 2 rounds of vote. Thankfully, we didn't get to see the next one because that'd have been 8 on the bounce.
Needed a job at the bank.
32 series. We'd want to be getting some commission earned at least, for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's going to be the end of my casting for this Challengers. Pablo, you're going to continue on, and it's going to be a pleasure. Thank you once again, and tune in later on. We'll see our next finals. It's going to be, like you said, you're going to be watching Fanta Lemon and the team that just dropped down.
Team Notorious. No, Noctum. Yeah, let's throw Notorious down there. Like, make them play that, and then you can go back and play grand finals. It's not enough.
They didn't last time round, did they? They took it from the losers bracket. They went on to win. Maybe this is what Noctum needs. They go in the loser bracket run now here.
Get that advantage.
Get them heated up. Get that advantage.
It's clever play. Let's get the clever
Cup
play.
1 and Cup 2's done the same. Exactly that. Once again,
Take it easy,
we'll
guys.
take a
We are
short
gonna be
break and I'll
back
catch you later. Oh, sorry, Pablo. There we go.
Bye all.
Ladies and gents, welcome back. We're still going. We're still going. Welcome back to EU Challengers Cup number 3. We're down to our last 3 teams. We're going to be sat in the losers bracket for this next series. And yeah, Pabs, unfortunately, your boys aren't in it anymore. We've got Noctum up against Fanta Limon, as they are now going to be called. We'll have a quick look over the bracket, though, before we do get into, obviously, this series that we're next covering, because there has obviously been a grueling day of Call of Duty that we've seen. And as you can see, the boys in Team Notorious, Pabs, again, look very good, and they're obviously waiting in that grand final for the winner of this series.
Between these 3 teams in particular, obviously with Katana kind of disappointing on several occasions, but Team Notorious and Noctum at times have looked like the two teams that are really gonna shine heading into the first elite. And Notorious, obviously, we would suspect with the advantage, but we know that coming from losers seems to be the way forward now. So maybe Noctum and Phantom Lemon with their big brain plays going down to the losers bracket final. But yeah, it's going to be an incredible matchup. Again, you've got to obviously look at this storyline of the Bance aspect switch over and who's it benefited. Well, I guess we're going to get our answer right now. And obviously, for the likes of Noctum and Jack and the boys, I mean, if you're offered, Benjamin Bance, you take it with both hands because he brings so much to the table. But the question is, can Aspect, bring that to the boys of Fanta Lemon or a Deck Club, whatever you want to call them, in kind, mate? And we could literally do a podcast on each player within these 2 teams because there's so much to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have a look at the rosters. Obviously, we are going to get a repeat of that winners round 1 game when Noctum managed to win it 3-2. But yeah, Detain, Kez, Bance, that new addition, and Henry. And pretty much if you swap players 3 on both sides in Bance and Aspect, you will have the Noctum Esports team of old and the Adept Club boys. So yeah, we've very much got a situation where we might have some potential bragging rights on the cards for whoever pretty much comes out on top of this one. Paz, we saw a tweet, I don't know if you saw it, from Kez, and he used the Denza photo with the lion with the blood in his mouth after they obviously managed to knock them down into the losers bracket. So yeah, they've at the moment they've someone who's got obviously quite a lot of bragging rights. One thing I will quickly ask you though, Paz, obviously you're a Katana man. Again, bit of a disappointing cup for your boys.
Yeah, again, mate, it's just we know Steve-O's always been his teams have always been a little bit slow coming out the blocks. I actually think that they right now lack the aggression that the other teams have. Like, we look at someone like Team Notorious and Afro and Eric Boom. You look at Eric Boom dropped 32 non-traded kills in a Vault Control. Or Vault Hardpoint, sorry, and a Vault Control, that would be something. A Vault Hardpoint. Afro has been dominating maps. They're so aggressive, and with the support coming from Felix and Rafi in terms of their more ingenuity and their kind of like their solid play, they look amazing. Then you look at Noctum, and Kez has been unbelievable in terms of his improvements the last 12 months. But Henry and Detain just can't be stopped. Like, they can take over maps at times. It's been so impressive to see. And then obviously you've got a Deck Club, and they've taken Aspect on, who is a very aggressive player, dropping huge streaks, getting in and around the map as quickly as possible. And I wonder whether that's a conscious choice, that they felt a little slow and that they needed to pick up the pace, and and swapping Bance out is going to add that extra element of speed, especially with Aspect. But it's just a Mythics and these guys who can really take over games. So for me, Katana right now is just a little bit off the pace, a little bit too slow at times, and it's. But the question you've got to ask yourself is, this isn't the roster for Katana going forward. Super's going to be leaving to go to Miami Heretics in January, and then they're going to be wanting to look to pick up a player, and it wouldn't surprise me if they go, so anyone who's not aware, that management, coaches don't pick the players kind of choose who they play with. And I would expect them to want to look to pick up an aggressive player. Now, that depends also on what maps, how they affect it. Hacienda is going to have a huge impact on this game. Skyline is probably going to come out. I'm not going to say it is definitely, but you would expect. If I'm an Afro or an Eric Boom or a Jed Detain, I want to keep Skyline in because that's my hunting ground, isn't it? But let's just see what happens. January is going to be an interesting month. We have the elites, and then we have the first major and first challenges.
We are into map number 1 here in top 2 at least in the on here in top number 3. Boys in red, Noctum going to be those infamous purple arrows, and this man on the screen, Pabs in Harry, it was just for a second, but he's been such a pivotal player for this Fanta Lemon team, and obviously if they're going to manage to silence kind of the presence that, which is surprising at the start of the year, Kez has been making on this roster, he's going to have to go toe-to-toe with him, which wasn't really a sentence that maybe a couple of CODs ago we thought we ever would have even been saying, but here we are.
Yeah, absolutely. Kez's improvement has been, monumental. He gets a lot of jokes made at him over, the potential for liquid enhancement, but he's just been an absolutely star player, and he's done so well. And yeah, Harry's going to have to cope with him. Again, this is going to be an interesting matchup though, with Detain and Henry just being as vital as they have been to the team. So let's just see how it goes. It's going to be a very solid start from Fanta Lemon though, as we see them putting 23 straight on the board. It is going to be the Purple Arrows of Noctum though, managing to swarm around. But Major, I don't know how much attention you paid to the Team Notorious game, but Noctum Esports look completely off the boil on their rotations and hardpoint.
Yeah, well, they're currently in control of P2, and with a sizable chunk of time still remaining on it, this is going to be down to Fanta 11 to try and push through the front of the hill. You can see first engagement number 3 in Denza, going to at least contest the time for now. They do actually manage to get a full man wipe, so there you go. Wow, 25 seconds left on the cards. Fanta Lemon completely take that time away, push that lead out even further, and you can see Pabs Noctum Esports not even going to bother trying to counter any of that time. They're going to be focusing for the next hill already.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what largely sold them off. They were getting bodied for 35, 40 seconds, and then they were just choking. And it was really early, for such a vault hardpoint, which is so quick, that they were choking hills so early on. And again, I just think there was a little bit of panic set in. I think they've been dominant, and they're starting to question and maybe add different elements to their game, which they don't necessarily need to, and it's those kind of experiments that can cause you problems. And that's been the case. It is only 30 seconds, though, before we get carried away with ourselves. They've got plenty of time to bring it back, and they're going to have control partially over Berg. And you've got to look out for number 6 Detain, trying to control this mid area, but he's going to have eyes across street as well.
Yeah, nice work there from Henry, able to pick off one player in Harry. And Mythics is going to go into the blender as well, looking for the third up towards the top side of Plat. And Henry doing what he does, grabbing kills. And it will be Noctum soaking up a little bit more scrap time on that P4. Or P3, apologies, as they now get ready and set up. You can see that number 4 here in Harry already going all the way down street side to see if he can spot any players. And it's going to be his old teammate there in Bance, able to sniff out the rotation. And those red arrows on Fanta Lemon so far away from the time. We're back to a tied game, but this setup looks as though it's an opportunity now for Noctum to potentially gallop away.
Yeah, and this is going to prove whether they've decided to rectify some of the mistakes they were making against Team Notorious. They weren't able to deal with the first wave of kills, and they were constantly getting battered out of the hill, even when they were set up. So this is all important, but when you're playing shots like that, as windy as that Bance is going to put you into the blender, and it's going to be Harry who gets blended in the process. Noctum managed to retain control, but that's going to be huge from Harry there. He makes the comeback and manages to get the picks control restored for Fanta Lemon.
Triple there. The Horrid Harry and his boys soaking up that time. 20 seconds still remaining on this one. It looks as though Detain's going to just toy with the idea of maybe working a little bit of a pinch around the back, and Harry's got to be careful not to get shot in the back here. Going to spin around. Can't win that engagement, unfortunately, for him. So Noctum are going to grab that scrap time, and now they are going to look to try and push over towards Jenny's. Nice shots from Kez to get the first engagement win. And we'll see Mythics fall down. As I mentioned, guys, the kill feed is lying to you, whatever names you read. Some of them are right, some of them are wrong, which makes our life a hell of a lot easier, that's for sure. Said nobody ever.
Roll the dice, mate. Roll the
Jenny's
dice.
now going to be absolutely jam-packed with Fanta Lemon players, and it will be an engagement that is able to come through for Noctum. There's actually a team kill as well, which isn't ideal, but now the slide comes through from Henry. Is he going to get shot in the back from Mythics? Yes, he is, and Ben able to pick off one, hunting for some more players as they look to try and converge in towards the hill, but Noctum do find a way in.
Yeah, it's really nice to see a game of this caliber at this level being as tight as it is. There is only 5 seconds separating the two sides in probably one of the most frenetic zone skills in Call of Duty history. This Jenny Hill is absolutely insane for interactions. It's so difficult to control. And it's going to be the boys in reds largely just come out. They're going to be able to get that contest in. 96 plays 96. It couldn't be tighter. Finally, it is going to be Fanta 11 who managed to get a little bit of a slender lead. But Major, this is going to go back and forth. The expect these arrows to start to deconverge away from the hill as they try and get control of P1, and hopefully one of the teams going to start to get a grip of this game right now. Kez is just going to be holed up in middle, Major, continuing to perform the way he has done all day long.
Yeah, 20 and 10 now out of Kez. They're going to try and flick round to grab another one. He's not going to do it, and it will be Fantalemon with the initial hold over towards the front side of the hill, and Aspect just mopping up the bodies that just trickle in towards him for the time being. You've got 40 seconds on this hill, and a large amount of time here for Fantalemon to grab. So opening gunfight's going to happen down street side. Bance is going to be able to open up that lane, and now those players are going to look to flood in through Broken and the front side of the hill. They managed to take Aspect down, trophies down, bodies in and around the hill. And this is looking like a really good opportunity again for Noctum to grab that time. Nobody currently, though, from either team looking ahead towards the rotation, but a really big gunfight win actually comes through from Kez. You can see he's able to push through. That number 6 in Detain spawns out, and they are now set to go for P2 as well.
Yeah, that just tells you how locked in these players are in this P1 battle. No one making the move, no one making the call-outs to get set up. It is going to be the boys of Fantalemon who are going to be in a position to get round the back, but I think it's been read. This is what you've got to look out for, this little bit of play coming from Detain as he manages to read Aspect outside on the push. He gets him, and that's going to be lights out for the boys in purple. They're going to have an opportunity now to push through, get the pick, but not going to be able to get that first pick finally dealt with from behind, and this is going to be a free bit of time and the first real air potentially that we've seen between these two sides since the start.
Well, they're going to have to try and push their way through. Jenny's number 3 on the minimap. Indenzer's going to try and work his way on a flank, but you can see that they're just watching it. Kez, the man, currently leading the charge with 38 engagements, 24 going to go the colour of green, and it will still be Noctum with a little bit of emphasis to make these trades, win these engagements. You've got one last remaining player in Aspect who's trying his best. Unfortunately, they're Detain. Takes down the teammate, but he does what he needs to, and he makes sure that his boys win their remaining gunfight and soak up that scrap time. So a little bit of a lead getting ready now for the Burger Hill. You can see already the fight. So Pabs going over to Courtyard side, number 5 in Bance and number 3 in Denzer. They're looking towards the Burger Hill, but they're also looking towards that next hill as well. The teams do like to play this one kind of 2 hills in advance.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they want to. Obviously, you can chain these two quite readily if you're able to get the spawns for that Burger Hill. So it's all about being able to get full control. We do some lovely gymnastics there, a little bit of a little die-hard dive there towards the end, but it is the kill feed that's going to go largely red. And from the front, you can see number 4 there in Harry just going to be holding on as the purple arrows wait to try and flood in. There's going to be first kill on this wave going the way of Fantalemon, though. You can need number 6 in Detain just getting dealt with. So there's going to have to reconfigure your attack. And again, Major, that map is largely purple skulls, and this has been a solid hold for time. Yeah. Puts them back into the lead with 15 seconds remaining. This has been a bit of a money hill for Fantalemon.
Well, look at where Harry spawns up. He spawns over towards the next hill, and now that's the worrying thing if you're Noctum, because you've got to run 15 seconds across the map. But Kez looking to try and do his utmost to at least close the gap. So now 3 fall down, 2 coming off spawn. Where's that 4th man going to spawn? You would assume out, and it is. So Noctum, huge gunfight wins are now going to go in their favor, and it enables him just to isolate Denzer. He goes down, and for a second, we were running the storyline that Noctum Esports were going to have to work some magic to get in towards the hill, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, well done. Sprinkle of the magic dust does exactly what it needs from Noctum Esports, and a little bit looser sphincter for Noctum Jack. They are still slightly behind, but with a good opportunity to really do it. But one problem they faced all day, Major, is this inability to stop that first wave of kills. Now, they've managed to get a player out towards backs, watching that long street in Kez, who's done that role perfectly now for the last couple of cups. And that is going to be a little bit of a, momentum restored and definitely lead restored for the team in purple. Bance is going to be the hill kitten for the time being, but already those players starting to think about this push to this highly contentious and highly difficult generator hill.
Well, Mythics is just waiting to see if anyone pushes street side. He's not got the most ideal weapon for that. You can see that Denzer's going to be in and around Courtyard, but they're actually going to turtle up a little bit and just enable Noctum to slowly start to close the distance onto these players in towards Jenny. So the pinch is potentially going to come through. Henry going to fall, and it will actually be Mythics to win one before the trade comes through. But again, a pin strike kill feed means that you're going to have a little bit of a clash on the time, at least for now. Fantalemon do manage to break in. Harry and Aspect going to opt to try and stack it with the nades, and the tacticals are going to open the door for Noctum. Excuse me, just to fly straight back in.
Yeah, it sounds like I'm in the same position as you, mate. My mouth is dry as all hell, but this game certainly isn't. It is fluid as anything. 208 to 214 the game, and the lead has changed dramatically at maybe 6 or 7 times already. No one really been able to get a grip, but it is approaching the 0 hour for one of these teams in this game. 208, 226, 11 seconds remain on this hill before we head into the third rotation. And again, it does look like a solid lead for Noctum Esports, doing so well with the scrap time on that very difficult hill. It may all come down to this P1.
So Noctum have got the bodies in and around P1. Saying that, though, a lot of them are starting to drop. So it's going to be Fantalemon. They're on the time. Where are Noctum going to try and coordinate this push from? Denza's watching his respective lane, and he's actually going to be able to win his gunfight. So Henry, though, with a pinch, coming through from Courtyard, able to win his ones, and it's going to be now 10 seconds remaining for Fantalemon to try and fly on towards the hill. The nade is going to at least stop the progress for now. Kez, though, shutting down one man, looking for more as he's still got reinforcements pushing in from Courtyard's side. You've got Mythics on the time, and you've got those players from Fantalemon watching down towards the front of the time, but they've got to try and keep the man on the time. The contest comes through, the gunfight's come through. It's going to be, again, another red kill feed, which now means that Fantalemon are in a little bit of a driving seat. They've actually come off the time just for a split second, which means they're not actually going to be able to win this one. Noctum Esports get straight back on the time. There's big ones on towards it. Aspect has got to try and stay alive. He can't do it. Mythics goes down as well, and with 5 seconds remaining, Noctum can actually still win off this. Harry's the only man that's able to touch it. Bant slams the door straight in his face. No purchasing tonight. Noctum Esports take map 1.
Well, we talked about this being a story of Bance versus Aspect, and it's going to be Bance with the final say in the first game. We've still got a long way to go, but Major, if the game is anything like that, I think you might have to nip off and get some water, because we are absolutely done. What an incredible first game of Hardpoint. Probably one of the more exciting games that we've had in any cup this season so far, with storylines galore, and it really all comes down to just some incredible team play towards the end of the game. 88 from Kez. We'd said the young Scot was on a resurgence, and my word, 33 non-traded kills. Incredible performance with so much responsibility as well. He's largely left to get those kills without any support, and he's done so well in the process. It's a very happy Noctum, I would suspect.
I'd say Kez was good on Black Ops Cold War, obviously very early in his kind of competitive days where he just landed in the scene, and that movement system paid absolute dividends to him. And I think we're now starting to see really the best Kez that we're probably going to get all COD long, potentially, because that was an incredible performance there from him. If he doesn't drop 38 and 22, they do not win that map. So I say pat on the back there for Kez. Really strong map 1 from him and his boys. Pamson now obviously looking towards that red card search and destroy for map number 2. Noctum now going to be in a position where it's going to be the onus on the Fantalemon boys to take this map off of them.
Yeah, I mean, this has got to be a big moment for the boys of Fantalemon. Otherwise, the big call that they've made in terms of bringing Aspect in starts to look like a foolish one in the end, and especially when they've lost all that experience from Bance as well, who you know, sees that hard point out in the end, has the foresight in the sense to just think, you know what, 6 seconds left, I might just go back and see if I can steal that scrap time, that little bit of experience, that kind of CDL now, so almost seeing them over. So yeah, this a red card S&D though. Again, it's a tricky one for me. I think obviously Fantalemon, you would, with Aspect in particular, going to be a lot more aggressive, but is that going to play into the hands, or really is this a Noctum map all over? A little bit more caution, get yourself set up, make it difficult for them to plant over towards A, so you're forcing them into that really tricky CQB area on the B zone, on the B S&D site. I'm really excited to see this game made after that hard point. That was insane.
That's one map out of potentially 5. Yeah, it's I don't know what we're going to really kind of see from Noctum here in this map. Obviously, when we cast them in that winners round 1 game against Clutch Rain, it wasn't necessarily the most polished search and destroy coming through from Noctum. Obviously, we know that Clutch Rain roster with Twiz, with Nile, they're going to have some very good search and destroy gameplay to them, but it wasn't necessarily a bit of a blowout there for Noctum, which in terms of the seeding and where they are currently, you would have anticipated that they might have stretched that margin out to maybe a 6-2, a 6-3, that kind of thing. But Search and Destroy is that one of those game modes which really does favour underdog team play. So I'm interested to see how they set up on this one. It was a case of a lot of the games and a lot of the rounds that we saw previously on Red Card Search was the ability to get the bomb down. It was just not necessarily as easy to protect the site. I mean, over towards that goal side of the map, how many times did we see the bomb go down, but they just weren't able to keep the man alive on the bomb? He gets caught out, and then eventually those players that are playing it from so far away over towards that kind of that plat area and over towards the hedges, if you're in an engagement and the defensive team just decides to stick the defuse, you've got to really try and prioritize the diffuser over the person who's literally leathering you in the face with bullets, which isn't necessarily the easiest thing to do.
I think the 2 points to take from that are Clutch Rain have come into the cup. I don't think they've really been much of a presence in the other cups, if any. I think this is not that they're a new roster, but they've just got together and they present different problems to someone if you haven't been able to scrim them as much, so they can provide surprises and make things a little bit more awkward and difficult. And in terms of that A zone, it was interesting when you consider something like Black Ops 4, and we looked at, the Pit copywriter putting up that Arsenal map, which was so clean as a map, and then when you look at that A bomb site on Red Card, it is so cluttered. Like the bomb site has so much around it. You've got like little, hot dog vans, you've got the full goal kind of like interactive area, you've got a stage, and it is heavily cluttered, and it makes getting your angles, especially from bomb side, so difficult. Like you don't have much room to be able to peek and get an angle, and it's not like you get a ton of time to get kills. You're going to have to get headshots if you want to drop someone in that space of time, which makes B a little bit more favourable, especially if you get mid control, because then it turns it into a regular kind of gun battle and not as cautious and tetchy as the A side. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how both the teams shape up based on how they've played thus far. And again, I think Clutch Rain is a bit of an outlier just purely because of the way that they've come into this cup a little bit as an unknown quantity. So yeah, it's a tricky one. I still think this should be a knockdown map. This feels like it lends itself to a more strategic team than say a more aggressive side like TM, like Sleep side.
I think as well the ability that Jed brings to the Noctum team, especially over towards the B site. I assume he'll probably be playing in and around B and in and around Ticket, and he's kind of those close engagement wins you see him consistently make, especially in Search and Destroy, where he's able to get the first pick and then occasionally picks off a second as well. And I think having the ability on a team with kind of that in its pocket does really pay dividends, especially in rounds in Search and Destroy where you're down numbers. I mean, how many times have we seen this Noctum roster be kind of 4-2 down? They lose the first blood, the second man drops, and then all of a sudden they're able to clutch up in a 2-4 situation. So it does seem as though even with the change from Aspect to Bance, that kind of consistency to be able to pull a rabbit out of a hat is still within the roster. And again, because it's early days and the change is still fairly early on, you're only going to expect them to get better as a team in Search and Destroy anyway. So I think it's just a case of trying to find out where the ceiling is for this Noctum roster side. You talk about the Katana guys, you talk about kind of historically all the teams that Harry and Mythics are going to go on. They're going to kind of just consistently raise the bar for the kind of the quality of the gameplay and kind of the ability that they bring to teams. And I think it's just a question now to put this Noctum team through its paces over the next couple of cups. Obviously, we've got a bit of a break as well over the Christmas period, and to see how they land in the new year as well. Because if they win this cup and then they look very good going into the next say 2 or 3 cups, then arguably you're saying that the skill ceiling for this team looks very, very high indeed, if not just as good, if not better than the other teams around them. So
well, I mean, I suppose one thing we could talk about is if you take what happened last year, how Brezzy was able to shape Twiz into, and that really, confident train side that went from being mildly capable in S&D and Port and Hardpoint to being very good at both of them. You see the way that Steve-O does the same thing with the, certain players. Felix has been brought on under the wing of more experienced players. If anything, Bance coming into that Noctum roster, it just brings so much experience and a vibe as well. So one of the things you would say is the chemistry was there with Aspect. They look like a really solid team, and in terms of comms, but it's not like they've lost out. They've gained so much in bringing Bance on board, and again, a player that really suits their play style. He's a flexible player. He can play AR or SMG, and he seems to be in this iteration of Call of Duty very comfortable in both. So they've got so many options, and that frees the other players up to play their more natural roles. And not only that, you've got to think that how much have they got in the locker, the other 3 players, in terms of their plans A, B, and C. Well, Vance is going to bring you the rest of the alphabet. So, I mean, this is Noctum's to lose, I think, this map in particular, but we've been blown away so far by the capability of Harry. Now, I talked about Kez as being a top 5 player right now in the EU, just based off the last few performances in the Cups, and Harry, I would put again as maybe the most consistent player, maybe second to Afro, potentially Eric Boom as well. It's a really tight among those top players who you would pick as best, and going into the elite, all these guys want to perform. There's going to be a hella break coming up between this cup and then the elite. So this is going to be a huge opportunity over the next few weeks to right all the wrongs that teams have been doing and mistakes that they've been making. So it almost back to the lab kind of deal. So the elite could be really interesting. It could shake things up. I mean, that's the thing that they're going to take the most seriously. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the elite shapes up. But yeah, this game is just looking so shaping up to be such a good game. This might be the game of the day, Major.
Well, there you go. I'll hold you to that now, mate. Game 5, round 11 is confirmed here now. So Knock to Me Sports, they are going to be the team on the offensive first, and the players on the offense are going to be Henry and Detain straight in towards Bart. There is going to be one player just laying prone, I believe. It's Mythics just waiting for them, and Mythics is able to get the one player. He gets a second as well, actually, before the trade comes through. So the bomb in the hands of Detain. What's he going to opt to try and do with this? He is just waiting in towards Cubby. And slowly just to transition out the back here, just stun checking as well. But that information is going to be there. But Aspect is just going all the way across around the other side of the map. And that free bomb site A, obviously, we've got a bit of a blessing here, perhaps, in that we can kind of see where he's going. We can't, even on our beautiful views, we can't actually see the arrow, which is a new Godcaster glitch. God, blimey, the list gets longer. We can't actually see Detain on the minimap, but we can see his POV. And not going to be able to get the kill. Is going to be able to dip out. And now the question is what he decides to try and do with this bomb. And
Yeah,
he's going to lose
it.
it.
I think decision making plays a huge part there. I guess if you've got ice in the veins, you probably decide not to take that pick or attempt that kill, and then you just utilize it to be able to get across potentially to the B-bomb site and get that bomb down. But it's just, you can't help it, especially when you consider how good Jed Detain's reactions are, like the muscle memory to just want to get that shot off. But it is going to cost him in the end. But it is only going to be a 1-round lead. But from a position where they got bodied initially, they were able to bring it back. I think he's going to be disappointed in that more than anything else, just because he was in the dominant position coming in behind the player. So yeah, tricky one. It is going to be Denza with bomb. Don't laugh.
Sorry.
It is going to be Denza. It's only because I do it to you with the backside thing all the time.
You've started a battle now, so I can't help it when you say stuff like that. I'm just going to be, what did he say?
Just a little chuckle in the background, like through me.
I did try to keep the exhale of amusement in, but it just kind of escaped. So either way, Fanta Lemon 1-0 up. Denza with the bomb in hand. Looks as though there's a bit of a split approach actually coming through from Fanta Lemon. You've got two players over towards the bomb site in Aspect and Mythics. And then you've also got two players in Fanta Lemon just currently on the other side of the map, really, still playing it towards Spawn, making sure that there's nobody hitting a late flank. So Mythics in Cubby is just waiting for the opportunistic moment for this door to potentially open and the gunfight to engage. And just waiting patiently. As soon as that door opens, though, you know it's just going to be SMGs all over the place. Nade's coming through, are going to back up one player. Lade goes on towards Mythics, doesn't stick him, backs him out, though, and it will be Harry that's able to win a gunfight. Harry wins a second, and they manage to absolutely clear through three players. It's actually only going to be a team kill that slows them down, and Bance now, unfortunately, he is on his ones.
Yeah, it's going to be him on his loan. So I'm just going to stand up and get killed, essentially. I think he realised that was going to be the case. It is going to be Bance still on his own, though. Harry Aspect, I just completely misread that. I thought he got bodied. I think he popped up and got done, but it is going to be Bance just looking to get the picks, decides to rush in. It's always a weird one with that push through those doors. Like your temptation to just check that corner pillar is overwhelming, but you know there's going to be players to the left, but it is going to be them dealt with slowly but surely. A nice base again from a player Major that we've just been bigging up in. Harry reads the game so well.
Yeah,
unlike me.
We spoke about the kind of the A site being cluttered, but getting in towards bar is so hard. Especially if you're on your own and there's two or three players, you know that one's probably going to be sat in Cubby, one's going to be probably close left, and you've got one who's probably going to be sat on the either watching flank or heglitching bomb. So, and especially at this level of Call of Duty, when people can throw shoulders kind of on this engine, it is just so difficult for players to get ones and two pieces when they're trying to push into a site that's got so many options. We are going to head over towards the A site, though, because there's going to be a lot of engagements. Kez with the bomb in hand. He's just waiting. 3 HP and a dream for Kez. And unfortunately, all Harry has to do is throw a potato at him, and that's exactly what he does. The second kill comes through, actually, in favour of Fanta Lemon, which now leaves Henry and Bance last two up. You can see Harry going to try and spin around and take Bance out. He's not going to do it. And all of a sudden, this is what knocked him do, Pabs. 2 big kills from Bance, and now Denza's on his own.
Yeah, this is exactly the position Noctum wanted to be. Denza is going to try and force himself out wide, get tagged up. They've got that information, and that's just going to give the green light to the boys of Noctum to get over towards that A bomb and get set up. And this is where we talked about the angles getting a little bit tricky, and Denza's going to feel this no more now than ever as he looks to try and get, in fact, he's going to avoid mid altogether and try and get in around the back. Because I think he knows how tricky it is to get sights from mid over
Yeah.
towards that bomb site. So it is going to be, has he got that information? Little Reed gets the first pick, Major 33 seconds
info.
in a 1v1.
Well, Nade's out. He's going to try and take this chow, and the nade doesn't quite land for him, so he's desperately legging it. Bans is going to try and tickle him on the way out, but nothing comes through of it. So Denza out, 1 versus 1. Can Sleeve make the play? Bance is all the way out the back. I don't think Sleeve's going to check this right-hand side. Bance has played it so well, and Bance gets the round win done for them. I think that was 3 kills in total for Bance, if not the ace. So really good work there from the man who's new to the roster.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what you bring with you when you've got that experience. You bring a ton of game knowledge and a set of orange skins as well. I absolutely love that skin, by the way. It's tremendous. I'll be jumping on that as soon as I get off this cast. But yeah, Noctum Esports with the round win brings it back to a 1-round deficit, and they look confident and surgical in the process. So maybe the resurgence is back on. Something we didn't touch on, I suppose, is in the previous S&D, they were able to bounce back 4 rounds in a row. I think there was a technical hitch during the process, but they just looked so strong once they got into that kind of momentum. Once they got themselves locked in, they just looked untouchable, and that's something the Phantom are going to have to deal with. Bance is just going to try and make his way to get as much information as possible, and he's going to be largely irrelevant.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bance isn't going to have an engagement anytime soon because every single other player, you can throw a net over them or towards beat. So Denza and Aspect going to be the last 2 for Phantom over towards the site, and this bomb is going to be difficult to plant unless Aspect is able to keep his man alive for a large period of time. The nade is going to land with Denza, and is that going to be the green light they need to fly in? No, Denza going to change position in towards Cubby. He has left Aspect a little bit alone in towards the site, so they need to try and play the trades. Aspect does really well to win the first engagement, but the trade comes through, and now Denza's got 2 to try and get through. Pause. Well, there you go.
Pause, yeah.
Slow motion. We don't quite know what's happened, to be honest. But either way, we're stuck in a position, and Denza's stuck as well, where we might have a lobby crash.
Yeah, nice bit of carpet that we can see here. Looks like the decorators have been in and done a good job on the VIP section. It is looking a little old though, so yeah, hopefully we're going to be able to get this game back on. Hopefully it's a full lobby crash and that we're not going to be stuck trying to get into an active lobby, because the players just absolutely hate that. So yeah, but in terms of capability, it was 2-0. I mean, we can't really take anything from the end of that, because they, Aspect had done the job of restoring parity between the amount of players that were available. So we actually in a position where it was kind of all tied in that particular round. And what kind of positions? Noctum have got the higher ground. Denza's kind of got that front of bar to kind of use, but it's just so tricky. And we know how fast that Sleep can be in and around that kind of area. So who knows? Denz and Aspect, though, are going to be very quick players, but I honestly couldn't tell you how that was going to pan out. But we got to talk about that previous round. Bance, big brain plays, mate, deciding to go as far back as possible and totally playing Sleep for a fool.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see kind of how that one unfolds, because I believe it will probably be a round reset, which is a little bit annoying there, because obviously Sleep was very much on his ones, and those 2 Nocturne players were flying at him. So you would have anticipated, if you're a betting man, that it would have just gone in favour of Nocturne, but we'll have to wait and see kind of how that one unfolds. So we're not quite sure. We'll keep an eye on the chat to see how the round goes on with that one, but I believe they are going to lobby up and start up that one again. But B-site, Pabs, obviously we've seen a lot of players push A-site down street side, but B-site definitely seems to be the more bread and butter push now from a lot of the teams that we're seeing, especially in kind of the top 3, top 4 teams. They definitely seem to be favouring that bomb site, trying to isolate 1 or 2 players, getting that bomb down, and then it is very difficult to retake, especially if you've not got the numbers. So that definitely seems the way that the teams are swaying, at least for now, because in the early cups, it was very much a case of getting the bomb down at A, but now it seems to be a little bit more 50-50, maybe favouring the B site.
I think once the players understand the angles for A and realise how difficult it is to get picks, I think they preferred that ability to be able to go in with SMGs and control the B zone. And it's a bit more sensible to retake. You don't have as much open space to cover, and you don't have kind of those acute angles to deal with in terms of your shot. So I just think they prefer it, just because it's a lot more of a level playing field in terms of the bias towards the defensive team. But again, it's getting it down. Once you've got it down, the retake's a nightmare. So it really is about getting into the positions then, and especially when you consider if the players have been backed out towards that A zone, they're going to largely come in through the double doors at the back of that VIP area, and it's just the bar area. It's game over, especially if you've got players in a crossfire position. I'd say the back of the actual bomb over towards the outer area, and you've got a player right out of those double doors to the left. They can just dominate. So yeah, hopefully we're going to get back into the lobby pretty soon to continue what has been made. And I lights out the best map of the best game of the day so far. Incredible hard point, like kind of Bocage vibes hard point in terms of how close it was. It was a wild game for interactions.
Yeah, so and I mean the last time these guys met, it was 3-2 in winners bracket. It went that game 5, it went that distance. So it wouldn't surprise me if we get another occasion here. Obviously, while we wait, Pabs, we'll talk about the team that is waiting in that grand final in Team Notorious. I mean, at the start of the game, you were saying keep an eye on Afro. He's going to be very good on this game, and it is proving to be the fact, mate. Where he is looking very, very good on a team as well. Which what I would say is, historically, I know we kind of say that the team players kind of dictate the team, but Team Notorious historically have kept their team of 3-4 players pretty much rock solid throughout the whole year. I remember back kind of the Team Notorious rosters where you had Eric and Wee Man on that same team. That pretty much stuck throughout the whole year. And towards the end of the year, they did kind of see the benefit of doing that. And it wouldn't surprise me again if we see kind of another Team Notorious which sticks through thick and thin, because obviously they had a good start. They had a couple of games and tournaments where they might have thought, we can do better than that. But I think as an org and as kind of the history that we see from Team Notorious, it is that they do tend to try and, I don't know whether it's a management thing that Jared and the guys try and kind of drill into the players, is to say, listen, we don't want to switch this team of 4. You pick a team of 4, you run with it. But they are obviously waiting in that grand final. And again, it might be another position where they win back-to-back cups and all of a sudden we're saying, look, you stick as a team of 4, this is what you get. You might have some hiccups, but the consistency across the year benefits you.
Yeah, I think it's a weird position for us to be in as casters with Team Notorious, because you want to present a game when, especially prior to it starting, where there's a chance for obviously either team to do well. But Team Notorious just seem to they not inconsistent, but sometimes they make games look difficult, and then sometimes they just run through teams, like run through players like you wouldn't believe. So it's a tricky one going into the grand final. I wouldn't want to be either team having to face Afro at the minute. He's just dominant. He's just, every map is just fun for him, and he's not missing his shots. So I mean, again, I think that's his ambition to want to get back into the CDL. So with any luck, we're going to see Marcus continue to be as stellar as he is, and then see him get back into the top league. And I'm just seeing Owen Crookie in the chat making hints that he might want to make a comeback. That's something that we want to see, get Crookie back on the guns. But yeah, I just think anyone that faces this resurgent kind of Afro is facing down a barrel of a very difficult game, and you are going to have to deal with him. And the problem you face is, you know, if he has a quiet game, Eric Boom just put up 33 or 32 non-traded in a game where we didn't get his true KD because the score lines bugged, but he was incredible as well. And then you look, you know, Felix can take a game at any point, like by the scruff of the neck, and I made up for him. He seems to have ironed out a lot of the kind of like crazier plays that he was doing last year. It seems to be working for him so much so this year. So very exciting to see whether that roster continues that form into the elite. That's going to be the testing bed, because we've got this huge Christmas gap coming up where the teams can kind of like iron out their mistakes. So, and obviously there's going to be, you know, shake-ups depending on how players move, and depending on how the impact of the CDL teams that haven't picked up any points or won any games, or very few games, how that's any shake-ups there going into the first major, how that affects them. Obviously, it's difficult for European players because of the length of time it gets their visas and all that other nonsense that occurs. But we are going to be back in, boys, with the Fanta Lemon versus Noctum. I do believe it's going to stay 2-1, I think.
Yeah, was it 2-1? Was it 1-1? I have to remember. What we do know, though, is unfortunately the team names aren't the right way round. So, Detain, Vance, Henry, and Kez are going to be Noctum, and Fanta Lemon obviously going to be Denza, Harry, Mythics, and Aspect. So apologies for that, guys. We'll have to try and work it all back to front for you. So purple arrows are Noctum no more. They are going to be those red arrows on the minimap, which unfortunately you guys have just realised cannot see. So the bomb in the hands of Denza is going to be headed down towards the A site. Fanta Lemon just going to be waiting and pushing potentially a little bit more patiently than what we've seen in previous rounds, Pabs.
Crookie's just said, unfortunately, no comeback, mate. I'm done. The headphones are coming off. I'm storming out. It is going to be, unfortunately, no. It is going to be First Blood going the way of Fanta Lemon. It is going to be tied back up as Kez goes out. 26 seconds on the clock, though. Isn't going to be a lot of time to get that bomb down. It does look like they're going to try and get it down, but all the players are going to fall around, leaving Mythics and Dents in the unenviable position of having to defend a freshly put down bomb as those players converge immediately. Major 36 seconds on the clock, and it's going to be Detain in a 1v2.
Yeah, he's been backed up as well. I think they tagged him up there. I think Denza forced him to reposition, and he's got a difficult spot now trying to push from this side. He might have a free. Oh my god, they're both there. One for Jed. Can he get the second? The shots are in. Mythics is actually going to take the chow. This is brave, and Jed just chews through both of them. And I was going to say, that reach out there from Mythics, considering the time that was on, I'm surprised he didn't reposition. That's exactly why you don't ego chow Jed Detain. He shuts him down. And again, although it will say Fanta Lemon win, it is not. That is a knocked him round.
Well, that makes it, I mean, as long as they carry on, that's the 2-2, and that's what I think that is kind of justice there for maybe Noctum, because I think they were on the ascendancy. They were pushing through to kind of take the bomb site in the round that failed. Although we did see Aspect get the pick, it did look like they were coming through the doors with a good amount of gusto. So Jack, I'm sure, is punching the air. So I guess 2-2. Fanta Lemon, it looks like the game's going to be ended as well. I think there's some issues.
Well, there you go. Don't know what the issue is. We'll try and find out potentially in the background, but it is a round that they're able to take on the shoulder on that one. So I think now that does tie us up to 2-2. I thought it was 1-1. Maybe I'm faded. Maybe chat will help us out here. Chat, help us. We know there's a 90-second delay, but you might know a little bit more than we do. As unfortunately our short-term memory loss has kicked in, and neither of us can really be 100% certain what the score is at this stage. But yeah,
It's either 2-2 or 3-1.
Yeah, we'll go.
He's saying it was 2-1. It was 2-1 before the game. The round ended. That would have been the fourth round.
So that would have been. So that would have been three. That would have been 3-1 then to knock him if Dender's say got taken down.
I think it would. What knocked him down 2-1? They just won the previous round when Vance won the kill on Sleep, and that made it 2-1 because Noctum got the breadstick, and then I think that would have been Noctum's round if they kill Sleep and Aspect coming in to retake the bomb site. So I guess 2-2. I'm going to say 2-2.
We'll go with 2-2. Either way, one thing we do know is that Jed got a really big round on the board there for Noctum. So again, a little bit of back and forth. And if you guys did miss any of the maps in the previous games, I say this one finished 3-2 the last time these two met, and our map one was 252-35. So it wasn't exactly a one-sided affair, shall we say? As I do believe are now loading back into red card. Touchwood, everyone's the right way round, and we should be good to go. But I mean, at the moment, Pabs, they're kind of just going back and forth as we kind of anticipate with these two teams. I'd be surprised if one team really starts to pull away, because it does seem as though both kind of teams have a really strong ability to get the bomb down. I think it's just a case of how good some of these retakes are.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to come. I mean, we see this time and time again. It's all about the retake when it comes down to if they get control of that B-bomb site. And I guess it's about information for A, so we're going to see how it goes. I'm just going to say 2-2, and we're going to go from 2-2, and then it depends. We may get a surprise if they just, when the game ends, and it's like, oh, we don't know.
It is 2-2. Jack has said it is 2-2. There you go.
Yeah,
Mr. Jack.
I do. Sometimes it fails me, and sometimes I'm there. The maths is strong occasionally. Harry's going to have this opportunity, though, to try and get picks. He is going to get dealt with a nice push. A little bit of bait and switch there to get control of that, and that is going to be Aspect all on his lonesome. Mate, if you're going to make a mark in this Adept Club team, now's the time to do it.
Oh, wow. There you go. If in doubt, fly at them. There you go. That was a very, very strong B hit from Noctum, who are now 3-2. Oh, I'm glad one of us was paying attention, mate. Thank you for keeping count.
Well, Jack mainly.
Yeah, well, Jack was like the proof checker. Do you know what I mean? He was the other checker in the proof process. So, yeah, it was... Either way, another round on the board. Say the aggression to hit the B site there, Pabs. They did not hesitate. They went straight in through the front door, absolutely clanging everyone that they managed to meet in their path. Vance got 2. Henry and Kez managed to combine for 1 each as well. So, I mean, poor Fanta Lemon didn't even have a chance to breathe in that one.
This is what we were saying earlier on. You know, as much as the Fanta Lemon boys are strong, knocked them 4 rounds back to back in one of the previous S&Ds, looked absolutely solid. And this, I feel like this is their map. So more than anything else, it's theirs to throw away. Obviously, you can't write off the quality of the players they're playing, but this just plays to their pace, the information they can gather, and now that they've got Bance as well, just makes life a bit easier. 2-0 with that fantastic. I'm not going to go on about how cool that skin is. I love it. But yeah, it is going to be advantage to Noctum, and they're looking very solid. Yeah, no first blood in the round, and it is Denza with bomb.
Maybe it's just a bit of mind games from Bance, because they're called Fanta Lemon, and he's got oranges, so he's picked a different citrusy fruit to maybe live rent free in their in their head.
I see they've gone banana, and he could have been the banana skin for them. I don't know where they slip up.
Pick a fruit, any fruit, but just not a lemon. Well, Fanta Lemon are working their way down that A Street side. Bance number 3 on the mini map is going to be just working his way up. He's going to have that first engagement, and you can see now they're going to double back and find him in that corner, and that's exactly what Harry is going to do. So first blood goes in favour of Fanta Lemon this time, and they do manage to cross towards the site. Now it's just a case of can they keep him alive while he's planting the bomb. Denza hasn't decided to stick it just yet. They decided to try and double up on this, and unfortunately, it's going to be 2 fish in a barrel for Henry. And now Harry has it all to do 1 versus 3. They know he's rough. Whereabouts? Woo! Hold that 3 in the barrel, indeed. And that is around there for Mr. Henry.
Yeah, I love it when Henry goes off, and it's not normally S&D. He's 4-0 right now. The lad's on fire. Maybe Bance is pulling the strings in a way that we haven't seen before, but Henry, normally so good on respawn, just dominating S&D there. I think it was like so surprising. He comes to the corner, there's 2 plays, he gets them both, and then the reaction shot to kill the third. Incredible play from the young man, and it is going to be a heavy advantage now for Noctum Esports. They're going to have that 2 round 4-2 up. And it's time for Fanta to lean forward a little bit, go through the gears and see if they can get a few rounds back to back. Because if they lose this kind of 6-2, that's a big slap when you consider how close the hard point was. So going into control, psychological advantage would be maybe with Noctum.
Well, Van's got a little bit of information because he did see that door open over towards the B site. I'm just going to use the bullets just to open sesame over towards B. A bit of a split approach here, but Henry's actually managed to get down straight to the underside of the elevator here, so he might be able to just pop up and say hello to one man, I believe in Mythics, who is directly above him. He knows that he's up there now. He's actually going to get his way through towards the back line. Oh, really nice work there from Denza. He might not have anticipated it, but regardless, as soon as he saw that door open, the reflexes were there imminently, able to take him down, and now it's going to be down to a 2 versus 4.
I'm just wondering whether that was great comms. If he's come underneath them and he's moved and there's been any sound hoarding of any kind, I wonder if that was just quality comms from Mythics. But again, great play regardless of Fanta Lemon. Puts them in the driving seat in a 3v2. Kez still with bomb. You're going to see this push out wide from number 1 in Detain, but you don't think he's realising that his play is still out towards that. He's going to get dealt with. It's going to leave Kez in the 1v3 with 17 seconds on the clock. It's a huge ask and a huge mountain to climb, and Fanta Lemon with back-to-backs are going to bring this back to a 1-round disadvantage. And they're, again, in the ascendancy, some nice plays are major, proving that they're not just a one strategy team, a lot more caution, less aggression, taking their picks and taking control of the map.
Those first bloods, they do add up round after round, and Noctum will drop that first blood, and they will drop that round as well. So I believe it is now 4-3 to Noctum. If you guys are hopping in kind of midway through, we did have a lobby restart at 2-2. So Noctum Esports now find themselves 4-3 up. And now where do they decide to try and post up their players on red card? Looks as though 2 players going to be headed down A side. Just to play a little bit of information, but Fanta Lemon just doing that default setup. Pabs, probably the AR's posted up just to see if anyone overchows anything, and potentially they can get a pick.
Yeah, I think again it's a tricky one because obviously Noctum are certainly a little bit very cautious. I don't think they want to lose momentum. They certainly don't want to go back to a tied game. I think it kind of knocks the confidence of players who are very much confidence players as well. Aspect is going to get tagged ever so slightly, so some information is going to go out enough for him to get taken down by Henry, who manages to pick a really acute angle. Mythics, though, going to use that gunfight to just make his way forward. He knows a couple of players are going to be here, but is he going to be able to get an angle? This is what we've talked about all day. This very busy section makes it so difficult, and really nice plays to bait the player out, gets dealt with. I mean, that was written in a script, wasn't it? He was getting baited so heavily, and it is going to be 4v1. Harry on his lonesome.
Yeah, hands throwing shoulders like a prime Lionel Messi that was. He had him on absolute strings, and his teammate there just came and said, there you go. Thank you for the layup, buddy. Bosh. Straight in, slam dunk. So Harry, unfortunately, all on his own and knocked him with a very, very clinical round, picking them apart one at a time. They now lead 5-3, and yeah, just Band's throwing his shoulders. Team seemed to pretty much cement that round there, Pabs. He did that absolutely perfectly and gets the final kill as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And not a stride missed for Noctum right now, looking very solid through this losers bracket. And it is only one round away from being able to take this S&D. So again, this comes down to them. In the past, couple of the players you would suggest win in teams that could largely finish these kind of games off. And this has not been the story of the season so far. It's been a completely different kettle of fish for Kez and Henry. We get some big scores, 1 and 3 though for Denzer. A player you would normally suggest would put up more kills in the S&D, but he can be very much a respawn player, and there's going to be a very aggressive push over towards this B site major.
Well, gung ho, here come the boys. Doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo. As soon as that door opens, you think it's going to all ensue. There's a trophy down, there's nades going out. Noctum haven't got a trophy on their side of things, so it might slow down the push, and there's something that's going to slow it down as the first pick actually comes through from Harry. So they're going to get the first blood on the table. Unfortunately, the restaurant tables there not going to provide a huge amount of coverage. Mythic's going to look for some shots in towards Cubby. He's able to get the pick. Looking for... Oh, he gets the second as well, courtesy of some team shots. And now Detain, he's out the back. He's got it all to do. They fly at him to manage to take him down. And Fanta11 live to fight another day.
Yeah, I think that's the advantage of having the 2 rounds. You can be a little bit experimental, but I would expect it's going to get very vanilla very quickly, as that caution that they threw to the wind didn't pay dividends, and it is going to be advantage still with Noctum Esports, but it's going to be a good opportunity now for Fanta11 to tie the series up. And Major, we talked about how close the hard point was, and we were very much hopeful that this would be the same case with the S&D, and it was starting to look like Noctum were going to run away with the game, but Fanta11, you just can't write them off the level of quality that they've got, and now they're 1 round away from taking us to that round 11 in their first S&D.
Yeah, so it's just a question of whatever Noctum are throwing at them, what more can they potentially work with in just adapting to how Noctum tried to set up. So Denser going to be down towards street side. It looks as though the call is though to take this bomb to B. And Mythic's just closing the distance to get into cover. Just going to stun check in. He's not going to get any information, but Noctum are going to get a lot of information. Now those purple arrows are going to start to try and reinforce. But now in through the door they go. How quickly can you trade players out? Detained. Oh, I was going to say he manages to get away, but he doesn't. So now it's going to be Bance and Kez that have to try and work a little bit of a site retake here. Stuns and tacticals flying through, but a 2-piece. It said Harry on the kill feed. I don't think it was actually him, and it will be another round on the board to Fanta11, and it will leave us, I believe, at 5-4.
5-4? Yes. No,
Yep.
it's 5-all, surely. We
5.
went into this at 2-all. It
2-2.
reset twice. 5-all, mate.
Yep,
We
5-5.
are in the round 11, so it is all down on this. And that was clinical, Major. That was a capitulation from Noctum Esports. They fell absolutely by the wayside. Totally weak defense of that bomb site as well. Players running out of the bomb site, getting shot in the arse. So, yeah, not the greatest bit of confidence play coming out of Noctum, but let's see what they can do. It is going to be those boys in purple on the attack, and they're going to be getting that bomb. And again, very aggressive approach, potentially looking for that information. Ooh. It is going to be number 8 though. Mythics is pushed right up, tons of geography, and might get a free pick.
Yeah, he's just lurking outside of offices though, or tickets or reception, whatever your respective comms are. But the main comm is B. They're all here at B, as Emery will be watching the flank, but you assume he's going to help reinforce the front. So this will be brave from Noctum.
What?
They're actually going to decide to switch it up, actually, and wrap this. So Mythix is going to be the man that has to play for all the information. Is he going to spot these players transitioning over? They're going all the way around the back of the spawn. Aspect is currently the only player that is there over towards that site. And now the gunfights are going to get really messy over towards A. You've got 2 players on the side of Noctum pushing up. Number 2 in Henry's already pushed up, and he manages to catch Denzer out. The trade, though, imminent, and straight away is going to make it a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, Denzel with a counter incredible flank all the way around the back. I don't think anyone's going to read this. Number 7 is out, Harry, right the back. It's been red though. I think his position has been found, and there's the first kill. It is going to be a 2 versus 2. Kez and Detain making it a 1 versus 2 as Detain Major on his own against Harry and Denzel with only 30. Can he get the beat? No, he cannot. And it's going to be Fanta11 taking the S&D, and I think that makes them 2-0.
Makes it 1-1, mate.
I'm just about to choke. I'm about to choke.
Makes it 1 apiece. It says Noctum Esports won that round. They didn't. Fanta Lemon. Round? Bro, am I faded? That just said 3-all. Codcaster is really screwing with me at the moment. That said 3-all. I swear that was just 4-3.
Professionals, I promise we're professionals.
Yeah, I swear we've done this before. Honestly, this game is bugging. Yeah, there you go. They have ended the map. So Codcaster's just decided to lie to us in another way. But yeah, it will be one apiece in the series. We know that much. So they tie it back up. And we're going to be in a position, perhaps, where we're now going to have to say, right, okay, well, back to even Stevens, onto protocol control we go.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Sorry. I was trying to think about whether I can move out and get a drink of water, and then realised I've got, absurdly, I've got some lemon next to me, but I can't find the actual thing. I'll put it somewhere. Never mind. I would say it's dementia setting in. Apologies, guys. But yeah, one apiece. It really does show you just how tight this game is, how closely matched these players are. And again, it just lends itself to the question about this aspect. Vance kind of reshuffle, like, what is the thinking? Is this a long-term loan, or is it a complete change? I don't know the details. How will that affect the elites? And right now, you just can't put paper between them. But Vance seems to be having a very positive effect on Noctum, but they don't necessarily seem as cohesive as they were in the previous cups. But is that down to the fact that the other teams have started to get better strategies? So many questions are going to get answered by the scorelines. This is a very tight game. Again, we head into control where just either team have looked really, really solid today on their control maps. This is one thing, there's a group of players within each team that have done really well. Obviously, we look at Vance and Kez, just love a bit of control. And then on the other side, we've been talking about how quality Harry has been all year. He's been one of the stellar performers for me, and this is the kind of game mode that he looks to prosper in. So this could be a very interesting tie. And again, we stopped planting flags a while ago, but this game is so tight. Could you even dare to plant a flag right now?
No. 10-foot sterilized barge pole territory for me. I'm not touching that one. Not a chance. I don't think I'll get it. Whatever I say, it'll probably be the opposite. And if I say it's Noctum, Jack will hate me because he'll think I'm jinxing them. But we'll have a look towards kind of what the remaining maps have in the series. Obviously, we've still got another 3 maps to go. We're tied at 1 map apiece, so we are guaranteed that map for 252, 35, 6-5 in map 2. Protocol control, Pabs. I mean, God, Jesus, this is literally a 3-2 map. So you're asking for another close one between these two teams, and I think we're probably going to get the exact same thing again here.
Right, tell me about a vault control, because that's all we've seen as well as 3-2s just going all the way. So right now the control map's proven to be very difficult, and again they each present certain problems, although Protocol probably presenting easily the most difficult control zone that we've had in a while. So yeah, very interesting, and I haven't covered it in a while, so it's I haven't seen it today personally. You've seen a lot of vault control being dealt, but not a lot of Protocol. So interesting to see a bit of a mix up towards the end of the day, obviously with some psychology in mind, maybe a weaker map for the team that hasn't chosen it. But this is going to be about this AR control and about the players that can get down to that B site and take over it.
Yeah, I think we are loading into the map. Yes, we are indeed. So it will be Noctum up 1-0 after map 1, but unfortunately Fanta Lemon managed to pip them. Lemons do have pips. Okay, I thought I was going crazy, but they do manage to pip them to map 2. It's been a long day, mate. I promise you. Codcaster's faded. I'm faded. Everyone's faded. But Enzo at the moment, he is not faded. He is on absolute steam going towards that right side of the map, able to get a pick, and you can see here the Fanta Lemon, they are just pushing straight up into the spawn, and anyone caught with their trousers down is going to be absolutely smashed. And there you go, Denza, 5 in a row, and you've just been sleeved.
Yeah, Sleeve absolutely not bitter about the movement aspect of Pants around, and there's going to be some big trades. He's going to get it. Oh my days. Sleeve's going to come out with 13 untraded after the first round. Yeah, incredible plays. He's only a couple off getting that all-important cruise, but there's going to be Harry looking to try and protect it down there. And Sleeve's on an 8, by the way, so just continuing to absolutely dominate the map. And that's going to mean 16 plays 24, that streak being the difference maker in the kills as well. So right now, absolute struggle bus material for Noctum Esports.
Yeah, they've not been able to push out of their own spawn really past the halfway mark. They're chalking lives like no other. They're still trailing by 8. Now make it 9 as Bance goes down, and it's going to be a really brutal opening round here for Noctum Esports. Fanta Lemon have absolutely destroyed them here, courtesy of Denza, just cutting through them like a hot knife through butter, and it will be an opportunity to maybe get on the point. No, they just have the door slammed straight back in their face. Noctum going to try and push their way in towards surely one last go at B. I don't even think they get to touch it. No, they don't. Phantom, wow. There you go.
Time that one, mate. That was Usain Bolt level speed. That was insane. Starting with Denza and that 8 streak, just bodying them out towards spawn, and then just complete control from the ARs up top, just keeping them away from either zone. A dominant performance, and really one that can mark you, you know, psychologically speaking, coming into the next round. Like, does that motivate you to just go absolutely off yourself, get aggressive? Is this the thing? Do Noctum now have to consider going toe-to-toe? Is this where they start to see problems with bringing Bance over, who may not be as aggressive as, say, Aspect was? So this is all about the rebound right now. Can they make sure that they don't get done on break of serve, I guess?
Well, there you go. Noctum, deep breath, regain, off you go again. So will it be a different story here for Noctum here? Can they manage to basically emulate what Phantom did to them in that first round? So it was over before you even saw any of it really start to unfold. Tane going to be backed up a little bit. There's going to be a lot of players coming down through Spiral. There's going to be 2 players for him. Whoa, Mop and Bucket. Clean up in aisle 4. 2 Phantom players land on the staircase, and 2 of them end face down.
Yep, and hopefully aisle 4 is just full of spilt lemons right now, because that was a solid bit of play coming out of Detain. But he has got to try and emulate what Denza did in the previous game, 9-2 right now. Detain just going to dip. He's going to surprise that player. Oh, big shot to the head, and there's a player out towards Helicopter. So he's going to try and get tagged up there. Nice plays coming out of Phantom to just take control of that situation there. I've got a 3-life deficit, but it is absolutely nothing. Denza just going to push through mid. The confidence of the Belgian, just looking to try and bait any of those players using the AR up top, but he's going to get that first tick over towards A. Finally, mate, yeah, we're in the latter part of round 2, and we finally see a tick at his own.
Well, Noctum, 4 lives to the good at least. So in comparison to the round previous, both teams have got, I think at this stage, they had about 10 lives pretty much chalked off Noctum, but they now find themselves, I was going to say, just making it a little bit of a closer affair on this one, but it doesn't necessarily seem to be the case. The A progression should now be complete by Aspect, as now those arrows from Phantom are going to just transition over towards the B point, and they get a couple of gunfight wins. Big win, though, coming in through mid from Henry, and it will enable them just to try and push up a little bit more. And it looks as though Phantom are going to go with the approach of just pushing out past the B point to see if they can enable some of those back spawners a little bit more breathing room to get on the point. They do have at least 2 players in close proximity to the point. It's just a case of whether they can win their ones. And wow, there you go. Short back and sides, please, boss man. That was a hell of a shot there from Kez.
Yeah, really nice plays. Kez on fire right now. Going absolutely slaying out. And again, you know, if they're able to get this defensive round and bring it back to 1-1, it doesn't matter how you do it. You just have to do it. And that, again, just puts them back at a level playing field, and they can forget all about the dominance of that Phantom first round. Mythic, so just waiting for the player. It looks like he's gone under there to have a wee, but he's going to just decide to just look for a transition and look for players elsewhere, as those purple arrows are everywhere to be seen. He's going to take a player down. The comms has gone out, and Bance is just going to push out and get that pick. And again, this is all about trying to get this dominant control around B. But Major, look out back. Who's there? None other than Sleeve. I think the timer may not be his friend, though.
Yeah, and Kez is putting them to the sword now. 5 in a row for Kez, who has just woken up a little bit. Still playing a little bit of an awkward spot, though. Denza trying to make plays. There's the first pick that he needs, and he's going to stop the clock. And now this is going to be the opportunity for his teammates to really start to confide around the distraction that he's caused on the point. Can they manage to get enough bodies on to get this process through? They're going to drop down Zip. Denza gets the first gunfight win, so they will start pushing in and around the point, and they do actually win a couple of gunfights here, Phantom. They've only got 4 lives left, so these next picks are huge. Next picks are massive. Bance gets 1. You've still got 2 players stacking the point. They've got to try and dive out and contest. They don't realise it, and unfortunately for them, Phantom just stacked the point. That's exactly what they needed to do, and they take that round and go 2-0 up.
Yeah, absolute plays from Phantom. You can't write them off at any given point. And despite the fact that it looked like it had been a solid defense up until about 18 seconds, and then a little bit of a capitulation coming out of the way of 2 kills from the boys of Phantom as they drop down and force those purple arrows to start to think about the zone. And that's when they get bodied, and it is going to be a win for Phantom in that round. 2-0 up, 1 round away from taking the lead in the series. But again, mate, it's been so close, you wouldn't surprise me at all if we see 2 back-to-back rounds from Noctum Esports. But right now, the slaying capabilities from the team in red has been absolutely TRS, really. They've been incredible at times putting together big kills. Kez just tried to bring a bit of a resurgence back 12 and 10, but again, he's largely on his own trying to do that. So big moment for Noctum to try and turn things around and make this control a little bit tighter.
Well, they need to try and just completely forget what happened in that first round. They need a much better approacher in the early stages of it, and they do get that courtesy of a few kills. But Mythics now, he's going to be the man just floating around to see if he can spot any people coming off spawn. Banso with a good pick. The Trader Gank, though, comes through straight away. And you've still got Mythics just lurking around for now, but it's going to be short-lived as he goes down. So a progression coming through a little bit here for Noctum. You've still got Harry, though, on the pinch. I've got no idea where he is, and he's able to at least stop that progression for now before number 3 in Bance gets on the point. And this third tick looks pretty much inevitable, Pabs. So this is really good work here from Noctum. You can see Phantalemon already rotating over towards B.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a little bit of a distraction. Jump onto the point as well, just to force those red arrows to have a think. Pants couldn't be more top rope if he tried. Ready to be shot out of the cannon and look to body Harry. Really interesting position from Bance. No one's read that he is going to be forced to just retransition and try and get a different angle and not giving his place away. He's going to get some support now coming in from Henry, number 2. He does get bodied, though, and that information is going to go out as the player does run to Spiral. He's going to get dealt with, so an opportunity to get onto the point. Nice plays coming out of Noctum, and that is going to be a solid defense there, so it's going to be back to the lab for that attack.
Well, where is the next engagement going to lie? Aspect has pushed straight up, and he's actually managed to get a couple before he does go down. It said Harry in the kill feed, but it wasn't. Harry is the POV that we're currently watching at the moment. So 20 plays 17, 1 minute 20 on the clock. They're going to fly in towards Lockers, though, surely to take Harry down, and that's exactly what they do. So Noctum going to just pick them apart one at a time, at least for now. The stun check doesn't come through, which just enables Denza just to fly at Bance, and he flies at another one as well alongside his teammates, and now that's the opportunity to maybe again start to push up the map. Phantalemon get a good wave of kills. We're now tied at 15 lives apiece, so that advantage that Noctum have has completely gone. Jed's getting Mixie in towards Spiral, but so too is Denza with another big pick.
Yeah, and this is where you've got to be careful. You just can't rush like that. You need to be a little bit more cautious in your spawn. You've got loads of time before you so don't chalk lives. There's like 45 seconds. You know, you've got a solid 2 attempts to push. You had 15, 20 seconds before that. So get your picks and, you know, make sure that you don't just give your lives away. You could have TDM this potentially, and that is not what you want to see. Poor reactions coming out of Henry there as Denza puts him into the blender. Mythics is about to control stairs as well, Major, and this is not looking good for Noctum Esports.
No. I know there's 2 players in towards Spiral. You can see the Mythic's just going to back down. His teammate, though, surely going to be close behind him. Aspect gets a trophy down to at least help him for any inevitable push, but they're down to 6 lives. Make it war. Unfortunately, didn't finish the first kill before he tried snapping onto the second. Kez going to try and help out to mop up what remains. He's able to get 1, but unfortunately, the comms mustn't have come through that there was a second player there. So now Noctum, they have got no lives remaining. They're down to 3, and now it's looking like their backs are well and truly up against the wall here because they are getting absolutely hammered for kills once more here. Bance going to try and something on the point. The pistol's out. Unfortunately, their luck has run out, and Phantalemon take that in a very, very convincing 3-0.
Yeah, that's the first real flex from either team in this series so far. That's a dominant performance coming out of the team in red. Hilly himself 6 and 3, although you can't trust those, with 17 non-traded from him, 19 from Denza, which is obviously largely that huge streak he went on in the first round. Dominant performance, and maybe this is the first time that you see why they picked Aspect up to help them dominate these more difficult maps, and indeed they've done that. 3-0, that's the first slap in this series, and we go into a hard point where Noctum have to come good, or that's the end of their series today.
Yeah, so really good work there from Phantalemon. We thought potentially that a protocol control would see a bit of a closer map in that one. We really didn't see a close map at all there. It was a case of even off the start, we saw Denza hot 8 streak, absolutely flying into the spawn, and Noctum just weren't ready, I think, for the pace that the Phantalemon just set on that map. We saw kind of numerous picks as well coming through from their AR presence that they were able to get, and they just shut them down round after round after round. Noctum made it a little bit close in some of them, but to say the first round and towards the end of that one wasn't really that close at all. So a shout out there to Phantalemon. They look very, very good on protocol control. And if you're Team Notorious looking at that, you're thinking maybe we veto that one and maybe have our run like at Vault, because they did look very, very good. But we'll have a look towards our map 4 and 5 Pabs. Obviously, we have now got a double Vault. So we've got a map set where we're going to potentially go the distance to game 5, but it will require Noctum to take another hard point here off of Phantalemon.
Yeah, and it's a tricky one as well because I think both teams are both reasonably well versed, and this is a hard point. And again, you just look at this resurgence. You know, it has not been a series that potentially deserves a 3-1 yet. Now that 3-0 was super dominant, and if they go into a vault and just totally dominate, knock them, you've got to say hats off. But you know, after those first two games, it feels like so much more of a tight map. But again, if this is, you know, if this is the set of map choices that are really more Fanta Lemons, then just hats off to them for taking knocked them all the way to the wire on the other games. So going to be interesting. Again, we don't want to plant a flag at all because Noctum have been so solid in the last couple of games. Interesting to see that these are quite, you know, large maps versus the first time Vault. I guess you could consider being a smaller area, especially where the most of the interactions occur. You know, the maps Red Card and Protocol being largely these kind of wider maps, going up against the Team Notorious side, who seem to prefer the smaller map areas, skylines, the vaults, where they can get their players slid around in, you know, very quick order and get dominant control. It's going to be interesting to see either of these teams and how their strategy is in map choices. If they, you know, fall into the trap of choosing too many small maps, does that play into TN's hands? You know, if they're able to get themselves a Protocol in there or a Red Card in there, is that going to be a great choice? It doesn't matter though, because Noctum need to win this in order to get themselves back into the game.
Yep, so it is match point Fanta Lemon. And it is Noctum that are now going to require the remaining 2 maps if they're going to push their way in towards that grand final where Team Notorious will be waiting. And Vault Hardpoint is going to be the map where they're going to have to try and cement at least a game 5 for now, Noctum. And they're going to have to get on the back of a couple of gunfight engagement wins. And unfortunately, you guys are seeing the team names the wrong way round again. So it will be Noctum Esports who are going to be in that red color that says Fanta Lemon, but it's not. Don't worry. Those are the Owls. Noctum Esports. But P1 going in favor from the boys of Fanta Lemon. Perhaps a little bit of time, but more importantly, you can see those red arrows of Noctum Esports, which sounds very strange to say. They are ready for P2.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking to get set up. And this is a conversation we've had a couple of times. Kez has been one of the more kind of stellar performers out towards this back pool. He's able to dominate in both control and in hardpoint. So just be very interesting to see if he's able to replicate that against this so well-organised team. I say that, and obviously a TK goes out for Kez. And Henry, just a case of that's that right there. But there's going to be Aspect looking to try and get control again, and those purple arrows of Fanta Lemon able to get control. It's 18, plays 18, so Major already looking like a repeat of the tightness of the first half point.
Yeah, Aspect's going to be keeping an eye on the engagements around the backside of P2. The pistol was going to be good enough for him. The Amy shots didn't collide with much, but his teammates able to work that one out, and that is going to be an opportunity for a little bit of time again for the boys of Fanta Lemon just to push this score line out that little bit more. So nice shots from Harry over towards the next hill. It's going to have a little bit of control, at least for now, as that kill feed does light up in favor of Fanta Lemon. Harry going to go out towards the backside of R, up in towards the high ground, as we're probably going to start seeing frequently from some of these AR players, and a little bit of attention going to be placed towards the back door, as you can see that one player in Kez is just toying with the idea of trying to make this chow and get him out of this power spot.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be Kez number 8. Just got the attention of Harry, and that might be enough indeed, just enough, especially when your transitional timing is as good as that. It is going to be enough, but Denza able to get the pick. Nice reach from Sleeve there. There's going to be Henry looking to pay back in kind, and that's going to be a nice bit of time, but they need all this time to tie things up right now. It's going to be the boys of Fanta Lemon with that hearty 30-second lead very early into this first rotation, and we're just going to look to try and get these picks. That's a huge kill though, Major, as we see 2 on the board for the boys in purple. And again, Fanta Lemon just looking to make sure they get this lead out, but it is going to be knocked and we just get that little bit of scrap.
Yeah, but those arrows from Fanta Lemon, those purple arrows on the screen, they are ready to go for the next hill. And this is the one that is difficult for players to try and cross in towards the hill. You've got number 2 in Aspect watching that cross, and that AR is not going to really miss many bullets for those red arrows that are trying to get over there. You can see that they're watching the side door and the front side of the hill. Aspect is not moving. He's getting any engagement that he can, but now they're going to try and close the distance. Tane opens the door, can't do anything with it though. They do manage to get Henry out towards the backside of the hill, but they are going to be wise to him, and they do take him him down. So the first wave of gunfights looks very, very good for the boys of Fantalemon. And with 30 seconds remaining on this hill, this is looking like a really good chunk of time if they can hold on for it. Henry going to try and at least grab one off the hill, if not both. And there you go. Vavavoom, 4 dead. Noctum break in.
Oh, they need that time more than anyone. That's going to still give them a 25-second deficit, but going into the next hill, the tails are likely to be up. It is going to be Harry looking to be the party pooper for that scrap time, but he does get taken down, so it is going to be the boys of Noctum on the resurgence, though. It is still a 30-second gap, probably 27 seconds in actuality, but there is going to be the boys of Fantalemon set up on this P1 in this second rotation, and this is going to come down to total control. Can the boys of Noctum break in and get the picks? That's going to be a nice kill for them as they do manage to get onto it, but expect this hill to be relatively mixy. I doubt anyone's going to remain in complete control. Only 38 seconds. It comes to the fight major for P2.
Jesus, I'll tell you what, Henry has got the boys by the collar, and he is dragging them through the trenches at the moment. 19 and 7 out of Henry. Hunting down some more engagements as more players look to try and flood on towards the hill. Kez has a couple of free picks on towards Cat. He's only able to get one, though. And it will be, again, a little bit of back and forth. Denza, pistol out, looking good, and he's going to try and go blow for blow pretty much with Henry, who's now surpassed the 20 kill mark. But Denza very, very close behind him at 17 and 9. So now the rotation is going to be the all-important gunfights. Number 3 in Harry is just going to be lurking over towards the backside of the P2. And he does manage to get one, tries to bob his head up for the second, isn't able to get it though. And it will be the boys from Noctum Esports that are actually going to be on the time first.
Yeah, just watch out for Mythics now in a good position to get some pressure applied from behind. So he's going to come in. Expect number 7 there in Vance is going to have the job. No, in fact, he's going to get dealt with. So there's going to be a little bit of a job coming in from Noctum as they manage to get the points they require, Major. They've turned the game on its head and managed to take the lead from what is a very difficult hill, usually, especially when you've got players in and around the back that have been applying pressure. But that's a great job from the team in red. Now, the question is, they've taken a solid chunk of time. Can they take it all and give themselves the breathing room required to be able to get that first push onto this very difficult next hill?
Well, Henry's going splish splash as he's getting rid of all of that gamer passionate smell out of him as we get ready towards the next
Let's just say
hill.
Henry smells.
Yeah, it doesn't look good, does it, to be honest? But to be fair, he didn't go to Sheffield. I think anyone who went to Sheffield would have realised that a lot of those people in that room needed a bath. That was a brutal one, that was. But
that's
anyway.
a jacuzzi, surely. Anyone who bathes in a jacuzzi is a tramp. I think Henry was enjoying himself. His feet were up, making sure he had some nice soft skin to go into P3 and get control. But it is going to be Bance trying to do the job of 2 over towards mid-range, and that kill feed has gone very Fantalemon all of a sudden, giving them a little bit of control, and it's going to give them the opportunity now to be able to get the extra 20 seconds they require to restore parity in the game and potentially take the lead. Again, a very tight series so far and a very tight map as we see. There's going to be a kill from top rope there, and Bance, I've talked about how capable he's been in this position. He has done absolute work. He's bound to get bodied now because Curse of the caster, and indeed he does. 120 plays 1-4-1.
Well, 10 seconds of scrap, but the rotation is going to be what Fantalemon are happy with. Harry's ready. The boys are posted up, and Noctum Esports have to try and cross this infamous open land, which is not a sentence that we normally say on this game, considering how much cover you have to usually duck and dive between. But they're going to back Mythics up just a little bit. Who's just going to be holding the cross. Aspect again going to look to try and get some bullets in towards Detain as he plays from statue, but they cross over. But the man inside the hill in Denza does a really good job, but he's got to do an even better job now as these players look to try and converse their way towards him. One for Denza, can't get any more in, so it will be Noctum able to break back in towards the hill. Those red arrows looking to try and control what they've got for now, because there's a big chunk of time on the table for them here to push this lead out even more.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have to deal with these purple arrows of Fantalemon out back, and it is going to be one player who falls, but Mythics' information is going to be out. He is going to get dealt with despite being able to get shots into the player. So a solid hold coming out of Noctum Esports. I'm sure Noctum Jab going to be very pleased with that. Only 13 seconds of scrap remain, and that was a solid 45-second hold from Noctum. Big plays as we head into the third rotation, I believe, on this P1. And again, this is going to be about getting contests in, not necessarily about control the map. Henry is on fire right now, 25 and 11. Absolute plays coming out of him. Denza firing back in kind on 25 and 16. And again, this P1 proven to be as wild as any in the history of Call of Duty.
Yeah, Bance flies in from lobby side, and unfortunately it's going to be his old teammate in Harry that lopped straight on the top of his head. And Aspect had a really slow start to the map. He was 10 10 and 19, I believe, at one point, but now with a 4 streak, slowly working his way back to evens, and he's going to be a man that they're going to want firing on all cylinders towards the latter portion of this P1, potentially into the P2 as well. Going to be tagging up Bance a little bit, but again, Bance just toying with his food a little bit, and it's going to be a really clean wipe of kills, and Henry already, no second invitation needed, out towards the backside of P2. He will go while it does still become absolute carnage on the P1, but you can see now where those players are starting to push through. Henry going to be forced to back up again out the backside of P2. The stun check's going to give a little bit of information there to Harry, who's hard anchoring the back, and now the bit of the split spawn is going to really not pay off for him there, and those purple arrows now have got a lot of control of P2.
Yeah, it's a solid 60-second lead, though, so a lot of work required coming out of Phantomlemon. It is going to be Bance with this Overwatch area, just looking to try and push through. He's going to manage to get himself in and around this back, gets the player off the hill, gets himself protected through Jacuzzi. This could be a huge moment. Can Ben Bance turn things around? He sees the player, reactions are in, the orange is gone, manages to do the lemons. That is huge plays, though, but the fight back is straight there from Denza. His old mucker just manages to do the damage. Mythics with the support manages to come in. 170 plays 209, a 39-second deficit with 29 available on the board. This game could not get any closer, particularly if Phantomlemon are able to get the time.
Bance is trying to work his way out the back. Nothing comes of it. Noctum Esports should have what remains of this P2. And now you can see them galloping over towards the P3 to get set up. I believe it's Aspect who's probably going to work his way over towards that top art area. Meanwhile, you've got Mythics pinching around from that lobby side. They do manage to mop him up. The kill comes through from Kez. And it will now be an opportunity to maybe soak up some of this early time here for the boys of Phantomlemon. Remember, those purple arrows going to be Phantomlemon. They do manage to get a couple of picks, actually, that come through straight off the gates, and that is going to be a really good opportunity now for them to get on the time if they can mop up what remains, and that is a 4-man wipe. That is a very purple kill feed, and it is very much in control for Phantomlemon now.
Well, very interesting. That was the Aspect versus Bance battle right there. And Aspect comes out on top, giving his opportunity to his teammates to take the lead and potentially be on the precipice of knocking Noctum Esports out. Many would argue a sensible play to bring on the more aggressive player, but there is still plenty of time as the red arrows of Noctum look to converge and make sure that that time is dealt with. Player in mid's going to get dealt with. All those players are going to get wiped. 17 seconds available to Noctum Esports. The question is, can they hold on to them as we head potentially into the last few hills of this game? And it's going to be the purple arrows completely set up over towards mid control. They've got themselves control of the kill. This could be the end for Noctum Esports. Miracle needed.
Well, there you go. Look at the map. Look at where those red arrows are going to try and push through. It's going to go through Art. It looks as though Harry's going to have a lot of responsibility on his hands. He's able to win one gunfight. He's going to be chased, though, by Bance. And Bance able to win that gunfight, but the rest of his team has just completely dropped. So Noctum going to try and flood their way through the front side of the hill. They've only got 10 seconds left to work with this. In go the Owls. Can they win the gunfights? Everyone flies through the door. It's going to be 2 kills that actually come through for Aspect, who now finds himself on a kill streak of 6. Make it 7, right towards the business end of the game. And although it will say Noctum Esports on the screen, Phantomlemon will be in that grand final.
And you've got to say, hats off to Aspect. If you're going to come into a team replacing a CDL legend, you're going to have to do it with some aplomb. And he does that. 3-1 to Phantomlemon. Aspect going absolutely huge to get the picks in the end. And again, you've just got to look at the non-traded 18. Denza 32 and 24 with 22 non-traded. Incredible performance from the boys. And they're going to go up and face a very quick, very aggressive team, Notorious, as the resurgence of all 3 sides in this EU bracket stays as tight as ever.
Yeah, so it will be another remix of the same final, perhaps, that we've seen quite a few times now. Obviously,
Shuffle the deck.
It was previously Team Dame, but now and then obviously Adept Club. Not quite sure what the name situation is for them now, but regardless, that team of 3 plus Aspect will find themselves in another grand final, best of 7. So for any of you guys who don't know, we don't get 2 best of 5s anymore. It is a winner takes all in that one series. And how many times, perhaps, I think the stat that we saw actually on Twitter was that every team that's come from the losers final so far has won the final, and I think that was across NA and EU. So coming off hot off a series on this game definitely seems to mean something, and Team Notorious have been waiting a little while.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's something to do with the fact it's a BO7 and the way the vetoes work, and there's no real advantage. The grand final, the team in the grand finals are cold now. They've, probably been shooting bots or playing Warzone or getting some food for a while now. So coming into this, I think there's been an argument to have best of five. It's just a really, really weird situation to be in at the minute. And someone is going to do the job. Someone's going to get into grands and actually win from that top bracket. Whether it's going to be Team Notorious right now or whether it's going to be Reset
I hope you got your matchsticks, ladies and gents. We're finally here. The clock hasn't struck midnight just yet, mate, but we're getting there, and we will obviously, with this being a best of 7 in our grand finals for EU. And we got 2 of the best that Europe have got to offer, mate. To be honest, Team Notorious, Fanta Lemon. It is going to be a battle of the yellows, really, isn't it? The boys from Team Notorious are going to be a little bit colder out of the 2 teams, shall we say. Ignore the logos, we just need to flip them around the other way round. But yeah, Team Notorious Pabs, they're going to be in that winners final in the victors of that one. And Fanta Lemon going to be coming out pretty hot in comparison.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting first game in this grand final, because obviously the Lemons are well warmed up, and Team Notorious obviously are going to be, bitterly cold, I guess. But still expect Afro to get himself into a position where he's going to be absolutely frying. Expect the same from Eric Boone with the support coming in from the other 2. But yeah, this is a good opportunity for Fanta Lemon, I guess, to try and get a little bit of leeway in the game early on, but a best of 7 as well. And apologies in advance, guys, if I get really quiet. It is going to be a bit of a whisper cast. It is the first time we've had a GF that's actually come through before 12 o'clock in a long time. So as much as we complain about the players for torching time, hats off for them for getting this underway as quickly as possible. But this again, mate, we've seen Noctum on the resurgence over the last couple of cups look amazing, and just be a very difficult team to deal with. And then we've seen this shake-up come in where Bance and Aspect have swapped, and it's clearly had an impact on Noctum's capability to get to Grands, but not in terms of the abilities of Aspect to be able to get that team through to this position. The question is, can they see it over the edge, Major? That is the question right now. It's on everyone's lips. Or is it going to be, resume normal service for Afro and Eric Boone?
So we have got a very fast set of maps here in the best of 7. Apologies, guys, we only have a best of 5 graphic in the work, but we do have 7 maps here in grand finals. And the first 5, they've got a bit of pace to them, perhaps towards the back end. We can talk about map 6 and 7 because obviously they're not going to be on the graphic, but obviously Vault map 1 hardpoint is going to be quick. Rewind, S&D, and protocol control a little bit slower, but then you look at that hard point and that S&D for 4 and 5, double Skyline, and then our 6 and 7 maps are double Vault. So we've got very much a fast-paced series, especially towards the back end of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Double Skyline plays really well into the hands, if we get that far, obviously, for Team Notorious, who absolutely love that map, their ability to get about from either end as quickly as possible, to use some of the routes in terms of like the vents and the subterranean elements, and control kind of even P1, with that very difficult pool hill. So, it's going to be interesting just to see how the boys of Team Notorious deal with the hyper aggression coming out of Afro and Eric Boone.
Yeah, again, guys, apologies. The names of the teams are the wrong way around, so we're going to have to wing it. Fanta Lemon is going to be Harry, Denza, Mythics, and Aspect, and Team Notorious is going to be F. Rafi, Eric, and Afro. So yeah, we'll try and keep the story going as these kills unfold, Pabs. But that is very much a very ironically yellow kill feed, really. But pick the yellow. It's going to be the boys of Fanta Lemon with a really, really strong opening start.
Yeah, absolutely. It's only going to be a marginal lead so far, and we know how difficult this P1 is. It's the same as any P1 is. It's just a contested hellhole. But it is all about positioning. 4P2, obviously, with 15 seconds. Mines are going to move. Number 1 in Felix is going to be heading over for Fanta Lemon, Team Notorious, and it is going to be Team Fanta Lemon. They've thrown me already. Number 6 in Harry, looking to try and get control. A player who's been absolutely superb all day. F not going to do the job, not able to do the 2 pieces the Team Notorious boys start to slide in.
Yeah, well, you can see Fanta Lemon They are going to be those yellow arrows all around P2. You've got number 4 in Afro just waiting for the right time to push round, but he will get mopped up by Mythix, who seems to be a little bit more confident in this sub role, I suppose. Pabs, obviously, normally the AR role has been his role, but with the addition of Aspect coming in as that additional AR to go alongside Harry, he's going to be the man that we kind of spoke a little bit about, didn't we? Kind of in a bit of a podcast that we did in terms of what he's able to bring to a team. And he's one of those players that's so good at both roles that he actually gets put in this flex role quite frequently. And arguably, you don't necessarily see the best out of Mythix when he's up, but at least for now, he seems to be doing okay and at least keeping pace, even though according to Doncaster,
Yeah, well done, Colcaster. Yeah, Mythic's a player we haven't really talked about all day, so it's good to bring him up. He's had some stellar performances in the previous season. Really, we were looking for him to go on to full strength, but because of the way that he's been used, players want to make all the dirty work's done and all the protection for his teammates is there, obviously, in particular Denza. But again, it has been a solid start for Team Notorious, and that little bit of aggression, we say, that gets rewarded. It is going away of the team with the most aggression. So this is going to come down to, can the ARs really from Fanta Lemon deal with the support that Eric Boom and Afro get from Rafi and F-Dot. And again, another player major we don't often bring, we always bring up, but we haven't really talked about today, is Felix himself, who's off to a flyer.
Yeah, so Rafi going to be trying to overwatch his teammate there in Afro, who's just laying prone. And similarly, Aspect is just going to be trying to lay down and get a little bit of contest time if he can. You feel the second he peaks, though, he probably would be dead to right. So the rotation is going to be in the hands of Fanta Lemon. So those yellow arrows all the way out, and you can see those red arrows actually from Team Notorious are going to be spawning in a really awkward position where they've got to try and push through either mid, down street, or down towards this rug side of the map. So first engagements are going to be the important ones, and it's actually going to be Eric that's going to open a little bit of a gateway down this side of the map. Afro is going to be trying to reinforce as well as they try and get over towards the art side of the map. F-Dot has actually managed to get himself in and around the hill, so they do close the distance just a little bit. Keep an eye on where those yellow arrows spawn over by palm trees, so a little bit of a staggered spawn here for both of the teams. The engagements inside the hill are going to be all important. Afro's still looking around the outside to see where he can try and push this through, but now in towards the hill they fly. The engagements come through. Denza wins 1, Denza wins 2, Denza wins 3, and there you go, Sleeb on a 6 streak, absolutely shredding.
Yeah, please ignore the kill feeds as claiming Mythic's just got a 3-piece. It is indeed Denza, so it is going to be Fanta Lemon just managing to bring that game back around and give themselves a 25-second lead. Incredible plays from those boys on what is one of the more difficult kills to control. Some of the split spawns that you get from there, just providing some parallel pathways for both players to set of players to get to the kill. But it is going to come back down to this next rotation and control of this P1. So right now, slender lead major for Fanta Lemon, a position I'm sure they'd be happy to be in. Aspect absolutely flying as well, so big opportunity for them to stretch this lead out, as it is going to be the red arrows of Team Notorious flooding through front.
I mean, if you're looking at Fanta Lemon, the amount of kills that they are getting at the moment and how negative the Team Notorious players are, there's not a huge difference. If you're Team Notorious, you probably take this at the moment, only trailing by 30. So if they can manage to get some gunfight engagement wins, which they're able to do off the back of a couple of kills, courtesy of Rafi and F-Dot respectively, that is now going to enable them back on the P1. And that P2 rotation is going to be in their favour. So keep an eye on those red arrows out towards the backside of P2. They will go. And it looks as though Mr. Denza actually has a cruise missile to work with here, so that's really big here if Fanta Lemon managed to use this well.
Yeah, and probably not on this hill, but on the next one over towards side door, that's going to be really valuable to clear the team out or potentially just stop them from trying to push through after spawn. Eric Boom looking to control the pool area, but Denza is going to be there to trade him out. And in fact, it's going to be Denza and Mythix that team up in order to stay control of this front jacuzzi. The spawns are going to come in for Team Notorious, but their question is, can they make use of them? It's going to require a synchronized push. The synchronized push is on, and wow, control restored for Team Notorious. It is only going to be a 20-point deficit right now, a 80-point deficit for that team. So good plays from them to get control, and that's a solid chunk of time major as well.
Yeah. Well, 15 seconds will pretty much bring them close to even. Nice shots from Aspect actually to take the player off the hill with a little bit of time. So 5 seconds that he's going to manage to take away from Team Notorious, but the early rotation towards the next hill isn't going to see anyone currently on the time. Mythic's going to be forced to actually back up in order to soak up some time, or maybe he'll just push this lane out and his teammates will follow in behind him. It looks as though Denza was going to be the man to try and touch the hill, but they know that F-Dot on the high ground is going to be something that they've got to deal with. They do manage to do it, so there's still been a good 15 seconds on the time, and it's only going to be now with 15 seconds gone that somebody in the form of Denza is actually going to get on the hill. So closely contested map so far, but it's going to be the guys playing a bit more for map control, more so than time pabs, and FantaLemon unfortunately going to get all taken down, and it will be Notorious with someone on the time finally.
Yeah, that was a solid half of the hill, just completely dedicated towards jockeying for position. So it is going to be advantage to Team Notorious as they get themselves the latter portion of that. It is going to be a heavily stacked push over towards this left-hand side from bottom art, but they're going to get dealt with as well, and that's going to be another team wipe, but the spawns are going to be in for them to be able to get the remaining bit of scrap time there if they choose to do so. But this is all about being set up for that push over towards the next hill, which is not going to go there well. Again, we look at those parallel spawns as it is a foot race now, Major, to get into position, favouring Team Notorious. Mythic's going to do what he can to try and get the shots in and get a little bit of control onto the hill. Time first 10 seconds maybe goes their way, gives them a slight lead, 5 seconds, but those red arrows starting to flood in. Very one-dimensional push, though.
Yeah, FantaLemon, obviously, with Denja soaking up the time, and Mythic's watching the cross. It's going to be difficult to get anywhere near. Nice work, though, from F-Dot. Shots in as well to take the man down on the hill. They're desperately bundling in through the same door, though. They've got to be careful not to get lined up a little bit, and it does force them just to back out for the time being. F-Dot round the back. Denza takes him down. And the nade in towards the hill might just weaken up those players for him to maybe get another two-piece like we saw in the first rotation. Denza doing the damage again inside. It's actually going to be a two-piece from Mythix, although it says Aspect on the kill feed. It is lying to you. It wasn't him. Mythix did the damage. And that time is still going to go in favour from the Team Notorious guys. So we do see that lead change. And even with Afro currently at 12 and 18, Pabs, they're still in with a really strong shout at this map, Pabs. If Afro speeds up, you might worry if you're a FantaLemon fan.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a map that he has been relatively successful on, especially control and mid, where there's obviously a lot of CQB kind of encounters, but it is going to be boys FantaLemon just looking to try and get a little bit of control on this P1 third rotation and Aspect with plays like that. It's why he's being picked up in replacement of Bance. He does get taken down though, but it is going to be a contested kill right now. In fact, I think a player is subterranean, so it is still FantaLemon kills, just waiting for that synchronized push. It's not going to come through though, and the kills right now largely going the way of FantaLemon. But Major, as you pointed out earlier on, the one thing they're not doing is turning it into time. So whereas they might be slaying, they might be getting more kills, it's not really translating very well into a lead.
No, well, Eric with a big two-piece, and that was the two-piece that he actually managed to get. Nice kill though, comes through from Mythix, but again, battle out towards the backside of P2. You're going to have those FantaLemon players. Number 7 in Denza is going to be pretty much ready to go, and this has been a hill that's been a little bit generous to them, but we've seen a few times where both respective teams have actually managed to punch their way into the hill, but saying that, Denza not going to be challenging absolutely anything. He's going to allow his teammates to do all the damage around him while he just soaks up the time. Harry's going to be watching down palm sides. And now F-Dot with a big two-piece is going to maybe open the door to transition across, but just as quickly as he's opened it, it's going to get slammed back in his face. But two players from Team Notorious inside the hill. They're going to have to win some more engagements up against Mythix, who's able to win one. And now they look to try and circle around the poor man inside the hill. He's actually managed to slip away out towards the back here, Afro, and the movement has just enabled his teammates to maybe delay for a second, but nice shots again from Ben. Mythix shuts them down. 20 seconds of scrap time, perhaps might not seem like a huge amount, but you can already see that Team Notorious, they still want every single second.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what you get in grand finals. It's a battle for every bit of time. It can be so important, especially if the game is as tight as it is. It is only going to be 20 seconds between these two sides, and everything Mythix did there to get his team that extra push potentially over the line is going to be all important. But we come to this really difficult hill, this kind of side door hill where, again, I don't know, did Denza get utility? Did he manage to get a cruise to use? Has he used it? I'm entirely not sure, but it is going to be back and forth to the kill feed control. Not yet quite there for the boys of Team Notorious. It is going to be FantaLemon just getting more time and stretching that lead out now to 30 seconds. Man. It's going to be a drip feed kind of death by very small amounts as they hit the 200-second mark.
Yeah, and Denza's having a map, 32 and 18. So that stat in the bottom right is the accurate one. Mythix just soaking up the time, meowing as he needs to, while his teammates manage to get the kills around him, with Denza just commanding the whole side of mid.
Oh, the
Team Notorious, yeah, so COD time has been brutal to him there, but it looks as though the damage has been done, at least for a little while. Still going to be 10 seconds of scrap time, and this is really big on Eric. He's inside the new hill. He's got to win his original engagement. His teammate there in Afro does unfortunately fall with Harry out the back, but the opening time going to go in favour if Eric can stay alive. He's on the high ground as well, but the pistol there in the hands of Harry is very much crispy looking.
Crispy pistol, that's something you don't see on a KFC menu very often, but it was in fact a very, very crisp shot. It is going to be a push by Team Notorious that is going to flounder, and it's going to allow Fantalemon to get within 15 seconds of the first map being done. They're going to hit 240, and they're looking at very, very good. A push from the front, very one-dimensional, not going to be enough for Fantalemon, for Team Notorious. If they do try and break in, it's not going to be there. Denza on a 5-3 is going to see Fantalemon go 1-0 open grand finals.
There you go. It says Team Notorious, ignore it. It's laying. It was Fantalemon able to take that one 250, 171. It was mainly just perhaps really a case of Team Notorious. They didn't drop big numbers. I think that was just the case of it. We flagged up the some of the guys on the side of Fantalemon. Obviously, Denza had a really, really big map himself, and it was a kind of a map where they didn't really have a huge amount to throw at them, really, Team Notorious. They were kind of going trade for trade, but then eventually the kills didn't go in their favour, and the rotations didn't necessarily either. I say you've not got a single player going positive. Rafi at 22 and 35 has had a bit of a stinker in that one, and they kind of held on for phases in that map, but they weren't really able to kind of keep that going, considering that they were getting outslain quite heavily.
Yeah, I think the stat that always gets me is the non-traded. Like, if you're getting a lot of non-traded, it means that the opposition haven't really been common, effectively haven't been kind of synchronizing their pushes, and that's why that you're getting that stat. 28 and 25 for two players on Fantalemon against a total sub 20 amount of non-traded in the other team just tells you they weren't really effective in breaking the hill at all, and were just getting slayed out in them 1v1 gunfights. And then when they were able to chalk and rotate and try and get set up on the next hill, they were largely getting broken. Now, it wasn't like devastating. We're not talking like straight off the hill. They were able to get 25 seconds on quite a few hills, but ultimately it was this drip feed of 10, 15 seconds less than the other team were getting on each subsequent hill. So it just made it just a little bit easier. And in the end, it's kind of a relatively kind of dull win in many ways. Not the firepower or explosiveness you expect from Afro or Eric Boom, and not that ability to be able to keep the game tight. And it was just a nice, measured, very clinical performance coming out of Fantalemon.
And again, they're kind of keeping the script. We'll have a look at the maps again, guys. Obviously, you'll see 5 maps on the screen, but it is a best of 7, as we do always have in these Challenger Cups now. And the trend is continuing, Pabs. Fantalemon, they're on that loser side of the bracket. They've come in a little bit warmer than the boys of Team Notorious, and they're just sticking exactly to that trend. 251, 71 in map number 1, and going into a Search and Destroy, where again, Team Notorious have got to try and get up to speed a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see how these two face off in this map.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a weird one. We know how well someone like Noctum is able to deal with this S&D map. We've seen Kez dominate from Berg and dominate from kind of like Backberger as well, just making sure he's got all the information. But it kind of been inconsistent for Fantalemon. We've seen them under pressure, losing, having to bounce back. We've seen them drop 4 in a row. It's been quite a mixed bag for them today. Team Notorious, on the other hand, have largely controlled the middle section. So when it comes to retaking the bomb sites, they've just been absolutely devastating, and it's why they went straight into grand finals. But again, they need to book the trend. This has been a problem across both continents, NA and EU, that the losers brackets have been favoured in terms of vetoes, in terms of them being warm, in terms of the kind of gap that you have between games. So yeah, this is a big opportunity now maybe for Team Notorious to start to fight back, and especially on the precipice of 2 Skylines back to back.
Yeah, I think for Notorious, it is a case of, can they keep themselves alive in the series long enough to be able to get to those later maps where they are going to be warm, and we've seen them be very, very good on the likes of Skyline and Vault. So, I mean, obviously, maps 5, 6, and 7, S&D control S&D, so we've only got one more hard point in that map 4, which is going to be that Skyline hard point. So I think for them, it's just a case of trying to stay alive. If they can take map 2 and potentially a map 3 and then force the distance on the series, I think that's when we'll probably start to see the best part of Team Notorious, is towards the last stage of the series. But again, you've got to get there, and if you drop too many maps in the process, you know that this Fantalemon team, with the players and the ability that they've got, they will just chalk maps off you if you're not careful. And all of a sudden, you find yourself where you might be in a scrappy control where it could go either way. How many vault controls have we seen where it goes to a round 5 and either team could take it? And then all of a sudden, you find because you've dropped the first 3 maps and you need that reverse sweep, all of a sudden, a clutch moment in a round 5 sees you out of it, and unfortunately, second place again.
Yeah, I think we're going to see here. I'm going to plant a flag right now, Major B, forced to eat me words and look like a tit at the end of the game. I think the chances are Fantalemon might take this particular map, go 2-0 up, then the back-to-back Skylines are going to take us to a 2-all, and then it's anyone's game after that. I'm just saying what I think is going to happen. There might be entirely wrong.
Boing,
Afro,
boing,
again, it's
boing,
a little bit more than snaking, isn't it? Kangarooing. But Afro just trying to get any information he can about any players looking to try and make their way around the back. In fact, number 2 in Aspect Killy is the player most likely to potentially take that kangaroo kick to the face.
I think Marcus is the new spring booted Air Max or something. He's bouncing over that wall, getting all the information that he needs. Eric, though,
remind me to show you the traps I've got for Christmas. Oh my days! Never mind. There's another time for that.
It's like Afro's still going, but listen, that left paddle on his scuff controller must be doing work because he is jumping like no tomorrow. F Dot is going to be instantly forced to back up though, and you can see that number 7 Afro now going to work his way down that Jenny side of the map, but they are now getting that bomb down. Felix has got to check the corner, not going to be able to. He gets shut down by Mythix, who now finds his second kill in the round. Rafi now blinks, and all of a sudden, all his boys have pretty much been shredded. He's going to be forced to back up into Courtyard. They sniff him out, and they do manage to take him down. Fantalemon take the first round.
Yeah, it's looking very solid for the Fantalemon boys, and you would expect so as well. Just a more cautious approach, not nearly as aggressive. Although you've got to say, Marcus's patience over towards Wall was something we don't often see him do. He's usually very aggressive, flies around the map, gets a ton of kills, and dominates. But again, just not enough in the end, and a little bit of naivety coming out for Felix, not checking his corners, is going to see him drop, and it's going to be 1 on the board for Fantalemon, who continue their momentum from the hard point.
Is that a yawn mid cob as well, mate? I know it's late. To be fair, I'm probably going to throw something. It sounded like he yawned mid sentence.
Highly possible, mate. Highly possible. I was yawning at like 11 o'clock.
That's true. Yeah, honestly, we were waiting for some of the videos. 45 minutes between losers final and grand finals, but we digress. We're here anyway, and Harry going to be trying to watch down towards Burgerside. Nobody currently in his path as of yet. And it is difficult to try and get this bomb down. Or the wallbang, actually, I think comes through from Mythix. So he's able to get, again, another first blood from Ben Mythix. A really good opening start to the round here for Fantalemon. And they managed to take down Afro as well. So you're looking at this now, or Eric, sorry. You're looking at this now on another 2 versus 4 situation where Team Notorious, they're going to have to clutch up here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you think about it, who would you pick in like a best of 4 team? Carry is going to be first on that, and it's going to be another Fantalemon win. You've got to be looking to the capabilities, how smart he plays, how well he plays his life. It's just unbelievable. Mythix 5-0. What a stellar start to the game. A statement game, you might say. Someone we haven't really kind of lauded in terms of their ability over the last couple of days, but someone who can absolutely dominate, and there's a reason why he's playing on this team. But yeah, just really nice plays across the board from everyone out of Fantalemon. Denza got himself a kill. Harry's been looking really solid, and the pickup of Aspect right now is looking absolutely nailed on.
So I can already smell the sleeve line picture with the blood on it. We know if you've been around the scene long enough, you know it's a staple now at this point with Denza. And after that map 1, he looks very much thirsty for blood. So Aspect, again, watching down street side. Isn't going to see anything as of yet. Fantalemon just waiting to see if anyone from Team Notorious opts to overextend. You've got Harry down towards this Burgerside off the map. I don't know whether they actually invested Mythix's RCXD in that one. I think they did. And it will be a position where I think they've got a little bit of information of some players crossing over. Afro, though, waiting for the right time to strike, but Harry's going to catch him out, though, watching down that Burgerside, and it will be an opportunity for Felix to maybe get the pick in return, but Harry just about manages to slip away. They're going to try and get the bomb down. Afro's going to go down in the process. The trade comes through. No, Denza gets one as well, and now F. last man up in the 1 versus 3. Denza retrieves the bomb. It will go down over towards the B site, so it's just a question of whether or not he can manage to spot this. Two players, number 3 and number 2, going to look to try and get that bomb down at B. So Felix has got to try and reposition here. Unfortunately, he split 50-50, and unfortunately, the guess was not correct. He's going to try and work his way around to Courtyard. Probably should get spotted, and he does.
Yeah, Felix not usually the most renowned in those clutch moments. Very difficult for him as well when you've got such a spread of players able to gather information. And when you've got Harry able to shoot as well he does, we talked about how well he plays his life. In fact, it is Harry, a player that Felix probably should have put away earlier in the round. Not able to do so. Harry plays his life, gets the kill in the end. Fantalemon add to their already impressive tally in this S&D 3-0. This is starting to look like a bit of a slap if Team Notorious don't start to get to grips with it.
Well, where do they? Oh, okay. There you go. If you want a plot twist, here we go. We got one. So, Fantalemon, obviously, they're going to be 3-0 up in this one, as we will potentially have another bit of a restart. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know whether it's Team Notorious who are hosting this map or whether Fantalemon are, but if it's Team Notorious and they've ended the map, it's probably going to be something that just kind of benefits them a little bit, perhaps, because they need a bit of a break after that. They need a bit of a huddle and a kind of a talk about what's been going on there, because it's not been ideal for them. And yeah, we're going to have a little bit of an intermission before we go back and see kind of how that map unfolds, really. If you're Fantalemon, you wanted to keep that one going.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're going to be fuming if that's been stopped by the Team Notorious boys looking for a reset, because they were on fire, absolutely, playing lights out. Obviously, if there is a genuine technical issue that's causing them any kind of consternation, but again, they're just 3-0. I don't see how they come back. I mean, you just take it on the chin. It feels like it's a Fantalemon map anyway. I don't feel like this is something that Team Notorious have been particularly stellar at. I think they just take that on the chin, take the 2-0 and go into a double skyline, knowing that they're more than likely going to dominate, and then just see where the chips fall once you get into map 5. Obviously, it's not a stellar strategy. It still lends itself to potentially getting beat, especially if you drop a skyline, but that's on you, especially when you've been as capable as you are with that map set. So let's just see if it plays out, if we're able to get back into the lobby and just see where we go from there. 3-0 on the board, and right now Fantalemon in the ascendancy.
Yeah, and Ben, really good map so far from him. Mythics has been, obviously, he went 5-0 at the start. Is that an actual, what do they call them things, perhaps? Is that the branded one? Are you a fancy man? The green screen cut you out on that one.
It's like I think it's from Matalan, my missus just bought like 6 of them.
And it's actually straight vodka after the day that we've had.
Just to keep myself going, It's bizarrely enough, it's lemon. It's so weird. I'm not even biased, but it's lemon. So yeah, maybe it's a sign that we all need to pay attention to this team, because they are playing such good Call of Duty.
Yeah, well, this man we saw for a split second in Mythics, he's the man that's been really making the moves inside of the middle portion of the map around near Elephant. He's been such a good entry player to get those first picks. So Eric going to hop up in towards mid. He's got to be careful of these players. Going to push him, one from L and a couple from Courtyard. He's just going back and forth at the moment. He's trying to find any sort of information, as the comms are probably incredibly frantic. They've got to keep an eye though on number 7, Denza. He's working around through Broken Side, and he's going to have a free pick actually to take F-Bot down. So they are getting picked apart yet again. The break's done nothing, perhaps. Fantalemon, they want to get this map done in arguably record-breaking time. They are now 4-0 up.
Man, that's a statement game, if Team Notorious have been the guys to kind of pull it as a technical issue, and maybe they're feeling that someone's connection isn't correct, and they've come back in. That is a statement reply there. Doesn't matter what you do, doesn't matter how many breaks you have, doesn't matter if you activate walls, we're going to have you. So yeah, Fantalemon looking really strong right now. That's 4-0 to everyone, so really, really solid start for them. Now, if they continue this, that's going to put them 2 up in the series, but if you are a TN fan, we are going into a double skyline. So, don't get too disheartened. This game and this final will change on its head.
Yeah, so they've still got to get through the control as well. The protocol control's waiting after this one. So, as mentioned, they've got to be careful not to go 3-0 down here. Much better start, though, to the round, as F-Dot is able to get the first blood. And a good couple of gunfights go actually in favour of Fantalemon. Denza and Harry now find themselves in a 2 versus 2 up against Afro and Eric Boom. So, the double stack from Team Notorious in towards Jenny's looks as though that's going to be their preferred play. You see, Afro's going to be that man for the first engagement, and Eric probably looking for that swift trade. So where is Denza going to try and take this bomb? It looks as though they're going to try and work it over towards that burger site. But regardless, with how close proximity the bomb sites are, perhaps you can see why teams stack that mid area.
Yeah, absolutely. It's complete information, complete control. Nice plays from Afro and Eric Boom. This is all about timing now. Is the timing going to favour the caution that they've shown for that? And it's just whether they get the reads. Now they know it's not an A bomb push, so now they're going to be converging over towards B, and this could be very interesting. They have to win their individual gunfights, and
Oh,
that's going
here
to
we
put
go.
Denzer in a precarious position. Has Harry got the Overwatch capabilities right now?
1v2. No, nothing he can really do with that one. Team Notorious will take that round, a very much needed round, actually. Pabs, you think if they don't take that round and they go 5-0 down, all of a sudden it's probably in a mentality where they're thinking, right, we just chalk this one off. But really good work there. Eric hopping over alongside his duo there in Afro. Not a bad sub duo, really, to be left in a 2 versus 2 situation. And yeah, that controlling towards Courtyard was just perfect for them with those
Mate,
subs.
that is no fun, that duo to face. That is no fun whatsoever. Harry left in a really difficult position, and obviously the experience and the capabilities of those two players come to the fore. It is going to be 4-1, though, so Fanta Lemon still with a considerable advantage. They've got themselves the 3-round advantage, and they can still, you would argue, experiment with strategies and try different things before going back to the more vanilla kind of pushes onto the bomb site. So really still down to Team Notorious to do something inventive and apply the pressure back onto Fanta Lemon.
Oh, Eric's got the bomb. See, we're watching Afro's POV, so you'll see Eric. Oh, I don't know whether that nade's weakened him up. I would assume it has. And first blood goes in favour of Team Notorious again. So F Dot able to open up the round. Denzer going to be flying out in and around Courtyard as he goes potentially to the side of the map that might see his demise. As 2 players are going to be here. Denzer gets 1, but the trade from Rafi instant. So it will mean that Harry now has to work his way through 2 players. Rafi going to just back up for the time being. You would assume that him and F Dot are going to, never mind. We don't know. We might have to be psychic on that one because it looks as though the connection to the host has dropped out. So I'm hoping it's potentially the lobby and not just us, and we can actually catch the rest of that one. But yeah, Call of Duty's really trying to make sure we go to bed early tonight because it really is having an absolute Western Superman, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this has not been the first time with the connection. I mean, we are dealing with players across continent. Obviously, Sleeves over in Belgium. We've got Eric over in Spain. So again, it's just not the easiest thing. Some of the Americans feel this as well when they're doing like a cross continent kind of server matchup. But yeah, big shout out to Stevie D with the raid of 6. So nice to see you in the chat, mate. But yeah, I mean, I suppose as well, if it's a total loss in terms of the connection from all players, this it really kind of doesn't play well for Team Notorious. They were kind of on the ascendancy, starting to get a few gunfights, starting to get themselves back into the match. So the only team this really benefits, you've got to say, is Fanta Lemon, who can have a hard reset going into this. And again, it is, I think, 4-1. So we'll probably just play from that point, I think, because it was fairly early in the round. So I think it was 2v2, so it's only fair, I think, that we moved from there.
2v1. It was 2v1. So if you're Phantom Lemon, you're probably a little bit happy with that one because I assume they're going to continue from 4-1, like you say, because the round didn't end. But excuse me, it was very much a difficult situation where it was 1 versus 2. They had the bomb. I think it was just a case of maybe trying to stick it. But yeah, I would assume 4 versus 1 is going to be where we kick off from. But I mean, at least Notorious got that round on the board, Pabs. I think that was the main thing for them. It was a case of trying to long out some of these maps just so that they can keep getting a little bit warmer, kind of like map by map and round by round, and hoping that the breaks kind of stutter the momentum that Team Fanta have got.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key, isn't it? That they probably will be fuming a little bit again about the loss of momentum, but they just need to take advantage of it. And again, just reset. They're both warmed up by now. Solid game of competitive hardpoint should have done that for them. And then coming into the S&D, they should be pretty much good to go. But again, it is just down to Team Notorious to kind of, I guess it's play against the nature a little bit when they get into those CQB positions in mid map where they can utilize the skills of Eric Boom and Afro, go for it. But prior to that, I think they just need to get that first blood, get the pick, and then just play a little bit more, not passively, but kind of aggressively cautious, I guess, is the way to describe it. And that will, I think, largely offset the way that we've seen the boys of Fanta Lemon play. One player in particular I think we need to look at to do a little bit better from Team Notorious is F Dot, who does seem to be put into the blender because of that kind of Kez role that he's been put out to get that kind of information along street and back burger. So yeah, hopefully he can start to get himself, because he is a player that can dominate proceedings at times and go off, but right now he does seem a little off the boil.
Yeah, so we don't quite know kind of what's happened with the game situation, guys. So what we'll do is we'll throw it to a quick break, whether the guys are still playing or whether it's a case of everyone's got booted. We'll find out. But what we'll do, guys, we'll throw it to a quick break in the meantime because you don't want to keep us waffling anyway for too long because we're just going to run out of stuff to say. So we'll throw it to a break. When we come back, we hopefully will have the resolution of map 2. If not, we'll be cracking on with it. Ladies and gents, welcome back in. We are still cracking on, and considering the round count is 0-0, I believe everyone was booted. Shout out Activision for helping us make this enjoyable experience even more enjoyable. So,
Yes.
2 versus 3 situation right off the rip here. Fanta Lemon find themselves down 1 man, and again, as we assume, Pabs, it is going to be 4-1 to those boys.
Yeah, it's been a solid start for them. They've looked incredible, but that kind of before the double technical break, Team Notorious just starting to make their way back. I think the names are the wrong way round again. So TN going to be in the red, I think, and it is going to be Fanta Lemon in yellow. So just keep your eyes on that. Afro just trying to control this Jenny area again. Did it to some great effect in the previous round, but he's going to get absolutely bodied by Harry there, who's definitely on the ascendancy this season. Dance is going to lose this van to get some control, and my word, that is a solid round on the board for Fanta Lemon, who go 5-1 up.
Yeah, this is very much a case, I think, of Team Notorious realising that this is probably a map they're going to have to just concede the fact that they're not going to have their way with it. Denza, again, he's having such a good series so far here. He's just missed the grand finals. He loves it, given the opportunity when there's an underdog story and a potential timeline post to ruffle a few feathers. And alongside Harry grabbing 2 kills, and the host has ended the game. So maybe they gave that round and it did indeed finish 6-1. We'll have to try and get confirmation on it, guys. But if that's the case, I mean, you look at Team Notorious, and wow, Pabs, you're potentially 2-0 down before you've even really started going in this series.
Yeah, this is a weird situation for them to be in, but I think they probably saw that first map and thought we've got an opportunity there to get the lead, and they didn't get it. I think that's a setback for them, and they know going into this S&D potentially it's chalk for them. But Skyline back to back is going to be their opportunity to bring this series back to all square, and it wouldn't surprise me if these were 2 very, very quick maps. So we are going to head into a Skyline, and it's something that we've seen Afro from the very beginning, from the S&D tourney that we covered right at the start. Was we saw just how motivated he was. He's always been a good Black Ops player, but this has just been a different player, and really the CDL needs to take notice that he just seems to be completely back on form.
Yeah, so yeah, I did just double check with Felix. Shout out for giving us the info. So yeah, it did actually finish. That was 6-1 in the end, but they were saying that the lobby was I quote lagging to shit. So yeah, unfortunately, that is going to be that game done and dusted for Team Notorious. So they find themselves 2-0 down. Obviously, perhaps we look towards that map number 3, which is going to be that protocol control. And I mean, yeah, they need to really, no pun intended, take control of this series now. Perhaps if they go 3-0 down, you're only really looking at kind of what, again, that one map that they need a little bit of clutch factor from, and across the team of 4 that Team Fanta, Fanta Lemon, sorry, almost Team Fanta, Fanta Lemon have got, you would anticipate that they'll at least grab another out of those last 4 remaining maps. So this is arguably a do or die map here, really, for Team Notorious, which seems so crazy considering we've only had 2 out of the 7.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, if they are relying on this double Skyline to get back into this, Skyline control isn't the one to do it on. Obviously, the Skyline hardpoint has been immaculate at times, but Skyline control is an absolute devil. And again, you pray that it's a weird situation for them to be in. I can't see them not taking these 2 maps, mate, to be perfectly honest. They're just so capable on them. They're just, the geography of it lends it to the players that I just can see this being a 2-all very quickly. I don't think it's going to be too much of a slog. We kind of felt that this was going to be the case when we saw the map set. So, yeah, don't be too surprised that this is going to go on for a little bit longer. But hopefully the technical difficulties will get ironed out, and hopefully the connection isn't going to be as disgusting. It's always awful when you feel like a grand finals is being so dictated by connection,
Yeah.
and the players obviously feel a little bit robbed of that as well.
Yeah, so this is a position where for these lads it's a big chunk of money, and again with the amount of kind of finance that has been kind of pulled out of challenges across the year, every cup does count. So a good opportunity for these guys to get a sizable chunk of cash, and yeah, we might just still have the curse pabs of whichever team comes through the losers bracket just seems to keep powering through. I believe we are actually loading in towards our map number 3. Never mind, I've just chalked that. It's a lobby restart, so we'll keep yapping for a little bit longer, mate. But
Yeah,
that kind of the jinx really of whichever team comes through losers bracket just seems to have so much of an advantage in these best of sevens. I am surprised that we've not reverted back to the 2 best of 5 format that we're pretty much used to having, because of the advantage that was rightly so in the hand of the team that managed to get through winners bracket and didn't lose. Obviously that's been completely eviscerated now. We don't have that no more. It's a case of whoever turns up in that best of 7 and hits the ground running usually tends to be the team that takes it. So it's going to be a position where Team Notorious are going to have to fight against kind of history, really, at this stage.
Yeah, well, that's the key, isn't it? We said this at the start. They're going to have to book the trend, which is just being, that loser's advantage. They're more warm. There seems to be an advantage in terms of the veto system and the way that it favours the best of 7 from a loser's perspective. So, yeah, it just doesn't really. It doesn't smack of fairness, and when you've got top challenges players questioning the veracity of it, it really does mean that no one's happy. So whether the 2 best of 5s makes a comeback, and the other point, sorry, before I choke on lemon, the other point that you made was we really could do it when it's round 1 being played on a Saturday, so that we don't get this huge gap in the middle of the day where not a lot happens. I am literally choking on lemon. Not a lot happens, and then you get a grand final that's being run kind of like 10:30, 11, 11:30ish. So it doesn't really benefit anyone. The Americans are already deep into their games, so this grand final, the attention gets so shifted over to NA in terms of you're a CDL, manager or coach. You what's the point in watching EU? You've got a huge pool of talent there. If this is just played a little bit earlier, it makes a little bit more sense. So I don't know, maybe we can see a sea change at some point, but right now the season does feel kind of like mad. And it was interesting, Copy earlier on his stream mentioning that is there a better way to do this? The 2K seem quite antiquated in many ways, considering we've had them for so long, and it is largely about being able to allocate pro points and seedings for elites, and it just seems kind of old hat now.
Yeah, I say I have, for anyone wondering, we are in a chat actually with some of the admins for Faceit, and I have asked the question if we can revert to playing those winners round 1 games back on Saturday. So hopefully they pass it up the food chain, as one of the guys did kindly mention they would do, and we have some form of resolution. Whether or not it will be before the next cup after Christmas, I hope so, because we do have a bit of a break, and obviously it's a scheduling thing that we can look to get sorted. And small things don't affect the tournaments, but obviously that will save us a bit of time, and then we don't find ourselves playing Sunday tournaments on Mondays. But yeah, as you guys can see, obviously the path that both of the respective teams have taken, Team Notorious are going to be finding themselves on the winner's side of the bracket. But again, that advantage is no longer existing. So Phantom Lemon are currently 2-0 up at the moment as we wait for the resolution and the lobby to start for that control. So speaking of another team, Pabs, obviously we've got a few teams that we can kind of cover while we do wait for the map to get started. Obviously, Noctum Esports, again, another strong performance from them. Although they haven't necessarily come out on top, they still find themselves in another losers final, and they are really starting to cement themselves as that top 3 side, really. Obviously, we'll get onto Katana in a minute, because they would arguably have been that 3rd team at the start of the year, Pabs, but it seems as though Noctum have kind of shunted them out of that spot, at least for the time being.
Right, start of the year, even I Hold Shift was like that roster's winning everything, and obviously that hasn't come to fruition. I think the pace of the game has just absolutely bodied them. I don't think they're as quick as the other teams in terms of their aggression, and I don't think it's playing into the hands of the likes of Steve-O, even though he is a quick player who can drop huge kills with the SMG. I think
God.
Well, yeah, what a start to this protocol control. So I don't know
Yeah.
where the on the chat as well. Cheers for the who just times. Yeah, it is going to be a protocol control, which is again a tricky one. This all comes down to whether the team can get any control over this B zone.
Yeah, well, the early opening that we saw from Fantalem when they played Notorious was very much to the races. So it looks as though the boys from Fantalemon on that defensive side are potentially chalking this if Harry can't win that final engagement to take the last remaining player off the time. He's going to take the chow, flies round onto Rafi, and he's able to win it. Whoa! Almost manages to completely 180 and snap on towards F dot in towards that top blue area, and it will be a case of that second tick still yet to come through. Should be done now. Eric going to turn around probably the worst time of his life, really, as two players on his side still going to get that progress through. So 8 is done. The boys of Team Notorious, and you can see that F dot on a 5 streak, looking very good for his money. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
Felix, I've completely jinxed you, Simple Chronic.
You've just done him so bad. We just give him a couple of seconds before he gets absolutely done. But yeah, again, a solid performance right there to get the ticks. But not only that, they did it without kind of going behind in terms of the kills advantage. So it is going to be 17 lives played, 16, pretty close, like for Fantalemon to be able to bring that back. But this B is all about trying to get control again. It's going to be very difficult for them to push through these capable red arrows. And again, Mythic's absolutely bodying. It's going to get another one. Yep, just keep going. Mythics, don't stop.
Wow. Well, him and Denza. Denza was the man who managed to just absolutely rail the boys from Noctum outside the back of their spawn, and it will be this time Afro, who does reply with a couple of kills this time. And we can confirm, actually, that although we might have had a few technical difficulties, we've actually got a map where the numbers are accurate and the kill feed is accurate too. So praise the Lord. We don't ask for much, really, as casters, but that is one of the few things that it seems as though has slipped our grip in the most recent iterations of COD. But we find ourselves with a working map and some nice working shots there from Eric. 3 and 5 currently on the radar from him with the Amies in hand. So it looks as though perhaps it's especially a map where the guys try and even run ARs when necessarily they'll typically run an SMG. But a few of these SMG players are starting to have their way on this map, which arguably at the start of the year I would have said is going to be an AR dominant one.
Yeah, that's it. It doesn't look like it's going to be AR dominant in terms of these like long sight lines and stuff, but because you've got these intricate, buildings that you can, and again, these maps are very cluttered as well. So yeah, it is entirely about getting the SMGs in, getting them into these tight CQB areas and making use of that. So there's going to be Rafi just pushing his way down, trying to get his foot onto the zone so he can stop the clock. And he's got to take that player off the head. He does exactly that. Not able to get the third player, though, as Rafi and Afro do manage to counter up. That time does get stopped again, but it is going to be an 4v4, almost the TDM at S&D kind of moment.
4v3. Mythix is gone. He's into the respawn. Oh my goodness, they've turned it on his head though, because now it's all on F dot. 1 versus 2 required. 10 seconds. He's got to try and touch the time. Felix gets the first kill, and now he's up against Aspect, but he's got to touch the time. He knows where he is. Aspect's going to reposition. The shots from F dot aren't going to be crisp enough, considering how one-shot he was. It was a difficult ask. He couldn't stop the clock, and Fantalemon will take that first round.
Yeah, and this is where you start to get a little bit concerned for Team Notorious. Again, you would they need to start utilizing their incredible abilities in terms of gun skill, but they need to get control of this game. And again, obviously, this is from the offensive side, just so difficult. Obviously, you just getting control of the B zone and everything that goes with that isn't the easiest task, but this is a good opportunity now for them to restore parity. But you feel, Major, anyone who's able to break serve as such in this particular game mode and map is going to be the one that are going to be dominant. So a lot of work for TN to do. You feel they need to get a little bit of momentum, and you just think, again, I've just got to look F dot doing everything he can. 10 and 6 right now. Just got to look to him maybe to be that talismanic figure. And Afro, that's a great start for them.
Yep. In towards the top side of Granny's, he's going to go. How many more players can he potentially find in transition here? There's going to be one player out here. There's a freebie. Denzel caught with a nade in his hand. He's caught with his trousers down as well. He goes down. They do manage to trade him out. But you've still got Eric as well, who's pushed up this side of the map. So keep an eye on him. Number 4. He's probably going to cause a little bit of an upset in towards Lockers. Eric gets one. The trade, though, instantaneous from Mythix. Rafi again going to look to try and push up the map. But you can see the heady there from Harry. It's so difficult to win that gunfight. So no A progression as of yet. A little bit of progress on that first tick. Denza just whizzes round the corner and rips Afro out of that one. He's able to potentially get a second as well. Well, a lot of red arrows now going to try and get on towards the point. Denza has fallen, but those red arrows are very much progressing up the map now.
Yeah, number 7 and Mythics as well is going to make his way around the back and from the top to try and get control. That's going to be a pretty easy kill for him. It's going to allow them to get a little bit more time. 2 ticks finally going to go over towards this A zone. They need to get a wave of a few more kills though if they're going to see the zone out and give themselves at 141 to get over towards B. That's a big kill for Mythics, who's got himself on a 4 streak, but 3 of his players do fall. He manages to get it over. Nice 5-3 finally taken off that streak, and now it is all about this B zone. 134 and 17 plays 16 lives.
So Afro goes straight into Spiral, waiting to see if anyone chows him. There's going to be at least one player here. Aspect flies across and he gets put in the mincer as Afro just repositions, and he's going to have another gunfight here, or another 2 potentially. They're desperately trying to chase him down the Spiral staircase, but Afro has him on the ground. And it will be an ankle breaker there, which means that he stays alive. And that pressure over towards the spawn side of Phantom is still going to be there. Afro's on a 5 streak now. Finally goes down courtesy of some really, wow, nice shots from Mythics. Anything you can do, I can do better. Really good 2-piece there from Mythics. And now the opportunity to stack the point here for Phantom is very, very good. Those yellow arrows have got to desperately canter over towards the point. I tell you what, if they're not here quick, this is going to be done. They're going to try and push through the high ground and through underneath. Afro with a huge 3-piece. He's going to shoot Eric as well. Through all the madness, anything that moves, Marcus is shooting it, and that is a huge moment for them to try and stop the Rot.
Yeah, get out the way, son. Absolute plays from Afro to take them off the hill. They were 2 points in, 2 points secured, and just the 1 left to do. Just incredible plays. And you talk about clutch factor, sometimes required. It just needs 1 player to go absolutely off in the game. It is going to be Phantom though, with that extra tick just required. It's going to give them that opportunity as well, even though if they do lose this, they're going to have that tick advantage. You know, respawns remain, and there's 9 lives plays for, and time major not on the side of the Phantom boys.
Oh, that's a big gunfight. Eric wins it. F. wins his ones as well. So now 2 plays 8. Aspect and Denza got an absolutely monstrous mountain to climb in this round. Denza now finds himself all alone. He goes down, and Team Notorious will take that round. I say it did get very squeaky bum time, Pabs, on towards the point when they had the triple stack, but some really big kills came through from Team Notorious right when they needed them. If they drop that round, it's going to look brutal, and shock horror. It's going to be the 3-piece here from Afro as he shreds through everyone, including poor Mr. Boom, as yeah, he mops up the pieces and keeps his team hopes alive.
Yeah, Marcus going absolutely ham at the end. It is going to restore parity in the game now. So Phantom, their opportunity now to try and fight back. But again, you just feel there's something in that Team Notorious side if they can break this kind of the serve, I guess it kind of used tennis parlance. This is going to give them an opportunity to really start to use that momentum. Again, I do think the scores are bugged in this, because 14 and 13 right now for Denton, even though it's saying 9 and 7. But Rafi, nice plays, smart play to stay out towards the back end of his spawn. But it is going to be team in Phantom who managed to get a team wipe in, and that's going to see them flood forward to try and get a little bit of a spawn trap on the go.
Harry sees the door open, but I think it was off the back of a stun here as he tries to hop onto that. Oh, that's an angle. I'm going to be using that one. Probably not tonight, because I'll probably be in bed in the next 45 minutes, but really nice work there, at least for the meantime, in towards mid-map again from Afro, who's now 20 and 12 here. Pushing up straight into the spawn. Any engagement, anything that moves, Afro is taking that gunfight. He's going to opt to drop down in towards tower. There's going to be another person in towards mid-map, and there's another one for the feed, and as he's able to win yet another free pick courtesy of some really smart repositioning there from him. It's going to be all shots a little bit wayward there from F. He goes down. A couple of kills go in favor of Phantom, and it will still mean that they've got a 4-life lead, but unfortunately for Team Notorious, Pabs, that clock has been completely whittled down.
Yeah, absolutely. Despite all the heroics of Afro, it's not been enough to be able to see them get any real time over to any real kind of control of either zone. So not one tick on A, not one tick on B. It's been a split push, and that's going to be them still in spawn as the kill feed goes back and forth between both teams. There's going to be 12 seconds remaining for them to get a point on a kill. And while those red arrows are still largely in the area and in and around, it's going to be impossible for them to do it with players in spawn and mixed everywhere. 4 seconds, one player going to be taken off, and this is going to be Phantom taking advantage in the series.
Well, there you go, Fanta Lemon. One thing you would say, Pabs, is that the defensive rounds of both of the respective teams, Fanta Lemon's defensive side has looked far more convincing than Team Notorious's. Obviously, Team Notorious did take that round in the second one to tie it back up, but it wasn't necessarily the easiest battle of their life, really. But on the flip side, Fanta Lemon, I don't think they've given a tick to Team Notorious yet. They definitely didn't get a tick in the first offense, and I'm pretty sure they didn't get one then either.
No, they got partials on A and B and just weren't able to get any kind of control whatsoever. And again, even when the time was at its most critical, there was a kind of a split kind of push from Fanta Lemon. They were in two different areas, managed to get into spawn and get the picks, forcing the team in yellow back. And it's just, been the story of this game so far is Fanta Lemon's ability to be able to play the objective without necessarily slaying massively out. You just look like they're 11 and 21 and his team are 2-1 up. So again, it's not always about the kills. Sometimes it's about that passive, clever, objective play.
Afro pushing up towards Archers again. This is the position that we see the subs have such a good time with. F-Dot with the trade. He's going to be forced to back up, though. He's incredibly weak here. His teammate in Rafi's going to grab a pick. And as Rafi tries to traverse his way around the A side of the map to see if there's any more ones that are free for the picking. He's not going to win that one, though, up against Mythics. The trade, though, comes through from Afro again. He's having a lot of engagement wins in towards that section of the map. F-Dot's going to take Denza down, so Team Notorious, they're going to manage to at least grab a couple of picks, but that A progression again for Fanta Lemon is looking good to them. The first tick is done. You would anticipate, though, that these players should be freebies here for F-Dot. The nade's looking good. The trophy actually goes down right at the nick of time to keep them alive. Eric's going to try and push in to enable those remaining players to go down. They've still managed to get Denza on the time, and even through all the carnage, Fanta Lemon just seemed to do a really good job, Pams, of getting ticks on that time.
Yeah, absolutely. Despite the fact that they were largely getting bodied, it was kind of like a mixed kill feed. They were still able to get progression over towards A. They've got it into the third tick, and that will play dividends to them, especially if they're able to get the preferential kind of position for that final round if they do lose this. But again, you wouldn't write them off at any point. They're very close to getting that A zone done, giving themselves maximum amount of time. There's only 3 lives in it, so again, you could end up in a point where it's probably a little bit too high in the life count for TDM. But again, this could be very interesting for Fanta Lemon. Can they see this through? And again, that would just put them in the driving seat for this grand final.
Yeah, well, they've only got 13 lives left on this offense, so got to be careful. Is Aspect going to check this corner where he knows one player is? Yes, he is. So Eric Boom goes down. Aspect going to opt to pick up that SMG as they look to try and push their way out towards mid. It's going to be wow, that's a bold gun fight, especially against Felix when he's on that power position. And it will be, unfortunately, them down to almost single-digit lives here, Fanta Lemon. You've got Aspect out towards the backside of the spawn, and then you've got Denza just waiting to see if anyone's going to opt to try and push out his team's spawn. Isn't going to come across anything as of yet, but Afro now going to get on towards the time. He's not going to find anyone there, though, and the kill feed goes, unfortunately, very red here for Team Notorious. They've got to be careful not to drop too many because, again, this is what Fanta Lemon did to them last time. They stacked the point. Are they going to make the reads that these players are forming a bit of a pinch here? They aren't, and it will be a perfectly timed pinch from Team Notorious.
Yeah, there's still one player in and around there, number 5, and Harry is still potentially going to be able to cause a problem, but that extra tick over towards B could be the name of the game, even though they just get tied up 2-all potentially. That might be enough for Fanta Lemon to be in the driving seat in that game 5. Time is going to ebb away. A nice defensive performance coming out of Team Notorious, but is it going to be enough? Again, their objective play kind of faltering at times, so just an opportunity for Fanta Lemon to really go into the driving position now in this series.
Well, final round. We know who's going to be on the defensive side because the ticks very much do favour the boys in red. And it will be Felix, who is really putting his utmost into this one. 30 and 17 out of him. And it will now be a case of, it says Team Notorious is defending. Most captures secured, which I don't think is true. There you go. Another lie from Codcaster. Added to the book. The book's mighty thick now. As Fanta Lemon will be on that defensive side.
Yeah, it's their job now to try and do the impossible for Team Notorious and break the stronghold the Fanta Lemon have had on this game so far. It's going to be Denza, though, Sleeve with the hyper-aggression pushing all the way up. He's just going to try and make sure that he gets some control of mid, but No engagement thus far. He's going to find himself going all the way back round. A bit of a reaction kill going to be there, and that's going to set them on their way potentially at 1 life lead. It's well read by Rafi, though, a player we haven't really brought up at all. 23 and 27. He's been negative a few times in terms of kills, and someone that we usually would suspect as being an objective player. It's just largely been off the boil. So a player, TN probably hoping is going to go and just get absolutely, his slaying power activated very soon.
Well, again, this is the position that Fantalemon like to be in. Usually it's a sub in the hands of, say, Mythics or Denza, but it's actually Harry that's able to pick up 2 players courtesy of the Jackal in towards the base of Team Notorious. They're going to fly in, though, in towards Lockers. Good trade from Eric. Potentially a little bit of an underrated one, actually, as it just stops those Fantalemon players again from just being a right pain in towards their spawn and enables themselves to get up the map a little bit, but the time is not on their side. Yep. 28 seconds is really not ideal. Big kill actually comes through from Rafi to stop that clock.
Yeah, absolutely. They need these ticks going over to give themselves the opportunity to get that extra 1 minute over towards B, which has been an impossible mission for them. They've struggled so much on this objective, and it is going to be Rafi on his own. Manages to get to pick to mid. Is going to play his life, finally gets taken down, but a player is going to be there to make sure that the time is maintained. It's nearly got that second tick over all on their own. Eric Boone finally going to get joined by another player major. This could be huge for the boys of Team Notorious. And in the chat, they're saying the reverse is on. Well, they might not need to reverse because they're looking very, very solid for that point A, and 125 on the clock with a 4 life advantage might be enough for them to see this control out.
And it's another streak from F Dot. You can see 5 combining for 9 with Rafi and Eric Boom. And there's 1 for Rafi. There's 2 for Rafi. And that is going to completely put a right dent there in the sails of the boys of Fantalemon. They are now going to see themselves progressing that B point so quickly. The players are flooding over. He's actually going to get off the point for the time being, but now look at those red arrows trying to dive in. Nothing happens of it, and for all the defensive strengths that we've seen across both teams in every single round, round 5 goes in the way of the offensive team, and Team Notorious, more importantly, they get a map on the board in the best of 7.
We did say at the start that the team that was able to break that defensive stronghold is likely to be the team that are going to win this, and in fact, that ends up being the case. An incredible performance coming out of Team Notorious. Those, unfortunately, stats do lie. F Dot dropping well above 30 kills, getting 32 non-traded, with some stellar performances coming out. And Rafi, in the end, despite the fact that his stats were largely bad in the middle section of that control, comes back good and gets some really important kills, and no heroics at the end to stop the clock or stop the plays. And it is going to be around a game on the board for Team Notorious. So the boys, the TN lads in the chat now, should be absolutely pleased with that, especially going into a skyline.
Yeah, so we'll have a look at the maps in the series, because obviously now they have managed to reach the action-packed part of the series, Pabs. They've managed to reach the point where they get towards that double skyline. So again, guys, although you're seeing 5 maps on the screen, it is a best of 7. And although the first 2 maps went pretty convincingly in favor of Fantalemon, it is now Team Notorious's series to potentially try and form here off the back of 2 really strong maps in their map pool. Pabs, obviously, Skyline Hardpoint. How many times have we seen the likes of Eric Boom and Afro absolutely run players into the ground on this one? And this is very much a case of, if Notorious take this map, they look very, very good for the finals. So I'll tell you what, we're not betting men, but if we were, I'll tell you what, map 4 is potentially going to be another make or break one here.
Yeah, I think to give you an idea of just how kind of like effective Team Notorious are on Skyline, there's a lot of challenger players want this map out of the pool when Hacienda, literally out of the pool when Hacienda comes in, because Team Notorious are just they own this. I mean, it doesn't matter what happens in scrims. When it's mattered, they've just looked so strong on it, and I think this Afro and Eric Boom just love this map. So it's going to be a tricky one for Fantalemon. This could well see the game tied up, and again heading back into the next skyline after that just puts the pressure right on Fantalemon, who don't want to be in a 3-2-3-1 position.
So we'll wait for that lobby to be formed, guys, and as and when, we will throw ourselves straight in at the deep end of said skyline pool for map 4. Never mind, the game is loading. The boys really do want to actually go to bed, so shout out to the players. They're whizzing straight in towards map 4. I mean, Pabs, we've not really seen kind of Team Notorious in the latter stages of the tournaments, because we've not been able to cast those later games. But this is now a prime example, really, of a map that we know. I mean, we don't like to put too much pressure on players, but every time we've cast Afro on a Skyline Hardpoint, he has been absolutely on fire. Again, we talk about how brilliant Eric is. When you pair him up with a sub-duo like Marcus, it is very much a case of you must look across at that team and go, Jesus, that's an absolutely stacked
It's just no way
roster.
to deal with him. There's no way, like Eric Boom, even not just Eric Boom is difficult to deal with, but there's just no way really to deal with Afro. He's just so his movement, his pace, his game knowledge, his like map control is just absurd on these tiny maps, and it just becomes really difficult to kill him. And he just starts chaining kills together. And again, you see how smart Eric Boom is, knowing what reads to get what picks. And again, this is going to be a little bit of an advantage for Team Notorious out the blocks, but that is going to be a wipe there for Phantalemon. And again, they just need to use that time. Now, this is major something we talked about in the first map, but Phantalemon, even though they won, they kind of like this, so they're Team Notorious, despite them slaying out, they weren't really turning it into a ton of time. So this is something they do need to work on. Once they do get a wipe on Phantalemon, they need to turn those wipes into solid time and get themselves a lead.
Yeah, so Phantalemon, the stronger of the two right at the start. As mentioned, they are 2-1 up here in this series. So Afro just waiting, watching that side plat area. You've got a lot of players pushing through Kitchen, though, so number 16 F Dot is going to have a lot of responsibility out towards the backside of Helipad to see if there's any players pushing in. And now in goes Aspect, and in goes Afro up from the top side. He's able to get one pick. There's going to be another player around towards this side of the map, and there you go. That's exactly what Afro brings to the party, and that kill is just going to thwart the pressure that Phantalemon were able just to put on the hill for the time being. Just going to reposition back out. He's so quick to it. Holy movement. And Eric, through the distractions that Afro's able to put on the map, is just going to enable him to... Woohoo! Yay! Never mind. I was going to say distraction. He just offered beams as well. There you go. The full package.
He's just non-stop. It just becomes so difficult to deal with him. His reaction time is absolutely incredible as well. He's just so locked in, a player that is so at one with the game at times. This is the SMG play I dream of being able to do. But again, it's about turning it into effective objective time. But what you would argue, Major, is that on a map with the kind of like reduced size of Skyline, that every kill really does help in terms of just being able to attribute it to solid kill contestant time. So it is going to be 2 on the kill, going to give them a double 60-second lead. They're going to be 30 seconds clear, apologies, of Phantalemon, and this is looking like exactly as we predicted, a very, very difficult map for the team in red.
It's going to drop down, not going to get anything going towards that block side of the map. And Rafi holding the cross from mid is going to help a little bit as his teammates are going to try and do some work around him. The Strider in his hands as well. Pistol looks good. Shots look good. And the time looks good here for Team Notorious. A couple of picks coming through. Harry's obviously had a really, really rough start to the map, and that is the correct scoreline from what he's able to contribute. Currently at 3 and 9. He's able to get a pick onto Eric, which is just going to help it just a little bit more. But that 60-second deficit is looking very, very good now. Team Notorious, it must be said, they are really starting to gather some steam here. Aspect's going to be able to get a pick for the time being. They do have the rotation to new Novhabs, and this is going to be a really big hill here for Phantalemon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess the player you want to look at Phantalemon is the indeed Aspect. Mythics is obviously playing, some lights out Call of Duty right now to keep his team within 50 or 60 seconds. But Aspect is the player that got picked up to replace Vance, is someone that you've got to look at as being someone has to go off. He's got 15 seconds. He is positive at 10 and 8. But right now, the player that we've been lauding has been the star player of the season so far. And Harry, 3 and 10, definitely off the ball, although he is trying to be the kill kitten in many ways. But this is going to be a solid chunk of time for them, Major. Bring them back to within 20, and nice plays from Phantalemon to apply a little bit of pressure on the team in yellow.
Eric's going to try and work his way down that jump up area, and they push in through bedroom as well. So in go the yellow arrows of Team Notorious, and out go the red arrows of Phantalemon. Every single one of them got dropped. It wasn't necessarily for a huge amount of scrap time, but they have now flipped those spawns, whether it was intentional or not. It now sees them with a little bit of a lead. 30 seconds still isn't necessarily too bad here for Phantalemon. They've got an opportunity to potentially claw this one back off the back of a P1, but it is very much Team Notorious controlling this P1.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's all about these kills. They just keep getting waves and waves of kills. They're winning the